and that his true self was already the most powerful of paragons. As for his clone, Meng Hao was sure that if he desired to walk the path of the paragon, he would definitely reach the 9 essences level. It might take some time, but he would succeed in the end. However, that was not what he chose to do. Having a 9 essences paragon clone wouldn't help him to transcend, and therefore, his original plan had never changed. He would transcend with his true self, and then, with everything he had gained in recent years, with the 9th sect and all its power, with the ghosts of the necropolis, he would unleash deadly violence upon the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent. And most especially, the 33 heavens. He would return to his home, to the mountain and sea butterfly, to his family and friends. He would return to the mountains and seas, to get revenge. That was his focus, his obsession, something which could never be erased from his mind. He would reforge the mountain and sea realm, he would resurrect the meat jelly, and he would call back the copper mirror. Even if that was a defiance of the vast expanse, he would do it. Meng Hao stood there atop the 10th heaven in the 1st sect. Smiling, he breathed in deeply. Down below, the countless disciples of the 1st sect looked up with mixed emotions. Their faces were devoid of blood as they stared bitterly at Meng Hao. The chosen of the 1st sect looked on blankly. They were truly eagles, but as of this moment they had no other choice but to admit that the generation into which they had been born contained a towering mountain. That mountain was something that stretched so high above them they would never be able to fly over it. Silence prevailed. Also in the 1st sect was a woman, the current holy daughter of the generation. She was Han Bei, and as she looked up at Meng Hao and Yenner atop the 10th heaven, she felt profoundly uneasy. Although Meng Hao hadn't caused any trouble for her throughout the years, she still feared him. The more he cared about Chu Yuyan, the safer she felt, and yet the more she felt safe, the more that sense of safety scared her. It was a paradox that only seemed to increase in intensity, and was influencing her mission here in the vast expanse school. On more than one occasion, she had considered investigating why Meng Hao had created this clone. However, she didn't dare to even get close to him, and could only manipulate things from afar. Even then, she didn't dare to push things too far, and thus was left only with speculations. Over the years, she had come up with numerous theories, but could not confirm any of them. Sometimes, she even felt as though all of her theories were completely incorrect. After a moment of looking at Meng Hao and Yenner, she sighed and looked away. The wind blew atop the 10th heaven. As people looked on, Yenner's gaze fell upon her master, and her eyes shone radiantly. It was as if this master of hers had become the most important person in her entire life. "Master," she said loudly. "Yes," Meng Hao said, smiling. "Master." Yes." Meng Hao gaped, looking over at her. "Master," she cried again. Pretending to look very serious, Meng Hao reached out and bopped her head. She rubbed her head, looking very resentful. However, he merely smiled at her, well aware that she was completely ecstatic at the moment. Then he looked back out at heaven and earth, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. "The vast expanse shrine offers no further good fortune for me. If I want to extinguish my last 10 soul lamps, then the only option I have is to walk the transcendence path." In the vast expanse school, the 2 most famous trials by fire were the vast expanse shrines and the transcendence path. Only cultivators in the Tao realm would tread the transcendence path. Of course, just walking that path didn't guarantee transcendence. However, there was still that hope. That path was the traditional and proper way to try to transcend. But to date, not even the sect leader or others of his level had been able to reach its end. It was a very difficult path to travel, and it seemed endless. However, the Tao realm experts of the vast expanse school were entranced with it, mostly because of the multitudinous good fortune therein, good fortune that could cause one's cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He had a strong premonition that his clone would be able to complete the first sealing mark of the 9th hex on the transcendence path. He had further speculations regarding how to complete the full 9th hex, and was sure that those speculations would also be verified on the transcendence path. However, now was not the time. He had the feeling that once he headed down that path, it would be a very, very long time before he came back. In fact, it was even possible that he never would. Besides, there were still a few matters to handle within the vast expanse school. He looked over at Yenner, and could see that because of the good fortune of the vast expanse shrine, Her cultivation base was thoroughly stabilized, and had even made significant progress. She was now in the mid-immortal realm. Although she had just made that breakthrough thanks to the baptism of the tolling bells, Meng Hao could see that in the coming years, her cultivation base would continue to advance rapidly. Her latent talent had been completely optimized by the baptism, and her qi passageways as well as any cultivation bottlenecks had been cleared. In the vast expanse school, good fortune like that was something only Yennefer could acquire. You could even say that on her path of cultivation she had already opened the way to a great Tao. "Come on," Meng Hao said with a smile, "let's go back to the ninth sect." They, along with the cheering disciples of the ninth sect, stepped back into the teleportation portal. As the first sect disciples looked on with bitter expressions, they vanished. The rumbling of the spell formation shook all sects from the first to the eighth as they returned to the ninth sect. The cheering shouts of the ninth sect's disciples shook the vast expanse school. A legend had been established which no one would ever be able to top. When the group appeared back in the ninth sect, those who had remained behind also started cheering loudly. "They're back. Everyone's back. Eldest brother Fangmu has returned. Eldest brother, eldest brother." The ninth sect seethed with excitement. The disciples who had been too slow to join the others in stepping through the teleportation portal earlier now began to crowd around and cheer for their eldest brother. On that day, a grand celebration began in the ninth sect. The news of what had happened filled the other sects. For a long time to come, the disciples of the ninth sect would be filled with unmatched joy. As for the disciples from the other sects who had set up camp in the ninth sect, they made a swift departure. None of them dared to remain behind. As for the 10 years of provocation and challenges, they were now officially a thing of the past. Only a few people were aware that what Meng Hao had done was because of a few words uttered by Yennefer. Most of the disciples thought that he had done it as a way to tell the chosen of the other sects that if they wanted to challenge him, they could remain in their own sects to do so. There was no need for them to come to the ninth sect. In order to make things easier for them, he simply put his name on their vast expanse shrines. Because of Meng Hao, the spirits of the entire ninth sect were instantly lifted. Their leader was the overbearing, domineering ninth paragon who was also their protector. Among their number was the ultimate chosen, the disciple who had completely dominated the vast expanse school, Fangmu. Because of all of that, the ninth sect was completely different from the other sections. The celebrations lasted for more than a month. Eventually things settled down, but deep down, the disciples of the ninth sect were still extremely excited. The glory and honor they felt, as well as the sense of belonging, would never be erased. During that month, Meng Hao had no choice other than to receive the various visitors who came to offer their respects. However, after the month passed, the number of visitors didn't decrease. In fact, they increased. Finally, he was forced to close the mountain. From then on, he never left the mountain, and politely refused to see all visitors. However, instead of going into secluded meditation, he spent time teaching cultivation techniques to Yennefer. Time passed. Before long, 3 years had gone by. During that time, Meng Hao paid little heed to his own cultivation base. He helped Yennefer to refine her immortal meridians, benefiting her with all of his experience regarding cultivation. He helped her gain more Tao enlightenment, holding nothing back. He spared no effort in passing on to her everything he knew. Because of such conscientious teaching on his part, Yennefer's cultivation base rose with shocking speed and was far more stable than anyone else in her generation. During those years, a certain feeling slowly rose up within Yennefer. Eventually, she began to laugh less, and when she looked at Meng Hao, it was with concern, as if she couldn't bear the thought of parting with him. After all her years of being dependent on him, she had come to be very sensitive to his personality. Based on everything that had happened during the past 3 years, she came to feel strongly that Master is going to leave. That scared her. No matter how many times she asked about it, Meng Hao would always just smile and decline to comment. However, whenever his gaze fell upon her, it was warmer than before, and it almost seemed like he was recalling past times. Another 10 years passed. Yennefer's cultivation base continued to climb higher and higher. However, her heart only continued to grow more anxious. One day she saw a jade slip belonging to her master that apparently contained information about the sect's transcendence path. At that point, her heart began to pound. She knew that the transcendence path was something only Tao realm cultivators were qualified to tread. Supposedly, it contained incredible good fortune, and yet few people actually dared to walk upon it. After all, it also contained profound danger. It was not the vast expanse shrine which was located in the sect itself. It was in the outside world, located within a rift in the starry sky of the vast expanse. After entering, one would be completely cut off and would not return for dozens or even hundreds of years. It was a path that a cultivator could only step onto twice in a lifetime. Years ago, Yenner would have pressed her master about the matter and wouldn't have given up until she figured out a way to prevent him from going to such a dangerous place. But she had grown up and understood that it was a decision for him to make. She knew that within her master's heart was an obsession that even she couldn't comprehend, and so she said nothing. During the 13 years which passed, Meng Hao extinguished a few more soul lamps. Now, he had only 7 which continued to burn. Another year passed, and Yenner was now at the peak of the immortal realm. The speed of her progress was far beyond normal, causing widespread shock among the disciples of the 9th sect. But when they considered who her master was, they realized that it wasn't such an unreasonable thing. After all, the good fortune of 8 vast expanse shrines was beyond incredible. That year, Yenner faced her ancient tribulation. That day was one of utmost importance to Meng Hao as well. He personally set up the relevant spell formations and arranged for the energy of heaven and earth in the 9th sect to act as Dharma protector. Several days later, when the ancient tribulation finally concluded, he breathed a sigh of relief. He watched Yenner pass her ancient tribulation, watched her ignite her soul lamps, and then watched her close her eyes in meditation to begin breathing exercises. The whole time, his gaze was soft and kind. To mortals, she wouldn't be considered young, but to cultivators in the ancient realm, she was like a girl. The passage of time left no scars upon her. She only continued to grow more beautiful and, at the same time, mature. To other members of the sect, she was truly a chosen. Someone who knew how to conduct herself properly and with decorum. Someone everyone enjoyed being around. It was only around Meng Hao that she would pout and act like a coquettish little girl. Meng Hao could tell that Chu Yuyan's aura was growing stronger and stronger on her. Sometimes he couldn't even tell the difference between the two. That was especially true as he watched her doing breathing exercises after passing her ancient tribulation. Many memories flitted through his mind. In her last life, Chu Yuyan had never passed through the immortal realm. But in this life, with Meng Hao's help, she was reaching the highest pinnacles. Furthermore, regardless of whether her name was Chu Yuyan or Yenner, she had earned a place in his heart for all eternity. "It's about time for me to let go, too," he murmured. A few days later, Yenner opened her eyes and glanced over at Meng Hao. From the look in his eyes, she seemed to understand what was about to happen. She loathed the idea of parting with him, but it had been years since she came to understand the choice he would eventually make. Today, there was something deep within his eyes that explained everything. "Master," she said, her voice quavering. "You're in the ancient realm now," he said softly. "You understand how to go about extinguishing your soul lamps, right? If there are any areas you don't understand, now is the time to ask me. Before the ancient realm, cultivators can receive assistance from others. In fact, such assistance can make things much easier. However, starting with the ancient realm, you'll have to rely completely upon yourself. Never forget what I told you before. We cultivators cultivate, not the body, but the heart." Tears welled up in Yenner's eyes, and then began to stream down her cheeks. She was trembling. "Master, I've prepared 9 jade slips for you. Each one of them contains some of the power of my divine sense. If you encounter a dangerous situation, you can be protected." By this point, Meng Hao's clone was extremely close to the Tao realm, and he could even draw upon some of the power of his true self. As such, the 9 jade slips held some of his true self's divine sense power and would be able to keep Yenner safe wherever she went on planet Vast Expanse. I've also prepared 7 volumes of Tao treatises which contain all of the magical techniques and divine abilities I've learned in my life. There are also 100,000 medicinal pills which I concocted especially for you. That should ensure your path of cultivation is a smooth one. As for magical items, I never did build up a huge collection, but what I did gain, I'm leaving to you. There are also immortal jades and spirit stones. In the past, I used to be extremely attracted to them, but now that I think back, it just makes me sigh. I'm leaving everything to you. Master, I don't want any of that. I just want. She trailed off, tears flowing down her face. She was afraid, terrified even. Although it had been 10 years since she realized what her master planned to do, she still wasn't ready for it to actually happen. Because of the fame I have built up, Meng Hao continued, no one will dare to bully you while you're in the 9th sect. Everyone here will take care of you. I've also paid a visit to the Paragon to ask him to watch out for you. I might not be here, but I've made various other preparations to keep you safe, for example the Mastiff, who will continue to accompany you. Anxiety erupted within Yenner. No, I don't want that. I don't care, Master, Yenner, he growled. A tremor ran through her. In her entire life, she couldn't remember a single time when her master had been strict with her. This was the first time. Even more tears flowed down her face. You've grown up, he said softly. Then he reached out and bopped her head. She subconsciously bowed her head, weeping. He shook his head. Come on, he said. I want to take you somewhere. As he turned to leave, she rose to her feet, wiped the tears off her cheeks and followed. For the first time in 13 years, master and apprentice left the 9th sect. They traveled to the border region of the 9th continent, where they found a river, next to which was a village. They arrived around evening, when smoke was rising lazily from the chimneys of the houses. Meng Hao caught sight of the house where he had lived as a child in this life. It had long since changed ownership. The scholar who had found him in the river had passed away many years ago. However, the old man who had cared for him was still alive. He had ended up marrying the village widow, and both of them were now completely ancient, with numerous children and grandchildren. When Meng Hao saw the old man, he thought back to many warm memories from this life, and a slight smile touched his face. Yenna stood quietly at his side. She said nothing, but she could sense the tender feelings in her master's heart. They left around dawn. Meng Hao didn't actually meet with the old man in person. However, he left behind numerous age-prolonging, longevity-enhancing medicinal pills, as well as jade slips which would protect the man and his bloodline for generations to come. It wasn't long after Meng Hao left that the old man yawned and walked out of his room. When he looked down, he saw all the items that Meng Hao had left, and his jaw dropped. After some contemplation, he shivered and looked up into the heavens. Finally, he smiled. Howie, you came back? He chuckled as he recalled the young boy from so many years ago. A few days later, Meng Hao stood at the very top of the vast expanse shrine, where he clasped hands to the heavens. I am Feng Mu, from the 9th sect of the vast expanse school. I desire to walk the transcendence path. Paragon, please open the portal. As his voice echoed out, the Paragon first gaped in confusion, then began to reel in shock. A buzz filled the 9th sect as countless disciples flew toward the mountain peak upon which rose the vast expanse shrine. There, they saw Meng Hao standing at the peak, and Yenner standing at the bottom of the mountain, looking up at him. He's going to walk the transcendence path. Indeed, the transcendence path is exactly the type of place for a chosen like him. The other chosen in the 9th sect sighed, mixed emotions playing out on their faces. People had long since speculated that he might do something just like this. The truth was that ancient realm cultivators weren't prohibited from walking the transcendence path. However, it was usually done only by unique chosen with special qualifications. As for Meng Hao, if he didn't qualify to be chosen, then no one in the vast expanse school did. Naturally, he was qualified to walk the transcendence path. Yenner stood there silently, looking up at her master atop the mountain. Her eyes gleamed with determination, and she took a deep breath, telling herself that she had to be strong. Yet, she couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Meng Hao's voice was still echoing out when the voice of the 7 Essences Paragon responded from within the 9th sect. Are you sure? Absolutely. Meng Hao replied, his voice filled with a decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. Moments later, an intense rumbling sound filled heaven and earth as if someone were working a type of grand magic. It sounded like the sky itself were being ripped open. Everything shook as an enormous rift appeared up above. The rift shone with a 7-colored glow, dazzling and radiant. The light then transformed into a staircase, which descended from above and came to a stop directly in front of Meng Hao. He looked up at the staircase, and could see that within the rift in the sky was another world. It was at this point that an ancient voice echoed out, "The sect rules of the vast expanse school state that any disciple who enters the transcendence path must leave behind a soul lamp. If the lamp shines, the cultivator lives. If the lamp is extinguished, the cultivator has died." The countless disciples in the area looked on silently. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing a stream of soul fire to fly out from his forehead. The soul fire swirled through the air, transforming into the shape of a soul lamp. This particular soul lamp was different from his collection of ancient realm soul lamps. It was formed from his own soul fire, and would indicate to the outside world whether or not he was still alive. Based on the state of that flame, people outside would know the state he was in as he walked the transcendence path. What people did to the flame on the outside, however, wouldn't affect Meng Hao. He waved his hand, sending the soul fire lamp over to Yenner. "Place that in my secluded meditation facilities," he said, smiling. With that, he took a deep breath, stepping forward onto the staircase and speeding upward toward the rift. As he rose higher into the sky, the ninth sect's 7 essences paragon spoke into his ear. "Feng Mu, there are many things in life which can't be forced. If you reach a point where you can't go onward, you must turn back." Just when Meng Hao was about to step into the rift and enter that most ancient transcendence path, Yenner suddenly called out in a loud voice, "Master, do you remember back when you told me the story of Chu Yuyin? You promised that if I wanted to hear the rest of the story, that you would tell it to me." Meng Hao stopped and looked back down at the mountains below, and at Yenner, standing there in the crowd. "I remember," he said, smiling softly. "Do you want to hear it now?" She trembled, tears pouring down her face. "No, not now," she replied. "Master, can you tell me the rest of the story when you get back?" The idea of parting with her master hurt so much that it felt like her heart was being crushed. "Of course," he replied, nodding. With that he turned, took a deep breath, and stepped into the rift onto the transcendence path. From the moment of the creation of the vast expanse school until now, the transcendence path had always been of vital importance. It could even be considered a trial by fire that gave birth to the reserve power of the entire sect. In truth, it wasn't really a trial by fire, not the type that disciples in sects usually participated in. Despite being part of the vast expanse school, the things that happened on the transcendence path were beyond the control of even paragons. Everything depended on the individual involved. Everything depended on chance and luck. From ancient times until now, countless disciples of the vast expanse school had walked the path, and yet none had reached the end. Everyone who returned had done so from somewhere partway along the path. Those who didn't return died along the way. Actually, the transcendence path wasn't really a literal path. It was a very unique location, so much so that even people who had been there and experienced what lay inside had difficulty explaining it to others. It was almost as if there were some magical law at play which prevented people from explaining everything that had happened inside. The first thing Meng Hao saw after entering the rift, after stepping onto the transcendence path, was a lamp. It was a bronze lamp. It actually looked almost completely identical to the bronze lamp inside of his true self. Except, this bronze lamp was enormous, so large that it was impossible to describe, larger even than planet vast expanse. The starry sky in this location was the type that made one's mind reel to even look at it. The transcendence path was this bronze lamp. The burning flame of the lamp was made up of 3 parts: the outer flame, the inner flame, and the heart of the flame. Apparently, they formed 3 different dimensions within the world, and the light they cast illuminated everything therein. The world was vastly enormous, as was the bronze lamp. In addition to the dimension in the flame, the body of the bronze lamp itself also contained its own dimension. Meng Hao's first thought upon looking at the shocking lamp was that it was actually the same lamp which existed within his true self. Then he couldn't help but think of the Devil Realm's world butterflies, or the precious treasure that was the mountain and sea realm, which became the 9 mountains and 9 seas. All of those things could contain worlds of living things. This bronze lamp that he was looking at was that same type of precious treasure. So, the transcendence path, is actually broken up into two parts. One part is in the body of the lamp, the other in the flame. As for the flame, it is further broken up into three parts. The outer flame, the inner flame, and the heart of the flame. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with determination. With that, he transformed into a flash of light that shot toward the bronze lamp. The bronze lamp got bigger and bigger as he approached. Time passed. Not even Meng Hao could have predicted that after flying for 7 months, going all out with every scrap of power he could muster, he still wouldn't have reached the lamp itself. By this point, he couldn't even see the lamp's flame anymore, only a world of bronze. His expression was very serious as he continued to fly onward. 3 months later, the lamp started to look different. He could see lands covered with buildings. He saw countless mountain ranges, and even rivers and seas. Eventually, his vision swam until he couldn't see. Then, when things were clear again, he was within the world of the bronze lamp. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and an indescribable force pushed down onto him. It felt like countless mountains were trying to crush him, as if an enormous hand were pushing down onto his head. The pressure shoved him down out of the air, sending him speeding toward the ground. A moment later, he slammed into the earth. A boom echoed out, and afterward he lay prone on the ground, blue veins bulging out on his neck and face. He let out a roar, and his body shook violently. After enough time passed for 3 incense sticks to burn, he was finally able to struggle into a crouching position. That effort alone left his garments soaked with sweat. He was trembling physically, and his bones felt like they were on the verge of breaking. His eyes were thoroughly bloodshot. The intensity of the pressure exceeded anything Meng Hao could have imagined, and was the most terrifying weight he had ever borne. Beneath this pressure, every rotation of his cultivation base made it seem like his chi passageways would burst. Despite all of that, his eyes gleamed with focus and even a tinge of madness. Gritting his teeth, he ever so slowly rose to his feet. It took 2 incense sticks worth of time, but in the end, he was standing there, roaring at the top of his lungs. In that very same instant, one of his remaining 7 soul lamps was extinguished. The extinguishing of that soul lamp unleashed new life force which flooded into him, strengthening him and allowing him to stand tall and straight. His eyes grew redder, but excitement filled his heart. So, this is the transcendence path, huh? I never would have guessed that one of the soul lamps I found so difficult to extinguish could be put out as soon as I entered. He looked around and found himself surrounded by a desolate wasteland. Other than him, no living being could be seen. However, he knew that he couldn't possibly be the only person in here. There were other cultivators from the vast expanse school who had entered the place in the past, and were still inside after countless years. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and began to walk. He felt like a mortal plodding along. The path to be tread was a long one. That was something he had come to understand even more clearly as he drew closer to the bronze lamp. Considering his current state, walking the entire length of the bronze lamp and then reaching the second portion of the transcendence path seemed almost impossible. And yet, he didn't give up. Panting, jaw clenched, he walked alone through the wasteland. That year, some important events occurred within the vast expanse school. Feng Mu, who had established an unheard-of legend within the vast expanse school, who had summoned the 10th heaven of all of the vast expanse shrines of the 9 sects, stepped onto the transcendence path with an ancient realm cultivation base. His departure caused the chosen of the other sects in the vast expanse school to breathe sighs of relief. Living in the same era as Feng Mu made them feel as pressured as if heaven were weighing down on them. Now they could relax, at least temporarily. No one could say for sure whether Feng Mu would rise to new heights on the transcendence path, or whether he would fade away and never be heard of again. Time would tell. Another thing that happened that year was that the sect leader and the rest of the group who had entered the necropolis finally returned. They had remained within the necropolis for dozens of years, and yet were not able to reach the 9th landmass. They reached the 7th but were unable to open the path to the 8th. When they returned, some of the original party members were not with them. Those who did return were all in bad shape, and by Wuxia hovered on the brink of death. However, all of the group who had returned alive had made significant progress with their cultivation bases. The faint aura of transcendence was upon them, which caused a huge stir in the vast expanse school. Also during the year, Patriarch Qi Feng made a cultivation-based breakthrough, acquiring his 9th essence and becoming the 8th paragon. Outside of the vast expanse school, somewhere out in the boundless starry sky, Meng Hao's true self was in the location of the fourth copper mirror shard, flying along at top speed. His face was pale, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. A vast swarm of termites was chasing after him, voraciously devouring everything in their path. At the moment, he had black armor that covered his arm and chest, giving him incredible battle prowess. By now, killing Peak 9 Essence's cultivators would be no difficult task for him. And yet, these termites had him bedraggled and fleeing. The main reason was because there were so many of them they were impossible to even count. Furthermore, each and every one of them emanated brutal auras, the weakest of which was in the immortal realm, and the strongest, 9 essences. Their numbers were beyond description. Thankfully, he had prepared well before coming into this area. After speeding along for a short time, he reached a point where he had set up a spell formation earlier. The light of teleportation flickered, and then he vanished. A moment later, the swarm of termites engulfed the teleportation portal. Apparently, even the flickering teleportation portal was something that the termites considered to be food. Crunching sounds emanated out, and in the blink of an eye, the spell formation had been completely consumed. However, being unable to consume Meng Hao's true self, the termites howled in rage. Anyone who could hear the sound of it would be truly shaken. After a while, though, they begrudgingly gave up and returned to their home. A land riddled with countless passageways burrowed here and there. In another location in the starry sky of the vast expanse, dazzling light flickered, and Meng Hao's true self staggered out. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, then closed his eyes and rotated his cultivation base. Rumbling booms like thunder could be heard inside of him as numerous pustules appeared on his skin. They began to wriggle, and then tiny termites burst out from within. Each and every one screamed and then exploded. After expelling and destroying several hundred termites, Meng Hao's body was soaked with blood. However, when he opened his eyes, they shone brightly, and his body quickly recovered. I wonder how many countless ages that swarm of termites has existed. How unimaginable. With that, he looked down at the armor which covered him as it faded away and transformed into 4 mirror shards. He had found the 4th mirror shard in the termite's nest and had extracted it from within the body of the termite queen herself. With 4 shards, I have half. Now, to get the 5th shard. My clone is on the transcendence path. Who would have imagined that path to be so difficult? If my speculations are correct, completing the 9th hex is not something that can be done in a single life. I have to collect the rest of these mirror shards. Getting just these 2 took me a few dozen years, but I suspect that acquiring the final 4 will take hundreds. He looked around in exhaustion for a moment before sitting down cross-legged to do breathing exercises. After a while, he rose and sped off in the direction of the 5th shard. 3 years passed. People in the vast expanse school still talked about Feng Mu. As for the mountain he had lived on, only Yenner occupied it now. It was not open to visitors, and her life was once again peaceful and quiet. Without Meng Hao there was no more playful pouting on her part. Sometimes she just sat there in a daze, daydreaming about the past. But there was no avoiding the truth. Her master was gone. Other than practicing cultivation, there was only one thing that she absolutely had to do every day, and that was to visit her master's secluded meditation facilities, where she had enshrined his soul fire. As long as that soul fire burned, her master was alive. One day she came to visit as she always did. She kowtowed to the soul fire, and then began to speak in a murmuring voice. "Master, you've been gone for 3 years. That's not too long. Oh, last night when I was practicing cultivation, I finally understood that one magical technique. Another thing you don't know about, Master. I heard that yesterday those jerks from the other sects started making trouble again. Supposedly, they're going to start challenging the vast expanse shrine once more. Master, there's another thing." Every time Yenner came, she would speak to herself in his fashion as if her master were standing there in front of her. This time, even as she spoke, a tremor suddenly ran through her and her voice faltered. Her expression flickered and the blood drained from her face as she stared in shock at the soul fire. For 3 years, the soul fire hadn't changed at all. But just now, it had faded a bit, as though it might wink out at any moment. The sight caused Yennefer to shake, and her mind to spin. She knew that this was the flame of her master's life force, and that if it went out, it meant that he was dead. Obviously, he must be experiencing some deadly situation on the transcendence path. Her heart filled with bitterness and anxiety, and yet there was nothing she could do to help her master. She could do nothing to change anything, really. Master, I'm so useless. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as she trembled, still staring at the soul fire. The truth was that Meng Hao really was facing a deadly test on the transcendence path. The pressure he was facing had just increased dramatically. He had continued to walk for 3 years and gradually had become used to the pressure. He had even reached the point where he could jog for a bit. But today he crossed into a new region in which the pressure suddenly increased by, not double, but tenfold. It happened suddenly and without any warning whatsoever. Meng Hao had literally no time to even react before being slammed down onto the ground. Many of his bones were fractured as he struggled against the pressure, and his flesh was smashed. Cracking sounds could be heard as his skeleton hovered on the brink of being shattered. A sensation of imminent life or death crisis swept through him. On top of it all, his cultivation base was suppressed. He began to tremble, and his eyes were completely shot with blood as he let out a howl. However, at the moment there was nothing he could do. Any other person would have been destroyed instantly, but Meng Hao's true self had created this clone following the pattern laid out by the bronze lamp, making it perfect in every aspect. It was pure, lacking any impurities or defilements, and possessed the ultimate immortal aura. In fact, it was even possible to say that this clone was an immortal body unto itself. When you added in the terrifying divine will of Meng Hao's true self, it meant that the clone was just barely able to survive under this sudden tenfold increase in pressure. Time passed. After 15 or 16 hours, Meng Hao's vision was fading. However, beneath the intense, deadly pressure, he was able to extinguish one of his 6 remaining lit soul lamps. Instantly, life force poured into him, healing his bones and mending his flesh. His cultivation base flourished, and his fading life force once again began to thrive. Having endured through the deadly crisis, Meng Hao struggled into a sitting position. His face was pale, and he was panting as he looked behind him at the path he had walked. As of this moment, he fully understood how the transcendence path worked. The pressure was not something that remained constant, instead it would increase explosively. Obviously, the farther one traveled along the path, the more terrifying the pressure got. Furthermore, there was no warning, it would happen in an instant. Life and death were separated by a single step. As Meng Hao's life force was restored, Yennefer was there in his secluded meditation facilities in the 9th sect of the vast expanse school, staring at his soul fire. When the flame began to burn brightly once again, she wiped her tears away and made a decision. Master, I'm going to get strong as quickly as possible. Then, I'll walk the transcendence path with you. Having made her decision, she took a deep breath and left the secluded meditation facilities. From that day on, she didn't remain holed up on the mountain. She left and began to challenge the vast expanse shrine. Although the tolling bells offered no benefit to her, the other good fortune within the vast expanse shrine was still helpful. That was her choice. First challenge the vast expanse shrine, then walk the transcendence path. Another 3 years passed. Meng Hao had now been on the transcendence path for 6 years. So far, he still hadn't caught sight of anyone else. It was as if he were the only living being in all heaven and earth. As he proceeded onward under the incredible pressure, he gradually got used to it. Eventually, he reached the point where he could jog just like he had before. However, he had the feeling that an explosive increase in pressure was coming. As the feeling grew stronger, he pressed onward with increased caution. A few months later, he finally saw someone up ahead. It was a person wearing similar clothes to himself, who proceeded forward with great difficulty, his hair completely disheveled. However, he emanated the aura of the Tao realm. This was the first fellow disciple he had seen so far on the transcendence path. However, before Meng Hao could even call out a greeting, the man up ahead took a step forward, then shuddered and immediately fell to the ground. Then, even as Meng Hao watched, he transformed into a blood mist. It only took a moment for that blood mist to be crushed down into the ground and completely dispersed. Moments later, there was no trace of blood left, nor any other indication that the man had existed. It was almost as if what Meng Hao had seen before was just an illusion. Meng Hao stopped in place to think, his heart pounding. If he hadn't witnessed the man's death, things might have been a bit easier. Ever since 3 years before, when the explosive increase in pressure had happened without any warning, he had always thought it might be better to know beforehand so he could prepare himself. But now he wasn't so sure. Now that he knew where the border existed, he would be able to prepare ahead of time. And yet, that also opened the door for doubt and fear. Moments ago, he had seen a Dao Realm expert crushed into a blood mist, and that left him more than a little reluctant. After a long moment passed, his eyes flickered brightly, and he took a deep breath. Rotating his cultivation base, he began to walk forward, filled with determination. Eventually, he reached the border. If he took another step, he would be in exactly the same spot where the Dao Realm expert had been destroyed. He lifted his foot up, and without any trembling or hesitation, he stepped forward. Rumbling echoed out as incredible pressure exploded down onto him. Pressure that was 20 times as powerful as the pressure he had faced upon entering the Transcendence path. A boom could be heard as Meng Hao's body began to explode. Blood spattered everywhere, and the cracking of bones echoed out. The pain was so intense that anyone would scream in response, and yet Meng Hao gritted his teeth and held his breath. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as he rotated his cultivation base and sent out divine scents. Simultaneously, all of his soul lamps exploded with power. Just when he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, when his body would fully collapse, one of his final 5 soul lamps winked out. The extinguishing of the soul lamp flooded him with life force, like rainfall onto a parched desert. He immediately began to recover, although it still took effort just to stand in place. He closed his eyes for a long time before finally continuing to plod along like a mortal. 4 lamps left, he murmured hoarsely, gritting his teeth as he walked along. Extinguishing 1 soul lamp in 3 years was a bit slow, but was a speed Meng Hao could accept. After all, on the outside, it would have taken hundreds of years to extinguish his remaining soul lamps. However, the deadly pressure in this place could stimulate the potential of one's life force. Either you succeeded or you died. 3 years later, Meng Hao had been on the Transcendence path for 9 years, and was facing pressure beyond imagination. He had originally assumed that the pressure in the next region beyond the 20-fold increase would be that of a 30-fold increase. It was only upon stepping into that area that he found, not a 30-fold increase, but 50-fold increase. The explosive level of the pressure completely destroyed half of his body. Blood sprayed in all directions, and it was only by the extinguishing of his 4th soul lamp that he managed to survive. After some further rest and recovery, he proceeded on. 3 more lamps, he thought. His hair was a mess, and his face was ashen, but he clenched his jaw and proceeded along. It was in his 12th year on the Transcendence path that he finally caught sight of someone up ahead. Not just one person, but 4. They were seated cross-legged several hundred meters up ahead doing breathing exercises. Their cultivation bases made them all 3 essences Dao Lords very close to the 4 essences level. As Meng Hao neared, their eyes opened and they couldn't hold back from being shocked. Ancient realm. The 3rd tribulation can't be passed by anyone below the Dao Lord level. How did he get here? From ancient times until now, ancient realm cultivators haven't been prohibited from traveling this path. However, most of them stop before the 3rd tribulation. Could this be a new chosen from the sect? These 4 Dao Lords had been away from the sect for an entire 60-year cycle, and were thus unaware of the legendary Feng Mu. Their eyes began to shine brightly as Meng Hao walked up to them. As he neared, one of them called out in a hoarse voice, "What sect are you from, disciple?" "The 9th sect," Meng Hao said, looking over at the 4 Dao Lords. None of them said even a single word in response. After hearing that Meng Hao was also from the Vast Expanse school, their interest waned. Sometimes plotting, scheming, and even open fighting went on between the various factions of the Vast Expanse school. However, most people weren't willing to bring those conflicts with them into a trial by fire. One could very well end up hurting oneself in so doing. The four Tao lords ignored Meng Hao and he ignored them. He continued walking until he was at the same point along the line as them. There he stopped and looked at the area up ahead. Obviously, these four men were sitting in this spot for a reason, and Meng Hao was well aware of exactly why. So, not even Tao lords dare to step past this point? He thought. Moments ago, the Tao lords had mentioned a third tribulation. Obviously, the different areas he had entered every 3 years were the tribulations these people were referring to. The first tribulation was 10-fold, the second tribulation was 20-fold, and the third tribulation was 50-fold. Could it be that this fourth tribulation is 100-fold? Even as Meng Hao stood there pondering this situation, the Tao Lord who had asked him about his identity earlier opened his eyes. The fourth tribulation increases the pressure by 100-fold, he said. You need to be careful, kid. I don't know how you got here, but if you step in there without having a 4 essences cultivation base, you'll almost certainly be killed. Meng Hao turned and clasped hands in thanks to the Tao Lord. Then he turned back, took a deep breath, and to the shock of the 4 Tao Lords, took a step forward. Are you looking to die? That was what all 4 of the shocked Tao Lords were thinking as Meng Hao started to walk. Rumbling sounds simultaneously echoed out. Almost instantly his legs were shredded to pieces. Half of his body was destroyed. His arms burst into a mist of blood, and in the blink of an eye, the rest of his body was shredded to pieces by the 100-fold pressure. Only his head remained within the blood mist, as well as 108 soul lamps. 3 of those lamps were lit, and the rest were extinguished. Meng Hao only had his head left, but he roared nonetheless, and blue veins popped out on his skin. Then, his soul lamps began to vibrate, and then one of the remaining 3 suddenly went dark. After the lamp was extinguished, the blood mist which had exploded out began to form back together into a body. Although it was covered with wounds, Meng Hao managed to take a breath, then cough up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. The 100-fold pressure continued to crush down onto him as he struggled up into a cross-legged position. Then he closed his eyes, rotating his cultivation base and circulating the life force which had come from extinguishing the soul lamp as he fought back against the pressure. Impossible! The 4 Tao Lords on the other side all stood up, faces covered with expressions of disbelief. All of them were panting, and their eyes were as wide as saucers. He's actually holding up. Only 4 essences cultivators can enter the 4th tribulation. Not even we can step in there. I remember 3 years ago when Tao Lord Flamefire from the 7th sect walked in and was killed instantly. Their minds were reeling as they stared at Meng Hao. A moment later, one of them suddenly whispered, "Just now, was I just seeing things, or did he have 108 soul lamps?" The other 3 gasped. Moments ago, they had been so preoccupied with the fact that Meng Hao actually took a step forward that they hadn't paid much attention to his soul lamps. Now that they thought back, they couldn't help but exchange astonished glances. When did someone inhuman like this appear in the sect? I noticed that he only had 2 lit soul lamps. If he actually extinguishes those final 2, then how powerful will he be? With each moment that went by, the men were more and more shaken. A few days later, the group of 4 looked on with mixed emotions as Meng Hao opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, and then oh so slowly rose to his feet. It was difficult to do, but after he finished the movement, he gritted his teeth and began to walk forward, completely ignoring the 4 Tao Lords. As he proceeded along, he got farther and farther away, until he disappeared from view. The Tao Lords could do nothing but sit there in silence, completely shaken by the fact that Meng Hao was walking through the tribulation that they themselves could not even enter. Only 2 soul lamps left, Meng Hao thought. The final 2. His vision was swimming, and his breath came in ragged pants as he proceeded along with great difficulty. After those 2 soul lamps, I can step into the Tao realm. In that moment, I will be able to form my essence, and use its power to begin completing the 9th hex. That is when I will see if my speculations are correct. After forming the outline of the first sealing mark of the 9th hex all those years ago on the vast expanse shrine, he had begun to speculate about a certain matter. He had the feeling that this clone of his would actually only be able to complete 1 sealing mark in his single lifetime. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to complete even 2, let alone 9. The seal the heavens hex was simply far too powerful and majestic. It was a hexing magic that, realistically speaking, shouldn't even be able to exist in the starry sky of the vast expanse. He took a deep breath as he trudged forward. Another 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, he still hadn't reached the fifth tribulation, the reason being that he was moving much more slowly than before, and also had to rest frequently. It wasn't until 5 years later that Meng Hao reached the point where he could start jogging. Only then did he eventually catch sight of the border of the fifth tribulation. There he saw cultivators. There were 2 of them, seated cross-legged at almost the same position along the path. Astonishingly, both were 4 essences cultivators, and one of them, a middle-aged man in a black robe, was at the peak of 4 essences, just around the corner from 5 essences. The 2 men took note of Meng Hao's arrival, and one of them even looked at him with a hostile glare. "Someone's finally here," said the middle-aged man. "Ancient realm." "Wow, an ancient realm cultivator who can pass through the fourth tribulation. Perfect for our plan." Obviously, any ancient realm cultivator who could make it here would obviously be a very important person in the sect, and most likely a future paragon. Because of that, he hesitated for a moment. In that moment of hesitation, Meng Hao had already jogged up and was approaching the border itself. The middle-aged man and the other 4 essences Dao realm experts exchanged a glance, and when they saw the decisiveness in each other's eyes, they gritted their teeth and cast all doubts aside. They looked over coldly at Meng Hao, who was now only about 1 step away from entering the fifth tribulation. The middle-aged man with the hostile expression didn't seem very anxious, nor did he seem to notice that Meng Hao apparently had the courage to immediately step into the next region. Only people with incredible power would be able to forego resting and measuring up the next area. "Kid, why don't we make a deal?" the middle-aged man said, his voice cold. "Don't worry," said the other Dao realm expert. "The 2 of us don't wish you any harm. In fact, we want to offer you something incredibly helpful." Neither of them were paying much attention to where Meng Hao was standing. Both of them were of the opinion that virtually no one would ever do anything except rest here before taking another step. However, even as the words left their mouths, Meng Hao completely ignored them and stepped forward, his eyes glittering. "Wait, are you trying to kill yourself?" The 2 Dao realm experts were completely shocked and rose to their feet anxiously. As for Meng Hao, a violent tremor ran through him. The pressure that was crushing down on him had rocketed directly to 150 times the original pressure. His body instantly collapsed and not even his head remained intact. He transformed into a mist of blood, provoking grim expressions from the 2 Dao realm experts. They had been waiting a long time for someone to come along and fall into their scheme. How could they ever have guessed that the person to show up would be a complete idiot? What a moron that kid is. He deserved to die a worse death than he did for stepping in there like that. Who cares if he dies or not? He screwed things up for us now. Damn it. However, their curses were suddenly cut short, and their jaws dropped in shock. The blood mist that was Meng Hao was acting differently than similar situations they had seen in the past. Instead of dispersing, it began to form back together. It only took a moment for it to once again turn into the vague shape of a person. When they looked closer, they were shocked to find that 108 soul lamps could be seen within that figure. 2 of those soul lamps were lit, with the rest being extinguished. It was at this point that one of those 2 soul lamps suddenly winked out. As a result, the life force remaining in the blood mist caused it to begin to form together, even as the intense pressure weighed down. Apparently, some incredible power was forcing the blood mist back into the shape of a body. However, the intense pressure seemed to be interfering, as if the power of one extinguished soul lamp wasn't enough to complete the task. But then, the final soul lamp flickered, and then, to the disbelief of the 2 Dao realm experts, suddenly turned dark. In that moment, everything went completely silent. Then, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering blast of energy shot out from the blood mist, sending the 2 Dao realm experts staggering backward in shock. The Peak 4 Essences cultivators outside of the fifth tribulation couldn't help but be astonished by the intense energy buffeting them. Everything shook violently as though some invisible force were battering the lands. At the same time, the blood mist continued to converge into a body. The face wasn't distinguishable, only the fact that it was a body. Furthermore, There were 108 soul lamps within that body, each of which resembled a divine being sitting there cross-legged in meditation. The shape they formed burst with the aura of an immortal, as if a true and authentic immortal were now coming into the world. The pressure in the area instantly attacked the immortal aura, forcibly blasting it away, causing cracking sounds to emanate out and tiny rifts to snake out in the air, as though the air were about to be destroyed. The two peak 4 essences cultivators edged away. They could scarcely believe what was happening as the aura destabilized their minds and crushed down on their cultivation bases. They almost couldn't even breathe. Next, another astonishing, terrifying aura surged out from within Meng Hao. This time, it wasn't from the 108 soul lamps. Instead, there were 9 sealing marks which shone as radiantly as the sun as they swirled around, emanating a pressure that could shake heaven and earth. The pressure caused blood to spray out of the mouths of the 4 essences Tao realm experts. They were sent tumbling backward as if by a powerful attack, and even as they screamed, their fleshly bodies were shredded to pieces. Their bedraggled souls emerged, shrieking. They retreated by several thousand meters, shaking with unprecedented terror. What? What are those sealing marks? One single look was enough to destroy our bodies. They wanted to flee, but the intense pressure crushing down on them made it impossible for them to retreat. From the look of things, they were about to be completely destroyed. It was at this point that the 9 sealing marks within Meng Hao began to emanate streams of light that connected to the 108 soul lamps. The radiant light seemed to burst with an immortal aura, making them immortal threads that connected through all of the soul lamps, forming a circle, forming an immortal root, a spirit like an immortal, and a foundation that reached as deep as the root of a tree. This was an immortal root. He's definitely not in the ancient realm. That aura, it's terrifying. It's like a paragon. That's an immortal root. The 4 essences Tao realm experts were shaking violently and their souls seemed to be fading away. The immortal root was something legendary within the vast expanse school. Supposedly, all cultivators had immortal threads inside of their bodies, and when their cultivation base reached the pinnacle, or if their bloodline was powerful enough, those immortal threads would form together into an immortal root. Only by possessing an immortal root could someone truly be considered an immortal. When Meng Hao extinguished the last of his soul lamps and entered the Tao realm, an immortal root appeared. Because of that immortal root, something very strange happened. His 108th soul lamp became the immortal root, which in turn created something like a huge tree. It had 9 branches, which were connected to the 9 sealing marks inside of him. They were like immortal fruits growing on that tree. Among those 9 branches, the first began to shine with dazzling, multicolored light and pulsed with colorful bursts of something that looked like lightning. As for the other 8 branches, they were dark as though they lacked any life force whatsoever. As the first branch of the immortal root pulsed with light, the first sealing mark began to shine, until it was blindingly bright. As of this moment, the first sealing mark was complete. A tremor ran through Meng Hao. A heaven-sealing aura pulsed out from within him, causing everything to shake, and a huge wind to kick up. At the same time, the aura of the Tao realm exploded out. Then his eyes opened, stepping into the Tao via nirvana fruit. Meng Hao's clone was actually formed from a nirvana fruit, not for the purpose of living a new life, but to utilize that bloodline power to be able to step into the Tao realm more quickly than normal. His eyes shone with light so radiant that a single glance from him seemed capable of completely absorbing the souls of the 2-4 essences Tao realm experts. Normally speaking, Tao realm tribulation should have descended. However, there was something special about the transcendence path that made it impossible for the tribulation to find him. It couldn't even sense the Tao realm aura on him, let alone come to him. Meng Hao sat there silently. The sudden transformations which had occurred because of the extinguishing of his final soul lamp were surprising, and yet actually served to confirm his previous speculation. In this life, I can't complete the 9th hex. I can only complete one of the necessary sealing marks. Meng Hao looked into the colorful light cast by the first branch of the immortal root, and saw multicolored sparks flickering about. He poured his consciousness into them, and as he did, his life flashed before his eyes. He saw himself floating down the river, and then saw the scholar carrying him away. He saw the old man playing with him, and then saw his 7th-year tribulation. After that, he awoke and joined the 9th sect. He rose from mortal to immortal, took Yenner as his apprentice, and then stepped onto the transcendence path. Those were the things he saw. They were the complete memories of a lifetime from beginning to end. So, that's how it is, he murmured. The path I've picked is correct. The 9th hex is far too shocking, and shouldn't even exist. Therefore, in my clone's single life, I can only form one part out of 9. Well, that's fine. As long as I'm on the right track, everything will be worth it. He sensed the 108 soul lamps which formed the immortal root, something that his true self had never experienced in all of his cultivation. That immortal root was feeding and nourishing the sealing marks of the 9th hex. After a moment, his eyes shone with understanding. The immortal root is the focus of the complete 9th hex. With that immortal root, the 9 sealing marks can be completed. As for this body, it has walked to the end of its path. If I want to form the 2nd sealing mark, I'll have to do it another way. Even if my clone ended up becoming a paragon, I would end up being stuck with only this 1st branch. What I need now is that 2nd branch. Each branch requires simply the memories of a lifetime. In that case, it seems this clone of mine truly must become independent. To my true self, this clone is my 4th life. But now that this immortal root has appeared, this clone has experienced a 1st life. 9 branches, 9 lives. When the memories of all those lives are combined and come back from reincarnation, that is when the 9th hex, the seal the heavens hex, can be completed. The more he reached enlightenment regarding the matter, the more he realized that the immortal root and the 9 branches truly confirmed his speculations from before. Reincarnation. I need to live 9 different lives and save the memories of those lives regardless of what they are. The best thing to do is seal the memories away. In the end, after the 9th life concludes, I'll reawaken. After a bit of hesitation, he sat there quietly and finally sighed. In some ways, he didn't wish to part with his current life. He turned his head, and although he wasn't really sure of what direction he was facing, he had the feeling that he was looking at planet vast expanse. That was where the 9th sect was, and that was where his apprentice Yenner was. What he worried about most in this particular life was Yenner. Seal my memories, sever my thoughts, enter reincarnation. He sighed, waving his sleeve. The blood mist was gone, and he stood just inside the 5th tribulation, eyes shining with increasing determination. Enough hesitation, he thought. He pushed his hand out in front of him, causing the air to shatter and a vortex to appear. Apparently, this rumbling vortex was the doorway into reincarnation. As it opened, Meng Hao stretched his hand out toward the souls of the 2-4 Essences Dao realm experts who had been plotting against him. Before they could plead for mercy, he crushed them. Rumbling sounds echoed out as their souls transformed into motes of light, something like fuel for the vortex. The aura of reincarnation grew stronger. Yenner, he said softly, our relationship of master and apprentice in this life is now over. He closed his eyes, seemingly recalling past memories. After a long moment passed, he opened them again, and they were bright and clear. Then he sat down cross-legged as he chose to pass away in meditation. His body gradually began to shine, but at the same time it withered up. In the end, when he was nothing more than a shriveled corpse, his forehead opened up and a soul appeared, shining with immortal light. Within that soul was an immortal root and 9 sealing marks. That was everything which Meng Hao's clone had cultivated in his life. The eyes of the soul were bright, like that of an innocent infant. That was because all of the memories of the life he had just lived were severed and sealed away deep inside. The soul of Meng Hao's clone stepped into the reincarnation vortex and vanished. He was leaving to begin the clone's 2nd life. Everything grew silent. Meng Hao's body remained there, seated cross-legged, motionless. Meanwhile, back in the 9th sect of the vast expanse school, Yenner was in the middle of meditating when suddenly she shivered. Her eyes opened. It felt as if a cord connecting her to something had just been broken. Trembling, she rushed over to her master's secluded meditation facilities. When she pushed the door open and looked over to where her master's soul fire was, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. She stood there quietly, tears running down her face that seemed as if they would never stop. After a very long moment passed, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. From the look in her eyes, it was as if her entire world had collapsed. Master! Meng Hao's soul fire, which had rested there for so long, had been extinguished. Time passed. It was the beginning of spring, and on planet Vast Expanse's 8th continent, the lands were just beginning to recover from winter. In one particular town, a spring thunderstorm brought a bit of snow with the rain, and a child was born, a boy. 10 years sped by in a flash, and child was now a young man. Because he was intelligent and came from a good family, he ended up walking the path of a scholar. He took the imperial examinations, and a few years later left home to work for the current dynasty of the Mortal Empire which ruled the 8th continent. He rose through the ranks quickly, eventually earning a spot in the imperial court. He soon became infatuated with palace intrigue, something at which he excelled. Eventually he earned a status as high as the sun at noon. The emperor even appointed him as the designated foster father for his children. His name was Feng Hao. Nobody in the capital city of that mortal world was unaware of the name. Of course, cultivators would never pay attention to a single mortal. However, in the current dynasty he was the ultimate power. Feng Hao, the most powerful person in the empire next to the emperor himself, was somewhat of an eccentric. He never married, and never sired any offspring. At the age of 80, he was no longer part of the court, but the people loyal to him, and thus his power held sway over the entire government. A word from him was just as powerful as an imperial edict. One winter, the snow started to fall, and screams rose up in the capital city. Soldiers were fighting in the streets, filling the city with icy bleakness that seemed colder than the winter itself. In one corner of the city was a beautiful plum garden, currently blanketed in snow. There, an old man sat in a wheelchair, being pushed through the garden by a servant. The old man wore a thick, warm coat, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He had an aura of death to him, and his eyes were nothing more than narrow slits. At the moment, he looked just like any other old person might look. "Lai Fu, come here," the old man said softly. Instantly, the middle-aged servant hurried around in front of the old man and bowed, a respectful expression on his face, eyes shining with reverence. The old man's voice was hoarse as he continued. "I remember Mother saying that I was born during the last snowfall in winter. Now that I'm old, I keep thinking back to old times. I've been dreaming a lot lately, dreaming of a different world. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to actually seeing that world. How interesting." The old man looked around at the plum garden, then looked up into the sky at the falling snowflakes. His servant did nothing but listen respectfully. "Tell the third son that I demand his head on a platter. I've never liked him. It's time to end this war of succession. The 8th son is a good kid. Pick him." From the calm way the old man spoke, it sounded as if he were speaking about some trivial matters, not a rebellious war of succession which affected the entire empire. But that was just how this old man was. His eyes opened wide, and although they were somewhat clouded, there was a power shining therein that was beyond the ordinary. Now, he was no longer just an old man. He was a supreme being who had the power to determine life or death in the empire. This was Feng Hao, who was also the second life of Meng Hao's clone. The servant voiced his consent, and a few days later, a head was delivered to the old man. The rebellion over succession was ended by a single word. Suddenly, the winter didn't seem as cold as it had been. A few months later, the last snowstorm of winter hit. The old man sat there watching the snow fall and slowly closed his eyes. When he breathed his last breath, his forehead opened up and a soul flew out. It had 9 sealing marks and an immortal root. 2 of the branches of that immortal root shone with brilliant light, and the second sealing mark gradually lit up. The second life for Meng Hao's clone had ended. The entire country went into mourning. His funeral hall was packed inside and out. All of the officials were present, and common people from near and far came as well. A proclamation was made that, throughout the entire empire, people were only permitted to wear black or white. The old man had no idea any of that was happening. His memories were buried and sealed. When he awoke, he was on the 7th continent, born into a family of hunters. It was winter. When he came into the world, a hearty and excited voice rang out, "The son of Tiger sure will definitely be the best hunter in the land." His third life had begun. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's true self was far, far away from planet Vast Expanse, speeding through the starry sky. Vicious-looking black armor covered over half his body, even his left arm. "I found the sixth mirror shard," he thought. He looked exhausted and a bit pale in the face. He had already been away from planet Vast Expanse for more than 100 years. During that time, he had faced many dangers, and had already visited hundreds of worlds that were inhabited by living beings. He was shocked by how difficult it was to acquire the copper mirror shards. Each one was a precious treasure which was guarded carefully by whoever had come to possess it. Because of the vast stretches of time involved, the mirror shards had passed through many hands, and had all ended up among Peak 9 Essence's beings. Of course, all such beings were the type who had existed in that stage for countless years. Furthermore, the majority of those beings were not cultivators, but rather other strange entities that existed within the vast expanse. Meng Hao had tracked down the fifth mirror shard in a world that had been formed into the shape of a mirror. In that world, he found what turned out to be an undying enemy. They fought back and forth for decades upon decades, and Meng Hao killed that enemy so many times it was impossible to count. Eventually, he found the weakness of the world, and only by threatening to destroy it could he convince the enemy to hand over the mirror shard. The sixth mirror shard was even more difficult. The difficulty there lay not in a powerful opponent, but rather the fact that the mirror shard lay in a sludge so large that every particle which made it up was a separate dimension. As for where exactly the mirror shard was in all that, the only way Meng Hao could find out was to search through the dimensions one by one. That search took him nearly 100 years. In addition to the actual mirror shards, there were other benefits to his adventures. Meng Hao's experiences left him with a much deeper understanding of the starry sky of the vast expanse. As the decades passed, his cultivation base climbed higher and higher, especially after the battles with the powerful enemies he was facing. Furthermore, he was gaining enlightenment of all of his 8 essences. He wasn't even sure exactly where his battle prowess was at this point. However, he did know that with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't even need to use the copper mirror shards to fight the sect leader and the others. He would be able to fight them on his own power, even if the sect leader, Sha Jiudong, and Bai Wuqian joined forces. In the starry sky of the vast expanse, the only people who could fight Meng Hao would be those eccentric 9 essences experts who had lived for countless years, and who were just under the level of transcendence. Every time he defeated a powerful expert, he would extend an offer to join him. He was always refused and would never press the matter, but would simply leave a slight smile on his face. However, he always took note of the locations occupied by those experts. Once he finished forming his 9th hex, he would return whether he had transcended or not. Then, whether they wanted to or not, he would enlist them to help take back his home. As Meng Hao sped along, he could sense that his clone was entering his third life. Because the clone's memories were all sealed, it made his connection to Meng Hao grow weaker. However, the basic resonance was still there. Although he couldn't control his clone's body after it had been reincarnated, he could see what was happening. He had the feeling that if he attempted to forcibly interfere, a disharmony would occur, which would cause even more problems in finishing the 9th hex. The second life is over, and the second sealing mark is finished. It seems it will take quite a few years for my clone to complete the work with the 9th hex. When he finishes, I'll be able to return to the mountain and sea realm. His expression was one of intense anticipation. He took a deep breath and began to speed in the direction of the 7th copper mirror shard. It was around that same time that, back on planet Vast Expanse, the sect leader and the others were once again organizing an expedition into the necropolis. Furthermore, another chosen had appeared within the Vast Expanse school, someone whose fame rivaled even Feng Mu. It was Yenner. Bells rang as one heaven after another was summoned. When she summoned the 9th heaven, the entire Vast Expanse school was shaken. And she didn't stop at one Vast Expanse shrine. She followed the same path as her master, challenging the Vast Expanse shrines of all of the 9 sects, leaving her name there in the rankings. She took second place in all of them, and rocked planet Vast Expanse with the 9th heaven. Countless people were shocked. and couldn't help but draw comparisons between her and Feng Mu. The commotion her actions caused shook the vast expanse school without cease. Currently, she stood there upon the ninth heaven in the ninth sect, looking up into the heavens. Within her eyes could be seen reminiscence, contemplation, and determination. Just as she had sworn nearly 100 years before, she would walk the transcendence path. After seeing that her master's soul fire had been extinguished, she had sworn an oath which became the focus of her entire life. Throughout the years, a few people had come back from the transcendence path with stories about how Feng Mu had passed away into meditation. Supposedly, his corpse still rested on the path. Strangely though, it was impossible to actually touch the corpse. Such stories were told by more than one person, so they had to be true. However, Yenner couldn't believe that her master would simply perish on the transcendence path, so she would follow the same road as him. She would go see for herself what exactly had occurred. A few days later, Yenner, the second most astonishing chosen to appear in the vast expanse school, extinguished the last of her soul lamps and stepped into the Tao realm. She experienced a shocking Tao realm tribulation that was witnessed by many. When it was all over, she went to the ninth sect's paragon, just like her master had, and said the same words. "I wish to tread the transcendence path. Paragon, please open the portal." As her words echoed out through the air of the ninth sect, countless disciples looked on wordlessly. Mixed emotions could be seen on their faces. During the past 100 years or so after Feng Mu had passed away, she had gone from being battered and broken to being powerful. She was no longer the little girl she had once been. To these people, she had long since become their eldest sister. In response to her request, an ancient voice echoed out, "Why are you doing this too?" She clasped hands and bowed, voice ringing with determination as she said, "It doesn't matter, Paragon. I've made up my mind." After a long moment, the ninth sect's Paragon responded with a sigh. "Back then, I should never have let Feng Mu open the portal to the transcendence path. This time, I shall not permit such a thing to happen again." The death of Feng Mu had been a devastating blow to the ninth sect. In contrast, the chosen from the other 8 sects had breathed sighs of relief. They no longer felt as if a huge weight were hanging over their heads. But then, not 100 years later, Yenner accomplished the same feat as her master, and placed that weight right back where it had been. When Yenner heard the response of the ninth sect's paragon, she closed her eyes, then prostrated herself on the ground. There she remained, unmoving. Apparently, if she was refused entrance, she would remain in place right there. She was completely focused. This was her mission in life, and she was not making a request. What she was doing far exceeded a request. She wanted to seek her master to confirm whether or not he had truly perished. That was her obsession, and it would never, ever be wiped away. 1 month. 6 months. A year. 3 years. Spring. Summer. Autumn. Countless days and nights passed, and Yenner remained prostrated there the entire time. No matter who came to try to convince her to give up, she remained rooted in place. She was focused and she was determined. People were shaken, and couldn't help but think of that other, even more stunning figure from the past. This master and apprentice were truly alike in many ways. 5 years later, rumbling filled the sky as a huge rift opened, and a staircase descended from up above. "Thank you, Paragon," she said. Her face was a bit wan, but she took a deep breath and prepared to begin walking up the stairs. But then a gentle force poured into her body, wiping away her exhaustion and filling her with more energy than before. "Make it back, alive," said the ninth sect's paragon, his voice soft. After the 5 years which had passed, even he understood the level of Yenner's focus, and was left sighing. He wasn't capable of hindering Feng Mu's only apprentice. Rather than just watch her prostrate herself in such a manner and wait for her life force to wither away, he had instead given in and let her go. As the paragon's sigh echoed out, Yenner clasped hands and bowed, then looked up at the rift, her eyes shining with determination and reminiscence. "Master, Yenner is going to come find you," she said. With that, she burst into motion, flying up the stairs and disappearing into the rift. The year that Yenner left, the rest of the chosen in the vast expanse school didn't feel as if a weight had been lifted, but instead, that it had sunk down further. Master and apprentice had both stepped onto the transcendence path, whereas the Chosen were still fighting over the vast expanse shrine. It struck them as being similar to the difference between mud and the clouds. Yennefer slowly made her way along the Transcendence path. She wanted to go quickly, but was not able to. As for Meng Hao, he had been able to pass through the first tribulation in 3 years. But Yennefer couldn't match that speed. She needed much more time, and yet, her determination never lessened. In fact, it increased. "Master, I'm definitely going to find your remains," she murmured. The intense pressure weighing down on her made progress difficult. Yet she trudged on. She was followed by the Mastiff, who quietly walked next to her the entire time. Time passed in a blur. 15 years went by. The boy who had been born more a dozen or so years earlier in the mountainous forests of the 7th continent was now a young man. He had become one of the most outstanding hunters in the village, and although he wasn't very tall, he was exceptionally agile. At the moment, he was dashing through the trees, a hunting bow in his hand. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he suddenly stopped in place, then knocked an arrow to his bow with lightning speed. A thrum could be heard, and the arrow sped through the air to plunge into the head of a black bear, roughly 30 meters away. It pierced in by about 4 inches, enraging the bear but not killing it. The bear roared and began to charge through the trees toward the young man. The young man calmly fell back, loosing more arrows into the bear. Blood flowed, causing the animal's fury to mount as it raced forward. Then, the young man suddenly stopped in place and looked coolly at the beast. Seeing that the young man had stopped moving, the bear picked up speed. Just when it was almost upon him, the ground suddenly caved in and a huge hole appeared. The bear fell in to be impaled upon the countless wooden spikes which had been driven into the ground at the bottom of the pit. A howl echoed out as the bear died. The young man took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. He carefully dropped down into the pit, extracted the bear, and then headed back to the village, the carcass slung over his shoulders. By the time the boy arrived home with the bear, he was soaked with sweat. Sitting in the courtyard was a muscular, middle-aged man with a broad smile on his face. His right leg was bound tightly. A few days before, he had broken it on a hunting expedition. Thankfully, he was in good health and had visited the doctor immediately after the accident occurred. In the future, he would have some problems with the leg, but nothing too significant. Great! The Sher clan's little tiger cub can hunt bears now. The young man hurried over, smiling. About then, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman appeared. She looked dotingly upon the young man, tousling his hair for a moment before glaring at her husband. The man shrank back sheepishly from the woman. Then, trying to sound manly, chuckled and said, "Heh heh, he's no baby anymore. I think when I was his age I could hunt bears too. It's only natural that the son of Tiger who could do the same." The young man smiled. The warmth and love in the house was palpable. This young man was the third life of Meng Hao's clone, Little Tiger who. The warmth and love in the household persisted for 2 more years. But then one winter, his father went missing on a hunt, and the warmth faded away. That night, it was as if the boy's world collapsed. His mother refused to believe that his father, the best hunter in the area, someone who knew the local terrain like the back of his hand, would simply go missing. Therefore, she went out to search for him. Again and again, night after night. She never found him. A year later, his mother went blind from grief. 2 years later, she passed away. Before dying, she clasped Little Tiger whose hand in her own, and her vacant eyes seemed to stare off into the distance as she whispered, "Lit Tiger, your father couldn't have just gone missing." Little Tiger who wept that day just as he had wept the day his father went missing. From then on, he refused to live in the village and also refused to marry. He lived out in the mountains, where he searched relentlessly for his father. Time passed. 1 year, another, and another. He combed all of the local mountains, high and low. For 20 years he searched. One spring day, in a far corner of the mountains, he found a rusty knife. The instant he saw it, his eyes turned red, for he knew that it was his father's knife. It was the first clue he had ever found. He diligently began to search the area, and about 300 meters away from the knife, he unearthed a skeleton. After examining the skeleton, he noticed a place on the right thigh where it had been broken once. whereupon he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. This was his father who had gone missing all those years ago. His mother never believed that his father would have gone missing, and neither had little Tiger who. He had always believed that his father was too great a hunter. Even if he encountered some dangerous beast, he would have been able to come up with a way to escape with his life. Besides, the most dangerous animals in the mountains were bears. After examining his father's remains, he confirmed that there was no evidence that he had been attacked by a wild animal. Instead, what he found was a wound on his father's spine, the mark of an arrow. 20 years ago, he had been shot in the back. Little Tiger, who was an expert when it came to bows and arrows, so to him, the evidence was clear. He looked at his father's skeleton and smiled, a smile both bitter and vicious. Then, he carried his father's skeleton back to the village and buried it next to his mother. He erected a burial mound over the two of them, which he knelt in front of and murmured, "Dad, I'll get revenge for you, no matter what price I have to pay." A long time passed before he finally rose to his feet, and when he did, he seemed even colder than before. With that, he turned and left. More time passed. 10 years later, little Tiger, who was an old man. He had spent the last decade using every method and means at his disposal to investigate the truth about his father. In the end, he confirmed that the killer was from a clan in another hunting village in the mountains. The murderer who had killed his father was still alive. Little Tiger, who didn't bother to investigate the details of why the murder had occurred. All he knew was that when you killed someone, you had to pay the price with your own life. One snowy night, when everything was freezing and cold, he entered the house of the killer. When he emerged, he reeked of blood and was carrying a severed head. He had killed the old man, and when his children fought back, he killed them too. He had slaughtered the whole family. He ended up being fatally injured, but still managed to stagger back to his own village, severed head in hand. He threw the head down in front of his parents' grave, and then sagged to the ground. He began to drink alcohol, and talk softly to his parents in words that no one could hear. The snow fell harder. The seriousness of his injuries grew worse by the minute. He was like an oil lamp on the verge of sputtering out. As his consciousness faded, he suddenly seemed to catch sight of his parents. After a while, he closed his eyes and lay down on the burial mound, as if he were reuniting with his parents, and once again feeling the warmth and love that he had as a child. The snow covered his corpse, but it couldn't cover up the soul which flew out of his forehead. As the soul rose up into the sky, it looked back at the burial mound and sighed. Within the soul, it was possible to see that the third sealing mark was shining with radiant light. The soul clasped hands and bowed to the corpse, then turned and re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. His third life was over and the fourth life was beginning. It was in that moment that Yenner entered the second tribulation in the transcendence path. The tenfold pressure caused her to grit her teeth, but she continued on. Her cultivation base was now at the peak of the one essence level. The clone's fourth life also began in winter on the sixth continent in a sprawling mansion. In addition to the cultivators on planet Vast Expanse, there was also a warrior class. In some ways, warriors also existed on a higher level than mortals, although to cultivators they were little more than ants. In his fourth life, Meng Hao's clone was born as the young lord of the mansion. The mansion was located in the capital city of the mortal world of the sixth continent. For some years, it had been inhabited by a clan which had been founded by one of the most powerful warriors in the land. In fact, in the mortal world, he was known as an arch-warrior. The arch-warrior's surname was Qin. The day Meng Hao was born, a thunderstorm raged outside, and so he came to be known as Qin Lei. On the day the clone's fourth life began, Meng Hao's true self was speeding through the starry sky of the vast expanse, away from the location where the seventh copper mirror shard had been located. Behind him echoed an enraged roar. A dust storm exploded out, filling the starry sky, transforming into an enormous head. Its face appeared to be enraged, and yet was too frightened of Meng Hao to go chasing after him. Its roaring caused the starry sky to tremble. "The day I unseal myself, I'll come looking for you," raged the face. "I'll wipe out your entire bloodline. I'll eradicate everyone connected to your karma." Meng Hao's true self smiled and responded in a cold voice, "You won't have to come looking for me. I'll come back for you before that seal is unraveled." The difficulty in acquiring this mirror shard had exceeded that of all the previous ones. Despite his current level of power, he had experienced many dangerous situations before managing to get his hands on it and make an escape. He flew along, an excited expression on his face. He now had only one more mirror shard to collect before he could call out to the copper mirror. By this point, he was already able to get a general feeling for where the copper mirror was, although it was impossible to narrow down enough of a direction to search for it directly. Once I get that last mirror shard, I'll be able to call out to the copper mirror. His eyes shone with anticipation as he shot in the direction of the 8th mirror shard. Even considering the speed he was capable of, it took him 10 years to reach his destination. As he neared the location of the 8th shard, he frowned. There was no vortex here. Instead, he saw a flower. It was astonishingly large, about as big as half of planet vast expanse. Its roots seemed to meld into the void itself, and as for the flower, it was not in a state of bloom. It was still little more than a bud. However, the aura it emanated caused even Meng Hao to shiver in fear. He could clearly sense that the 8th copper mirror shard was located within that flower bud. However, no matter what divine abilities he unleashed, he couldn't even scratch the surface of the flower bud. From what he could sense, the flower was currently in a state of growth, and after some time passed, it would bloom naturally without any interference or assistance from him. I just have to wait until it blooms, he thought, frowning. After a moment passed, he tried out a few more divine abilities, but in the end, sighed in defeat. I guess it doesn't matter. My clone is still in his 4th life. He needs a bit more time. I guess I'll just wait here and watch the flower grow. His eyes flickered as he made some augury calculations. At the fastest, it will probably take 100 years, and at the slowest, a few hundred. However, once it blooms, I'll be able to enter. Then, the 8th mirror shard will be mine. With that, he flickered into motion, appearing on one of the flower's leaves, where he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate quietly. Time passed. Some years later, on the 6th continent of planet vast expanse, his clone's 4th life, Chunlei, was no longer an infant. He was now 10 years old and yet was already an important person in the clan mansion. He had a high status and was shockingly talented. He had advanced by leaps and bounds in his cultivation of the way of warriors, and already had developed inner chi. He had even come to be called the junior arch-warrior. Despite his talents, he wasn't very interested in training, and spent most of his time playing. His parents weren't happy about that, nor was his grandfather, the arch-warrior who had started this whole clan. However, they could do little more than sigh. In the final analysis, it could be said that Chunlei grew up quite pampered. In fact, when he finally reached the marrying age, he suddenly became obsessed with traveling. He took his servants all over the country, and by the time he lost interest in that, he was already 30 years old. His parents thought that he had finally reached the point of being ready to settle down, and were about to arrange a marriage. But then Chunlei suddenly fell in love with a girl. She was a very important person, being the daughter of the emperor. She was on an outing once when Chunlei ran into her, and he was instantly smitten. After that, he poured all of his energy into pursuing her. He lavished her with gifts to gain favor, and did virtually anything she asked him to do. It got to the point that the entire clan was dragged into the matter, and soon everyone began to suffer because of it. Chunlei's grandfather was gradually weakening in his old age, and his parents, despite being powerful warriors, were not arch-warriors. Because of Chunlei's pursuit of this beautiful girl, the entire clan entered a state of clear decline. At one point in his pursuit of the princess, she manipulated him into killing an important court official, which instigated a huge catastrophe. In order to save Chunlei's life, the clan had to part with all of its remaining wealth. In addition, his grandfather ended up serving the emperor and performing all sorts of dangerous tasks, which pushed him closer and closer to the grave. His grandfather had originally assumed that this would be a wake-up call for Chunlei. How could he ever have imagined that, despite waking up to reality, Chunlei would then become entranced with immortal cultivation? The clan was destitute, and Chunlei was almost 40 years old, and yet he still decided to head out to search for the path to immortality. He walked that path for an entire decade, and yet made little progress. 10 years later, he was half a century old. His hair was graying, and he was growing weaker physically. It was with listless eyes that he finally returned home, only to find an empty and abandoned mansion as well as numerous gravestones. Everyone was dead. The second year after he left, his grandfather had passed away. In the 8th year, his parents had been killed by a powerful enemy. All the other members of the clan were slaughtered, and it was only because of the kindness of the surviving servants that anyone had been buried at all. When Chun-Lei saw all of this, his mind went blank. It rained that day, and he ended up standing in the downpour, shivering. Grief filled him, and he began to weep, his tears mixing in with the rainwater as they fell to the ground. Dad! Mom! Grandpa! Now he truly awakened. He thought back to his life, and he suddenly wanted to laugh. He recalled the grand aspirations of his youth, how he had developed inner chi at such a young age, and how he had thought his entire life would be simple and easy. He had always thought that as long as he wanted to succeed in something hard enough, he would. He had loved the finer things in life. He had traveled the world. He had fallen in love with a beautiful princess and thrown away vast sums of wealth to try to win her heart. In the end, she used him to kill someone he should never have killed. Thus had disaster been wrought. He dragged his clan into ruin, and then ran off to practice cultivation. Now that he had returned, Chun-Lei felt completely useless, a sinner who had killed his entire family and clan. In his bitterness, he laughed until he coughed up blood and then collapsed onto the ground where he lay, pelted by the falling rain. The next day, the rain stopped. Chun-Lei woke up and looked even older than before. Although he was only 50, it was as if he had already had 1 foot in his coffin. From that day on, a new gravekeeper lived in the mansion, who would often contemplate his life and his past madness. Time passed. 10 years later, his back was hunched with age. He could tell that his life was nearing its end. That winter, it was extremely cold. One bright morning, snow began to fall, and he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. Off in the distance, a military procession could be seen. Soldiers rode horses in tight formation around a palanquin. As the procession neared, someone in the palanquin apparently said something to the soldiers, and they all stopped moving. A pretty young woman emerged, dressed in expensive clothing. Next to her was an old lady, who she supported with her arm as they walked toward the mansion. "Grandmother, why did we stop here?" the young woman asked, sounding a bit puzzled. "When I saw this place, I thought of an old friend," replied the old woman. She was an old-timer, but had aged well, and wore expensive clothing just like the young woman. Few wrinkles could be seen on her face, which radiated a healthy glow. The grandmother and granddaughter stopped outside of the barren mansion. The granddaughter was polite and didn't ask any further questions. As for the old woman, mixed emotions could be seen on her face, as though she was thinking about things that had happened once upon a time. There was even a bit of remorse in her eyes. After a long moment passed, the old woman sighed and was about to turn and leave when her granddaughter suddenly said, "Grandmother, someone's there." The young woman pointed as the front door of the mansion opened, and Chun-Lei appeared, stooped over like an old man. Almost immediately, soldiers rushed forward protectively. The old woman studied Chun-Lei's face, and a touch of uncertainty appeared in her expression. "You are?" she asked. Chun-Lei bowed his head and replied in a raspy voice, "One of the servants here. I watch over the graves." "Have you lived here for a long time?" the old woman asked. 10 years, he replied softly. The old woman didn't respond at first. When she did, she asked, "The young lord from this place, did he ever come back?" Chun-Lei opened his mouth as if to respond, then closed it and simply shook his head. The old woman stood there in silence for another long moment. Then she called for the soldiers to leave 2 pieces of silver to help pay for the maintenance of the graves. With that, she returned to the palanquin, and the procession began to move on. As it did, the old woman pulled open the palanquin curtain and looked back at Chun-Lei. This time, she could clearly see his profile, and suddenly, a tremor ran through her. Oh, so slowly, her eyes went blank, and she closed the curtain. The procession disappeared off into the distance. Chun-Lei ignored the 2 pieces of silver and looked up at the falling snow. How could he not have recognized that old woman? She was the very princess he had fallen in love with all those years ago. Murmuring to himself in a voice that only he could hear, He walked back into the mansion. The snow began to fall harder. Chun-Lei straightened up his clothing and walked into the rear courtyard, where the clan graveyard was located. He had long since dug a grave there for himself, which he slowly climbed down into. At the bottom was a coffin which he entered. After closing the lid, he took a final breath, and then closed his eyes. What a waste of a life, he thought. He never opened his eyes again. In his first life he was a chosen. In his second life, he reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. His third life ended soaked in blood. His fourth life was, for the most part, a waste. After dying in the fourth life, his soul flew out and the fourth of the 9 sealing marks glittered radiantly. The soul entered the cycle of reincarnation and the fifth life began. As that happened, Meng Hao's true self was sitting cross-legged on the leaf of the huge flower, waiting for the flower to bloom. On the transcendence path, Yenner was struggling forward with gritted teeth. She had passed the third tribulation and was proceeding toward the fourth. She repeated to herself over and over again that she had to keep going. Based on what she had heard from others who had come back from the transcendence path throughout the years, she knew that her master was in the fifth tribulation, and she was getting closer and closer to that very location. Master, Yenner is going to find you. The intense focus in her eyes grew stronger. Taking a deep breath, she walked on. The fifth life began amidst winter snowfall in a town on the fifth continent. The birth of the child brought no happiness to that family and was in fact met with silence. A moment or two later, the young father bitterly walked out of the house and placed the baby down onto the street. "It's not that Dad and Mom don't want you," he murmured. "It's just that you." The reason the baby was abandoned was because he was crippled. He was born with only a stump of a tongue, ensuring that he would never be able to speak. Furthermore, he had a birthmark on his face, making him frighteningly ugly. The baby's crying grew more and more hoarse as it echoed out into the freezing cold. Eventually, a middle-aged man appeared, wearing a raincoat and a wide, conical hat. When he heard the crying, he walked up to the baby. Looking down, he sighed, then picked the baby up into his arms and carried him home. The man lived in a small, cold house, within which swirled a permanent aura of death. Gradually, a frozen corpse became visible, which apparently the man had performed an autopsy on. This man was the town coroner. Abandoned, can't talk, and ugly as a stray dog. "I'll call you Little Mute." The man looked at the baby and smiled. After taking off his hat, it was revealed that he had a long scar running down his entire face, giving him a very vicious appearance. His smile was somewhat frightening, but his eyes were kind. Little Mute was raised on the gruel provided him by his father, the coroner. He grew slowly. Apparently the iciness of winter had seeped into his bones, and he was always weak and fearful of the cold. He never seemed to develop fully, and it always as if a strong enough gust of wind came along, he might be carried away with it. Because his father was a coroner, he had frequent contact with dead bodies. Any time someone in the area was killed, the corpse would be sent to the coroner for examination. Gradually, Little Mute learned the same skills as his father. "Remember this type of wound, Little Mute. Usually it indicates that the spleen was punctured. See, this one was obviously poisoned. Cut the chest open here, Little Mute, and check for tiny white insects. If you see any, make sure not to touch them. Look at this fellow, Little Mute. His head and torso have both been slashed open. What kind of power would do that? Not even warriors could inflict such precise wounds. These injuries were caused by an immortal. I wonder what he possibly could have done to offend an immortal." First, Little Mute was afraid. However, thanks to the constant instruction given him, he eventually became quite familiar with examining corpses. By the time he was a teenager, he didn't feel any fear at all, and would sometimes even go behind the coroner's back to do his own autopsies. The coroner grew older and weaker. Soon, he wasn't taking care of Little Mute, instead, Little Mute was taking care of him. More years passed, and eventually the coroner had trouble seeing and could no longer perform the duties of his trade. At his recommendation, Little Mute became the new town coroner. Little Mute was an adult but was still physically weak, as though he had never fully grown up. The birthmark on his face grew larger, making him unbearably ugly, and he was as mute as ever. Couple that with the fact that he had frequent contact with corpses, and he developed a somewhat sinister air which ensured that no girl would ever want to marry him. Little Mute didn't really care about that though. He would be like his father, and live single for all his days. He went about his coroner's work diligently. It was almost as if he were naturally gifted in those arts. 10 years went by in which he came to be known as the best coroner in the area, and was often called out to other towns for consultations. The old coroner continued to decline. He had no wife to accompany him, only Little Mute. He would often jabber garrulously, whereupon Little Mute would listen quietly and smile. Although he couldn't speak, he was able to make some signs with his hands, allowing him to communicate to some degree. Years passed, and Little Mute became so well known as a coroner that he came to be frequently summoned to the capital city. The old coroner eventually died. He passed away peacefully, and in no pain. Little Mute wept. After burying the old man and paying respects, Little Mute left the town and moved to the capital city. Year after year passed. Before long, Little Mute was 50 years of age, and was famous throughout the empire. A mere look at any corpse, and he could determine all the details about the cause of death. He could even perform such wonders with skeletons that had been dead for many years. His understanding of corpses eventually reached an indescribable level, and he came to be known as the empire's Grandmaster Coroner. However, coroners were still coroners, and would always be considered lowly. Despite reaching the pinnacle of his field, it was a position that commanded true respect only from others in that same field. And yet, Little Mute wasn't resentful or dissatisfied. He knew that he was nothing more than a mute, incapable of speech. In his later years, he returned to his hometown and began to write a book. He compiled all his knowledge about corpses, all of his experiences and judgments, into one prolific work. One year, winter came, and as he was looking out of the window at the snow, he thought about a story the old coroner had often told. He had described finding Little Mute in the street one year as a baby, in the middle of winter. Little Mute sat there quietly, thinking, and his eyes gradually turned blank. He didn't have much life left in him, and was still as afraid of the cold as he had always been. He suddenly felt as if his life had no warmth in it at all, as if he were like a corpse. He knew that he wouldn't be able to last for much longer. One night, he walked out of his house and, facing the gusts of snowy wind that blew against his face, returned to the spot where the coroner said he had found him. Looking down at the ground, he sighed softly, then laid down and looked up into the sky. He let the cold embrace him. He allowed the snow to fall onto his face. It didn't melt. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face, a smile that would never fade. He went as he had come. In his entire life, he never spoke a single word. His fifth life ended. It was a bit dull when compared to his fourth life. He had none of the glory he had experienced in his first life, none of the vast power of his second. There was no bloodshed like his third life. If anything, his fifth life had been one of mediocrity. The only thing he had possessed was peace and quiet, as well as mastery of his field of work. His soul rose up and seemed to merge into the wind and snow. At the same time, the fifth ceiling mark began to shine brightly. Yet again he was reincarnated, and his sixth life began. About that same time, Yennefer was trembling as she walked along the Transcendence path. The Mastiff had been with her for the hundreds of years she had been walking along, and by this point, she was reaching the end of the fourth tribulation. Her cultivation base had risen continuously along her journey, and her enlightenment had grown. She was now at the level of a Downlord. The fourth tribulation had been very difficult. One step after another, she proceeded along, drawing ever closer to the fifth tribulation. Eventually, she reached the border, and her eyes began to shine brightly. At long last, she was able to lay eyes on her master. There he was, a corpse sitting in meditation as he had sat for hundreds of years. He was covered in dust, but his facial features were clearly distinguishable. Everything about him caused Yennefer's heart to tremble. She quietly dropped to her knees and kowtowed. "Master," she said hoarsely, her cheeks wet with tears. Despite the hundreds of years which had passed, her memories of her master were as clear as ever. She would never forget, could never forget. This was her focus, her obsession. It was why she had climbed the vast expanse shrine and walked the transcendence path. The reason for everything was her master. She wanted to see for herself whether or not he had truly perished. As of this moment, she could look at his corpse, but could not approach it. If she took even a step into the fifth tribulation, she would be destroyed in all aspects. She could only stand there one step away from him, weeping. After a long moment, though, her eyes began to shine with a strange light. Wait a second. A tremor ran through her as she looked at Meng Hao's forehead. After a moment passed, she gritted her teeth and extended her right hand toward his face. To do that, she had to reach into the fifth tribulation. Pressure exploded onto her arm, which instantly began to transform into a blood mist. However, in the very moment before that happened, she managed to touch his forehead. Rumbling could be heard as Yenner coughed up a mouthful of blood. She staggered back, her right arm half destroyed. And yet, she didn't care about that. In that brief moment, she had discovered a secret which no other person would have noticed. Master's forehead opened up. This is the Tao of Reincarnation. That magic was something he passed on to me. His soul didn't naturally disperse. Other people might think that, but not me. I'm his apprentice, and from what I can sense, Master isn't dead. But if he didn't die, then why did his soul fire go out? Unless Yenner was not the young girl she had been so long ago. She was intelligent to begin with, and because of her understanding of Meng Hao, she had already guessed the truth. However, she didn't want to accept it. After a long moment, her eyes began to glow and she began to breathe heavily. The focus in her eyes grew more intense. Master, even if you were in the cycle of reincarnation, then I will journey among the masses to find you. With that, she rose to her feet. By means of medicinal pills, she regrew her right arm, then took a deep breath and gave Meng Hao's corpse a final, long look. Then, she and the mastiff turned and headed back toward the entrance of the Transcendence Path. Her destination: the 9 continents of planet Vast Expanse, where she would search for her master. She understood how the Tao of Reincarnation worked, and from the clues present, she was sure that her master was currently somewhere on planet Vast Expanse. During the last snowfall of winter on the 4th continent, the curtain opened on the 6th life of Meng Hao's clone. He was born into the prosperous Su clan, which owned lots of land and property in the region, and controlled numerous profitable businesses. Most of their income came from agricultural interests. They lived in one of the large cities in the empire of the mortal world, which was situated next to a trade canal. They were fabulously wealthy. A child born into a clan like that was destined to live a life free from adversity, and to always have everything he needed and wanted. Thankfully, in this life, Meng Hao's clone was not a silk pants like he was in his 4th life. He grew up into an intelligent young man who was quite prominent even as a youth. Soon, he began to assist his father in managing the family companies. As time passed and he grew older, he came to be in charge of all of the family's business interests. He ran things well, but at the same time began to develop a certain ferocity. It was a fierceness manifested, not toward his fellow clan members, but toward his business opponents. He excelled at hostile takeovers, and soon all of the other businesses in the entire city had been swallowed up by his clan. Of course, an accomplishment like that couldn't be made without a bit of killing. Soon, the hands of the clone's 6th life came to be stained with blood. Such methods were contrary to how his father preferred to do things, and in fact went against the entire clan. However, he didn't take such matters very seriously. He did things how he wanted to, and by the age of 30, the Su clan had come to be the richest in the area. Eventually, he came to realize that he should support the scholars and intellectuals among his clan, so he founded a college. As time passed, his support of the scholar class allowed him to influence the imperial court. Soon, his plotting extended his network to encompass even the warrior class in the empire. He married, but felt no attachment to his wife. It had been done as a form of business alliance, with the hope of sending the clan's influence soaring to an even higher level. And that was exactly what it did. By the time he was 40, the clan businesses were the most successful in all the lands. Over time, he expanded into many types of trade, and yet in the end, their foundation was always agriculture. Under his leadership, the clan moved to the imperial city, where they became the official imperial merchants. As the imperial merchants, it was impossible for anyone to compete with them in terms of profits. Of course, in addition to the material benefits, there were other advantages to their new status. By the age of 45, Su Luyun had reached the absolute pinnacle of his life. Numerous clan members had become officials within the current dynasty, and many of the scholars he had supported were now members of the government. His entire clan had soared to incredible heights. Most people would likely be content to just enjoy the fruits of such labor. At first, he felt a bit confused about what to do next. But then, he realized that a storm was brewing. That storm came in the form of a famine that had just taken grip on the land. That winter, Su Luyun stood in a courtyard in the clan estates, looking at the snow falling out of the sky. Behind him were a few dozen members of the clan, standing there silently. Some of them were members of the imperial court, some controlled powerful businesses within the imperial city, and others were direct bloodline descendants of the clan who had been sent out to control other interests in other parts of the empire. There were even some powerful warriors present. These were the people who controlled the power in the clan, and although it couldn't be said that their reach stretched throughout the entire empire, they weren't very far off from that. Any one of them could be considered extremely prominent. And yet, as they looked at the man standing in front of them, their hearts were filled with reverence and awe. He was a man who, in the space of a few dozen years, had created an incredible storm of events. Although he wasn't well acclaimed in the imperial court, and was even looked down upon by the emperor, the prime minister, and many others, the important members of the clan all knew the terrifying power he wielded when it came to wealth and profit. After a long moment passed, the sixth life of Meng Hao's clone, the man known to all as Su Luyun, finally spoke. "This is an opportunity," he said. "Perhaps the Su clan can take the next step and actually come to control the entire empire. Of course, there is also the possibility that we will be wiped out." After another long moment, his eyes glittered with ferocity. "Execute the operation." As soon as the words left his mouth, all of the Su clan's power, both within and without the imperial city, was focused on one task, and that was barricading off all of their farmlands from the public in the middle of the famine. It was a concept that, from the very beginning, seemed soaked in blood. Barricading farmlands in the middle of a famine carried the implication of driving up the price of grain goods to exorbitant levels, to the point where many people would be forced to sell their own properties to pay for food. It would likely lead to many deaths because of starvation. Families and clans would be destroyed. However, among the ranks of the noble clans, the Su clan would have an incredible opportunity. In order to carry out the plan, the Su clan used all of the wealth it had accumulated over the past decades. They plotted, created alliances, and killed enemies. In the end, several months after the famine ended, they controlled so much land that their power within the empire was almost without rival. They had their own private army and vast swaths of land, bought and paid for with blood. By paying out numerous gifts, they managed to appease the noble class. The complicated scheming required caused more than a few gray hairs to appear on Su Luyun's head, and yet his mind never ceased to plan and plot. The peace that followed lasted for 15 years, during which time Su Luyun didn't make much of a stir. That made people less suspicious of him, and gave him a chance to quietly expand the interests of the clan. One year, when he was 60, he once again stood in a courtyard watching the snow fall. Behind him, hundreds of clan members stood quietly. Anyone who knew the identities and statuses of these people would be shocked. They were people who could shake the entire empire. "This is an opportunity," Su Luyun said, his voice hoarse. These were the same words he had spoken 15 years ago. After a long moment, he nodded. The nod of his head sparked a war of succession. 10 years passed by in a flash. The successor he had backed in the war became the emperor, and married a daughter of the Su clan. The young emperor even viewed Su Luyun as his foster father. Virtually the entire imperial court was loyal to him, even the prime minister. His word carried more weight with the army than an imperial edict. By this point, he had just as much power as he had had in his second life. Although it wasn't as obvious as it had been during that life, since he now operated in secret, his cold, calculating eyes could look down on the entire empire. During this life, he had been heartless and unethical. He had no children, and yet, at the age of 70, there was not a single person who dared speak to him without subconsciously bowing their heads. 5 more years passed, and his body began to decline. Eventually, he lapsed into a coma. Chaos was fermenting in the clan, and there were certain members who were itching to fight for control. A year later, during the winter, he awoke from the coma. An old servant supported him with his arm as he stood in a courtyard, watching the snow fall. This was the third time in his life that he had been faced with an important decision. After I die, the clan will be thrown into unrest. After it passes, there may not be a Sioux clan in the empire anymore. He knew that the reason for all of that was because he had no male heir. The only option is to take control of the empire. Use the power of the empire to quell the clan turmoil. That way, any chaos will exist not just in the Sioux clan, but in the empire as a whole. The result will still be favorable for in the end, though. As for the Sioux clan, it won't matter who gains control. At least the clan will continue on. Su Luyun, the sixth life of Meng Hao's clone, stood there silently. This time, he spent much more time deliberating than he had on the previous two occasions. A long time passed. Finally, he sighed, thinking about all of the blood that had been spilt to carry out his first plan and acquire all of that land. In the end, he chose not to attempt to overthrow the empire. Looking older than he ever had, he gazed at the falling snow, the final snowfall of winter, and closed his eyes. Gradually, his aura faded away. The day after he died, the Sioux clan was thrown into chaos, and that chaos caused the entire empire to be shaken. Soon, the emperor intervened. Over the course of the following months, virtually the entire clan was slaughtered. Eventually, the emperor, who was now a middle-aged man, received a message that the final remaining members of the Sioux clan had returned to the city they had come from, by the canal. They were back in their original ancestral mansion. The glory they had built up over the past 100 years was like a flower in a mirror, or the moon reflected on the waters of a lake. This was Meng Hao's sixth life. His arrival rocketed the Sioux clan up to the pinnacle of grandeur, and upon his departure, he took that grandeur with him. It was as if time had flowed in reverse, returning the Sioux clan to its original state. When his sixth life ended, the sixth sealing mark was complete. Meng Hao's clone entered Reincarnation and began his seventh life. During those 100 years, Yenner traveled among the continents, visiting the mortal worlds, searching for the aura of her master. She was completely and utterly convinced that she would be able to find his reincarnation. If she couldn't find him in one life, she would look for him the life after that, and the one after that, until she found him. Meng Hao's true self was still sitting cross-legged on the flower out in the starry sky of the vast expanse, meditating as he waited for the flower to bloom. The flower bud appeared to be just on the verge of opening up. As for the sect leader and the other top experts of the vast expanse school, they were once again back in the necropolis, intent on opening the way to the ninth landmass. Although they weren't completely confident, they had to try. If they failed, they would try again and again after that. They were focused and filled with anticipation as they began their journey. At the same time, the ninth sect continued to expand, growing larger and larger. By this point, their forces were vast and included numerous powerful experts. They subdued one realm and world after another. That was when Meng Hao's seventh life began on the third continent. The third continent on planet Vast Expanse was unique among the other continents because it never had winter. All the seasons there were like spring. And yet, on this particular year, it snowed. That snow didn't fall on the entirety of the continent, but specifically on one of the deserts there. Along with the snowfall, a child was born into the world. This was the seventh life of Meng Hao's clone, and he was born into a very poor family who owned nothing more than a camel and a mutt dog. His father was a desert guide. On the day the child was born, the dog froze to death, and therefore the father insisted on giving his son the name Mutt. Mutt was not born lucky. When he was 3 years old, his father was bitten by a viper while guiding a caravan through the desert. Although he made it back home, he died shortly thereafter. His mother didn't seem to care much about her husband's death. After she buried him, she cared for Mutt for another 5 years. When he was 8 years old, she ran off with a passing merchant. On her way out the door, she told Mutt that his father had once been a bandit. Acting as a guide, he had led her family into the desert, where killed all of them except for her, then forced her to marry him. For her entire life after that, she had always looked forward to his death. Mutt watched quietly as his mother made her way off into the distance. He lived alone after that. One day, an old man appeared who offered to take him to a place where there was food to eat. Mutt didn't hesitate. He immediately left with the old man. He had been under the assumption that they would leave the desert, but contrary to his expectations, the old man simply took him to another location in the same desert. There, he was thrown into a hell on earth. He was one of a whole group of children of the same age, all of whom received extensive daily training. They were being molded into assassins. In the years that followed, Mutt saw many people die. Some were killed by others, some he killed himself. Some died during the training process. If you wanted to live, you had to be ruthless. If you wanted to live, you had to kill. Mutt wanted to live, so he was ruthless and he killed. He trusted no one, and as such had no friends. The only thing which existed between him and those around him was hostility and the ferocity of the fighting. Every year, a new group of children would be brought in. Every year, a vast quantity of corpses would be buried. Mutt grew numb to it all. At a certain point, the other children came to fear him. Even some of the adults looked at him in the same way. Maybe I'm ugly, he thought one day, running his fingers across his face. He was only 16, but his face was already crisscrossed with scars, making him look very sinister. In his second year in this place, one of the older men had tried to force him into performing a revolting act, and when he refused, the man slashed up his face. 2 years later, Mutt cut that man's head off. Mutt rubbed the side of his head, where his ear should be. He had lost his ear during a round of training in which only one person could come out alive in the end. His opponent had torn off his ear, but he had ripped his opponent's throat open. Mutt's expression was cold as he looked at his throat in the mirror, which also had a vicious-looking scar on it. In fact, his entire body was covered with scars. But he didn't care. When he was 17, the old man who had brought him to this place took him away, along with 2 other boys and a girl. All 3 of them were people like Mutt, who had slaughtered countless opponents throughout the course of their training. The 4 of them were taken to another training ground, where there were other youngsters their same age. The same monotonous existence ensued. 3 years later, when Mutt was 20, he participated in his final trial by fire. He beheaded 100 opponents, causing everyone to look at him with fear. Even the old man who had taken him all those years ago had the same look in his eye. Mutt didn't care. He just stood there quietly. The following months were the happiest he had ever experienced. He was sent to learn etiquette and was also treated by a doctor who used strange medicinal plants to remove the scars from his body. Although his ear couldn't be replaced, the miraculous medicines changed his appearance so much that he now looked like a handsome young man. From then on, he was sent near and far throughout the continent on assassination missions. At the direction of the old man, he killed countless targets, including men and women, young and old. He cut down people of all types and never asked questions about them. He killed quickly and efficiently. However, he had a particular aversion to seeing victims who had a right ear. Every mission that he accomplished, he would slice off the right ear of the target. Time passed. 10 years later, he had lost track of how many people he had killed. However, word had begun to spread. He now had a new name in addition to Mutt. He was called Ear Slicer. It was a macabre name. He had always assumed his life would go on in the same way forever. But 2 years later, after he finished yet another mission, he was walking through a town and saw an old woman, a beggar. Her eyes had been dug out, her tongue cut off, her legs broken. As Mutt stood in front of her, he smelled a noxious odor. He looked down and could see that her legs were putrefying and had been broken so many times that the bones would never heal properly. For many years, not a single emotion could be seen on his face, but now his expression flickered. He looked at the woman somewhat blankly and shivered. This was the first time that, not only did he not return to the headquarters after the mission, he also killed someone other than his target. He slaughtered many people in that town. Anyone who had threatened or harmed that old beggar woman ended up having their throats slit by Mutt and their ears cut off. There was one rich household in the town who was said to have once been a family of traveling merchants and were thus particularly at fault. He exterminated the entire family. In the end, he took the old woman away with him. The event caused a huge stir in the entire country. Numerous constables and inspectors closed in on the area, and the Assassins' Guild also sent people to try to silence him in death. The following years were spent on the run, in exhaustion. He killed many people and found himself in many dangerous situations. Eventually, the old woman died. She wasn't killed, she simply succumbed to her previous injuries. In all the years she was with Mutt leading up to her death, she never knew the identity of the person caring for her. After she died, he wrote a few words on her gravestone. My mother. Mutt. He stood quietly in front of her grave for a long time. As he did, people began to appear nearby. They were familiar faces, each one being an assassin from the guild. None of them spoke. After a long moment, their killing intent exploded out, and they began to converge on Mutt. He looked up and began to fight like a wild dog. One enemy after another fell. In the end, he was the only one left standing. To him, these opponents were simply too weak. Shaking his head, he cut off their ears and then left. He ended up traveling to a place where he assumed nobody would go looking for him, the desert. He was tired of killing people and wanted to live alone in peace. Eventually, he took up the same line of work as his father and began to guide people through the desert. Years passed, an entire decade. One day he awoke to find his house surrounded. When he walked out the door, he found himself facing a group of assassins led by the same old man from years ago. He stood there looking at Mutt, legs trembling from the ravages of age. After a long moment, the old man spoke out in a soft voice. Kill him. A spectacular slaughter ensued. Corpses fell left and right, and wounds opened up all over Mutt's body. He didn't care, though. After killing all of his opponents, he sighed and walked up to the old man. The old man looked on in bitter silence at the man who he himself had brought into the guild as a boy, seemingly waiting for him to say something. Instead, a blade flashed. Mutt frowned as he looked around at all the bodies. He left, going to the first training facility in the desert, then the second, and finally to the guild headquarters. He had no idea how many people he killed. It was like back in the old days when you either killed or were killed. After slaughtering everyone in the Assassin's Guild, he felt very tired. He returned to the desert, where he once again began to work as a guide. A year passed, then another and another. Eventually he lost track of time. One day he realized that he was an old man, and his body was very weak. There he was looking out at the desert, absent-mindedly feeling the right side of his head where his ear should be. Snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky, and at the same time a beam of light appeared off in the distance. Within that beam of light was a woman. The snow fell, and Mutt's eyes slowly closed. Thus ended his 7th life. As his soul flew out to once again enter reincarnation, the woman flew toward his body at breakneck speed. She was beautiful, and when she finally reached Mutt's corpse, she could sense the power of reincarnation. Tears began to stream down her face. Master! It was Yenner. She had searched for years and years before coming to this place and sensing familiar fluctuations. However, she had been just a bit too late. She knew that her master was already in the cycle of reincarnation. After a long moment of silence, she buried Mutt's corpse. Then she turned, her eyes flickering with determination, as she began to follow the already fading aura of reincarnation. She was convinced that she was getting closer and closer to finding her master. That year, Meng Hao's clone completed the 7th sealing mark. Then, his 8th life began on the 2nd continent. With every reincarnation, the branches of the immortal root would shine even more dazzlingly than before. However, his memories came to be sealed even deeper. It was really as if he were experiencing a brand new life each time. Meng Hao's clone began his 8th life on the 2nd continent. Apparently, he really did have some special connection to snow. Each of his lives began in the snow, and this life was no exception. In the final snowfall of winter on the 2nd continent, a baby was born into a mountain stronghold. His crying upon birth was loud and clear. His father was a mountain bandit, the second in charge of the stronghold. As for the leader of the bandits, it was his mother. The first time that 7-year-old Li Hao ever yelled at his parents, he cried, "I want to be a bandit too." In response, his mother spanked him for 3 days straight. He had an older brother who was also an excellent bandit, and was quite renowned within the stronghold. His brother eventually won the approval of his parents and was named the young lord of the stronghold. As Li Hao grew up, his parents continuously presented him with servant girls to keep him company. Gradually, he came to understand what his mission in life was. He needed to provide grandchildren to his parents, to ensure that the offspring of the Li clan would forever exist in heaven and earth. It was a glorious mission, but also came with a lot of pressure. And yet, that was how his parents raised him. Every time he accomplished one of his missions, he could see how envious his older brother was. His mission, and the looks given him by his brother, left Li Hao feeling very pleased. The harder he worked at it, the more his goal in life changed from that which he had stated at 7 years of age. I don't want to be a bandit. I'm going to make sure that the offspring of the Li clan fill the entire empire. In 100 years, the Li clan is going to be one of the biggest parts of empire. In 100 years, everyone in the empire is going to feel like they're related. His declaration stunned his parents and left his older brother shaken. In fact, everyone in the entire stronghold was completely astonished. Li Hao quite enjoyed the expressions on their faces, and came to view his mission as extremely important. From that day on, he began to work wholeheartedly. He began to do a lot of research and closely studied certain popular illustrated reading materials. His own physical training, combined with the efforts of the servant girls, ensured that his skills only continued to become more refined. By the time he was 20 years old, he had already sired 59 children. At that point, he stood at the peak of the mountain, looking up into the heavens, tears of pride streaming down his face. He felt like he was a rock who was being held back by being cooped up in the mountain stronghold. In order to accomplish the mission he had originally set out to accomplish, he chose to leave the stronghold and travel the lands. His parents thought it was a crazy idea, and his brother actually looked at him with fear. However, he didn't care about any of that. In his mind, his family just didn't understand his mission in life. You people just don't get it. One person can change the world. Of course, the condition is that he has to be a man. A strapping, energetic man. And that man is none other than me, Li Hao. That night, he left the stronghold. Wrapped up in his ideals, he climbed down the mountain and made his way out into the world. Experiencing the wide world really opened his eyes, and he felt as if his mission were more important than ever. In fact, he felt that every day that passed was a wasted opportunity. He started in a village near the foot of the mountain. Thankfully, he was handsome and had a very charming pair of eyes, allowing him to successfully accomplish his mission in the village. How could he ever have imagined, though, that fully accomplishing his mission would be so difficult? 20 years passed. He was now 40 and had encountered numerous difficulties. People had even tried to kill him. It was with great difficulty that he managed to sire 107 children. Feeling just as energetic as ever, he decided to leave the village and go to the next village. It's fine, he told himself. Villages are small, but my dreams are big. In the second village, he used every method at his disposal, spending all of the wealth he had accumulated in the past 20 years to get him through yet another 20 years. By that time, he had sired his 178th child in the second village. He was moved to tears by that fact, and yet, despite being 60 years old, gritted his teeth and took all of his grown children, and even the grandchildren, in a campaign to even more distant lands. The first destination was the third village in this mountain range, almost 10 kilometers away. Li Hao was feeling more pleased with himself this time. He had been indoctrinating his children and grandchildren with his ideals. After all, he had long since come to the conclusion that he wouldn't be able to accomplish his mission on his own. However, with their help, he would surely be able to reach the glorious heights which he sought. He and his sons and grandsons only spent 3 years in the third village before they occupied its entirety. It was then that Li Hao could laugh heartily and, instead of traveling out himself, send his sons and grandsons out into the rest of the country. One after another, his sons and grandsons carried out his ideals and his mission out from the village into other locations. 10 years passed. Every year, another one of his descendants would grow up and would be sent out. After another 10 years passed, Li Hao was more than 80 years old, and his descendants could be found in every business and vocation throughout the empire. As for exactly how many descendants he had, not even he knew. However, in his mind, tens of thousands was good enough. He was happy with his life, and yet he continued to live for another 15 years. When he was 100 years old, the clan that Li Hao had founded had reached a shocking size. There were hundreds of thousands of members, and if they all joined together at the same time, they could count as a small country. At the moment, they were spread throughout all of the lands, but that made it all the more terrifying. Although he was a bit lonely in his old age, when the snow began to fall one winter, and his life came to an end, he was content and proud. I lived an extraordinary life, and I changed the future of an empire, of the world even. I alone changed everything. Li Hao laughed 3 times, and then closed his eyes and passed away. Meng Hao's true self was aware of all of this, and would most definitely have gone back to planet Vast Expanse to stop it from happening, were he not stuck next to the flower. He could never have imagined that after 7 relatively normal lives, his clone's 8th life would have been spent doing something so absurd. Thankfully, the bodies left behind by his clones after reincarnation had no connection to Meng Hao himself. Bodies did not reincarnate, only souls. After the conclusion of the absurd 8th life, the memories were sealed, and the clone began his 9th life on the first continent. Meng Hao's true self was a bit worried about what would happen in this final life. After a bit of contemplation, he decided not to interfere. He could sense that the clone's final life was just beginning to unfold. However, it was in that moment that his expression suddenly flickered, and he shot to his feet in surprise. He had just sensed that the 9th life was completely different from the 2nd through 8th lives. Those lives had been experienced by the soul passing through reincarnation. The bodies had not been Meng Hao's, only the souls. However, as the 9th life began, Meng Hao could sense that this 9th life was exactly the same as the clone's first life. Unexpectedly, this life was somehow made from Meng Hao's own blood. Instead of saying that this was his clone's 9th life, it would be more appropriate to say that it was his actual clone. The soul was his, and the blood was his. This was something completely different from before. Apparently, after his clone body passed away into meditation on the transcendence path and his soul went through years upon years of reincarnation, his original body was somehow reconstituted in this 9th life. This was similar to how the infant Feng Mu that had floated down the river, formed from Meng Hao himself, was actually the same person as Meng Hao. Meng Hao was both shocked and nervous because of this development. However, that mere fact alone was not what left him most shaken. The biggest twist was that this clone's 9th life felt different from anything that had happened before. He could barely sense its existence, as though the connection between the two of them was extremely faint. Meng Hao's true self couldn't see exactly what events were playing out in the clone's 9th life. The 9th life is the most important, the most critical. That must be the explanation for this strange development. Having reached this understanding, he didn't feel much better. He was just about to head back toward the Vast Expanse school, when suddenly, the enormous flower began to bloom. As it did, the aura of the final copper mirror shard began to spread out. Meng Hao's true self took a deep breath. I won't interfere with the clone. I'll let things play out as normal. Perhaps interfering would lead to negative consequences. Plus, if I don't get this copper mirror shard right now, then who knows how much longer I'll have to wait. With that, his eyes flickered with augury calculations. Without any further hesitation, he flickered into motion, heading into the enormous flower. So far, he hadn't interfered at all in his clones' lives, and therefore, he would do the same for the final life. He would remain completely hands-off. Meanwhile, in the first continent, in the capital city. The capital city was large and had a sizable population but was located in a relatively remote region. Snow fell and the wind blew as a husband and wife emerged from a temple after having prayed to be blessed with a child. They had been married for many years, but had never conceived any children. Over the years, they had come to the temple on a few occasions to piously pray for offspring. They were starting to reach their later years, and were getting anxious about the matter. They had even consulted doctors about the situation, but no solution had been provided. After leaving the temple, they headed back home, stewing in their anxiety. However, as they were walking along, they were surprised to hear the sound of a baby crying. Looking over, they saw an infant lying on the ground at the foot of a wall. They quickly picked the baby up and looked around, but saw no one. Their hearts went out to the child, but after looking at him more closely, they realized the truth. Someone had abandoned the child in embarrassment because he had been born blind. After a bit of thought, they decided to take the baby home with them. To them, this child was like a gift from the heavens. The boy would never see the light of day. He would live in a world of darkness. And yet they chose to become his parents. They gave him the name Little Treasure and began to raise him in an environment of warmth and love. Little Treasure didn't realize that he was different from everyone else. He thought that the world was simply black. He thought that everyone was like him. He didn't even understand what eyes were. The heavens had taken away his vision, had prevented him from seeing the world. However, he had been blessed with nimble hands and a quiet, clever personality. His parents loved him dearly from the very beginning. They held him when he walked, even until he was 4 or 5 years old. His life was happy, and in fact, he thought that he must be the happiest person in the world. When he felt the warmth of the sun on his face, he would ask, "Dad, Mom, what's so warm?" "That's sunlight from the sun." "The sun? It's a huge ball of fire up in the sky. Can I touch it?" "How did you find out about it?" "Little Treasure, the heavens have their eyes closed so you can't see. Just wait until you grow up, then you'll be able to see." When he heard the birds singing, he would ask, "What's that sound?" "A bird." "Mom, what do birds look like?" "They have wings so they can fly in the sky." "Oh, okay. Once I grow up, I'll be able to see them, right?" "When you were kids, you couldn't see anything either, right, Mom, right, Dad?" "I get it." To hear such words from his little mouth caused stabs of pain to fill his parents' hearts. They would hug him and would cry silently. The child was unaware of their pain. He was as happy as ever, blessed even. Furthermore, he held a keen anticipation for being able to eventually grow up. One day he heard some neighbor kids making fun of him for being blind, although he didn't know what the word meant. That night, when his mom was rocking him to sleep, he asked, "Mom, what does it mean to be blind?" Suddenly, he felt his mother shiver and could sense that she had begun crying. He reached up and gently wiped the tears away. "Don't cry, Mom," he said softly. "I won't ask that question ever again." And for the rest of his life, he never did. Starting the next day, he was much quieter. When he felt something warm on his face, he wouldn't ask what the sun was. When he heard something singing, he wouldn't ask what birds were. Eventually, he heard enough from other people to understand what it meant to be blind. He learned that the sky wasn't black, it was blue. The world wasn't black either. It was filled with many colors. He also realized that he was different from the other children. They had all been able to see the world from the moment they were born, whereas he thought about what his parents had told him, that he would be able to see the world after he grew up. That was a lie. And yet, he didn't want to believe that it was a lie, and continued to tell himself that after he grew up, he would be able to see. The reason he couldn't see was that he hadn't grown up yet. He began to grow more reclusive. He didn't want to go out and play with the other children, mostly because they always bullied him. They made fun of him for not being able to see, joked about him being blind. But inside, he wanted to have friends, so he did his best to simply smile and not cry. When he did play with the other children and got shoved to the ground, tearing his clothes and scraping his skin until it bled, he just smiled. People made jokes about him being blind, and those jokes only continued to become more and more cruel. He felt so bad that he wanted to weep, but he held it in. He didn't want to harm the friendships he had. He needed those friends. One day, he got very excited when the other children, whom he could hear but not see, suddenly came looking for him. They said they wanted him to play a special game with them. It's called Blind Man's Bluff. "Little Treasure, you're blind, so you have to chase us. Okay? Whoever you grab, that person will become blind. All right, we're gonna go to a special place to play. Just wait until we say go. Then you can start chasing us." I don't want to play," Little Treasure said, trembling inwardly. He knew that being blind was a terrible thing, and didn't want to make other people become blind. "Shut up. If you don't play with us right now, then we'll never play with you ever again." Refusing to discuss the matter any further, the children dragged him out to play. He wasn't sure where exactly they were taking him, but eventually he heard birds singing. Eventually they shoved him into a kneeling position. "Remember, Don't start chasing us until we say go. They started laughing, the sound of which eventually began to fade off into the distance. He knelt there on the ground, not moving, worried that he would break the rules and start moving too soon. If that happened, maybe they wouldn't want to play with him again. So he waited for a very, very long time. Soon the singing of the birds faded away, and he started to get cold and scared. "Can we start now?" he cried out. But no one answered. "Can we start now?" He shivered. It was getting colder, and yet no one responded to his cries. "Can we start now?" He slowly rose to his feet, trembling. He thought he could hear the sound of people nearby, but no one answered his question. He was scared. The world was pitch black, and the warmth that he normally felt because of his parents was gone. Now, the world was not only black, it was freezing cold. "Can we start now? I don't want to play anymore." He was so frightened that tears began to roll down his cheeks. "Where are you guys?" "I don't want to play anymore." "I want to go home." "Dad? Mom? Where are you?" Weeping, he began to walk forward, flailing his arms in front of him but grabbing a hold of nothing but air. After a few steps, he fell. "Mother, where are you?" "I'm scared." He struggled back to his feet, weeping in fear. The feeling of being completely alone was stifling. His garments were torn. His head was bleeding, and he was only 7 years old. Stretching his hands out in front of him, he began to walk forward slowly. What he couldn't see that he was currently in a forest and that up ahead of him was a lone wolf. It was slowly approaching him, staring at him with cold, merciless eyes. Just when the wolf was about to pounce on him, it suddenly shivered, then sagged in place. A moment later, it had transformed into nothing more than ash. A young woman appeared, wearing a long green garment. She stared at the child, somewhat in a daze, watching as he groped his way along. She saw the tears on his face and could hear him crying out in that heartbreaking voice. The young woman bit her lip and began to cry. "Master," she murmured. This was Yenner. She had been searching for her master for hundreds of years, and on this day, she had managed to track the faint traces of the Tao of Reincarnation to this very place. At long last, she had found the reincarnation of her master. The weeping boy's foot caught on something and he began to fall forward, but Yenner gently caught him in her arms. Little Treasure shivered and reached out to feel who it was that had caught him. She felt warm, almost like his mother. There was something very familiar about her. She even smelled familiar. "You," he whispered. After a moment, Yenna knelt down in front of him, smiled, and asked, "Your name is Little Treasure, right?" "Yes," he replied, nodding. The woman's voice was gentle, and suddenly he wasn't afraid anymore. It was at that point that voices could be heard off in the distance. Apparently, a large group of people were walking along and calling out sporadically. "Little Treasure, where are you? Little Treasure. It's me, Mom. Where are you? Little Treasure." It was his mother and father, along with other people. They sounded anxious, even fearful, as they called out to him. "Dad." "Mom," Little Treasure trembled. Yenna hesitated for a moment, then chose not to take the boy away. Instead, she reached out and tousled his hair. "Your mom and dad found you," she said softly. "I'll see you later." She took a step back to leave, but Little Treasure suddenly felt as if he were about to lose something important. "Big sis," he blurted, may I touch your face?" Yenner's eyes glowed with a kind warmth as she looked at the boy. This was her master, who meant everything to her. She knelt back down in front of the boy. His hands were smudged with dirt, but she didn't care. He reached out and ran his fingers slowly and carefully across her face, and after a long moment he smiled. Yenner looked at him one more time. Then, smiling, she turned and left. Moments later, Little Treasure called out to his parents, who rushed over, weeping, and scooped him up into their arms. After leaving the forest, he never asked about what had happened. However, in the following days, he refused to play with the other children. He preferred to be alone, where he would think back to the woman he had met in the forest. Sometimes, he felt as if she hadn't actually left, but was next to him, watching over him. Although she never revealed herself to him, he always had that feeling. Time passed. 10 years went by and Little Treasure had grown up. However, he still lived in a world of darkness, devoid of any light. It was as if the heavens had forgotten all about him. His parents had grown old, although he couldn't see that. and yet, he could tell that their voices had become different. Because of his nimble hands, he began to learn the same carpentry skills as his parents. Since he rarely had anything important to do, he took up sculpture as a hobby. Although he couldn't see, he could imagine, and as such, he carved sculptures that were incredibly vivid and full of life. They were like the dreams of a child. He carved birds and houses and the people closest to him. He didn't care that people called him blind. He didn't care that he couldn't see the world. In his heart, he had come to find his place in heaven and earth. His wooden sculptures, they were everything to him. Although the sculptures didn't always resemble reality, they were what he saw in his heart. Furthermore, if he was able to feel something with his hands, then he would be able to reproduce it perfectly in sculpture form. Mother once said that the heavens had closed their eyes. I want to sculpt heavens with eyes wide open. Something that only I can feel. Little Treasure chuckled and shook his head. Gradually, word of his sculptures spread in the city, and he was able to start a little business of his own. His parents, who continued to spoil him, were content. Their son might have no eyesight, but he was an outstanding person. Eventually, it reached the point that he began to care for them in their old age. It was a touching thing, and they felt very content. Their hearts were filled with the love of a lifetime. However, they still worried about Little Treasure. Although he had the skill to support himself in life, they still felt that he should marry. Unfortunately, being blind, few families would be willing to marry their daughter to Little Treasure. 3 years passed. Eventually, someone acted as a matchmaker and found a young woman from a small household somewhere in the city who agreed to marry Little Treasure. She was very pretty, and the fact that she had agreed to the marriage left Little Treasure's parents delighted. They gave their life savings as a betrothal gift and escorted her back to their home. That day was one of the happiest days in this old couple's life. They held the wedding ceremony and hosted the wedding banquet. Red lanterns were hung. After the relatives and neighbors departed, Little Treasure's parents led him to the wedding chamber. He was nervous. He had never even met this girl before. Everything had been arranged by his parents. However, he was a filial son and would support his parents' decisions, even though marriage was something he didn't particularly care about. Furthermore, he was curious as to why this young woman would agree to the marriage when he was blind. When he entered the room, there she was sitting on the bed, wearing red wedding garments and a red veil. Although he couldn't see her, he could sense her presence. Feeling his way across the wall, he approached the bed, reached out and touched his wife. She shivered, but didn't say anything. He stood there quietly for a moment before gently lifting up her veil. "May I touch your face?" The young woman seemed very nervous. She was gripping her garments tightly with both hands and was breathing heavily. Her anxiety was no act. Deep in her heart, she wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing. But this was what she had always wanted, regardless of whether it was in terms of past lives or the present. She took a deep breath and then said, "Yes." Little Treasure reached out and gently ran his fingers down her face, feeling her eyes, her nose, and her lips. Suddenly, a tremor ran through him. "It's you?" Little Treasure said, his heart trembling. It was a face he could never forget. In the darkest, loneliest moment of his entire life, it was the source of the only warmth he had felt. Eventually, Little Treasure's hands dropped away from her face. He smiled a warm, happy smile. Years passed. The ninth life of Meng Hao's clone went on quietly on the first continent. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's true self was in the enormous flower out in the starry sky of the vast expanse, in the middle of his search for the final copper mirror shard. He was currently sitting cross-legged in a world frozen over with ice. Once I get this final mirror shard, my collection will be complete, and I'll be able to call out to the copper mirror and summon it back to me. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but ice. There were plants, but they had apparently been frozen. They were beautiful like ice sculptures. What a strange place, he thought, his eyes flickering. He had been searching this area for the copper mirror shard ever since entering the flower. However, the coldness here was so intense that it would frighten even 9 Essences experts. It pressed against him at all moments, threatening to transform him into an ice sculpture just like everything else. After resting for a bit, he proceeded along through the world of ice. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find the copper mirror shard. And yet, He could sense that it was somewhere inside of this enormous flower. As he proceeded along, he suddenly heard a powerful roar coming from somewhere off in the distance. The ice around him shuddered and cracks appeared on its surface. He frowned, turned to look behind him. Off in the distance was what appeared to be an enormous mountain, fully 300,000 meters tall, its peak piercing the clouds above. The mountain was currently shaking, and was the source of the roaring he had just heard. A closer look would reveal the truth. He wasn't looking at a mountain, but an enormous giant. The giant was currently trying to rise from a cross-legged position, but powerful essence-sealing symbols surrounded it, preventing it from doing so. Meng Hao snorted coldly. This 300,000-meter-tall giant was the first life form he had encountered after entering this place 20 years ago. As soon as it saw him, it had transformed from a mountain into a giant. Eyes flickering with killing intent, it had begun to fight him. Communication with the thing had proved impossible. Meng Hao had tried to show it goodwill, but it had completely ignored him, and its killing intent had even increased. Angered, Meng Hao had begun to fight it. The 300,000-meter-tall giant was no match for him, but also seemed to be incapable of dying. Throughout the 20 years, Meng Hao had fought and defeated it several times, and yet had never been able to obliterate it completely. In the end, he didn't feel like fighting it anymore, and had sealed it in place so that he could search for the copper mirror in peace. Now, the giant was trying to break free from the seals. Meng Hao looked away, ignoring the giant as he continued his search. Years passed in which he continued to fly along. Eventually, he realized that it seemed to be getting less terrifyingly cold. At a certain point, he didn't even feel cold. Could it be that I'm entering another area? He thought, picking up speed. A few months later, he hovered in the air looking off into the distance. Unexpectedly, he saw numerous cities within the icy landscape. They were scattered about seemingly randomly, and there were many of them, tens of thousands. Furthermore, these cities were filled with countless living beings. They were huge. Compared to these cities, the cities that existed in the mountain and sea realm and planet vast expanse were like toys. Meng Hao hovered there in thought. During the many years he had spent searching for the copper mirror shards, he had been to many, many worlds. He had seen all sorts of living creatures that were not cultivators. There were some that looked like wild beasts, and some that even had bodies made of mist. At first he had been shocked at the sight of such beings. But after some time passed, it became nothing out of the ordinary. He was now fully aware that there were countless bizarre forms of life within the starry sky of the vast expanse. Meng Hao looked at the cities up ahead. Even though they were quite a distance away, he was still able to clearly see the living beings within them. They looked similar to cultivators, except they were enormous. Most were about 30 meters tall, like mountains trudging along. Even the babies among them were at least 3 meters tall. Some of the oldest appeared to be over 300 meters tall, sometimes as tall as 3,000. With his divine sense, Meng Hao was able to locate the most powerful among these entities. It was a giant at the early 9 essences level, and it was at least 30,000 meters tall. He wasn't located within one of the cities, but was sitting cross-legged in the form of a mountain. However, based on the fluctuations of the giant's aura, it was possible to tell that it was bursting with life force. Surrounding the giant were other powerful experts in the form of mountains. None of the others were 30,000 meters tall, but there were a few hundred who were 15,000 meters tall. These giants were the native species of this world, and Meng Hao could tell that they were of the same species as the 300,000-meter-tall ice mountain giant he had seen before. Further off in the distance, Meng Hao was shocked to find that the realm of ice ended. Beyond, he could see green plains. There were also countless cities visible upon the plains. All of them were connected together to form something like a wall within which were living beings that resembled cultivators. They were all of a normal height and yet had wings growing out of their backs. The wings changed depending on the levels of their cultivation bases. The more powerful they got, the redder they became. What an interesting world. One part is freezing, another is warm. Wait, no. This is the middle of the world where it's warm, making it suitable for inhabitation by these giants and those avian people. If that's the case, then further off in the distance, it must be burning hot. Meng Hao sped into motion, heading toward the green plains. His cultivation base was so far above the living beings, he passed by that none of them even detected his presence. he continued to fly along for years. Down below, the lands began to change from green to red. Burning lava flowed, casting a crimson tinge to the sky. Things started getting so hot that most living beings who attempted to enter the area would be transformed into ash. It reached the point where even 9 essences cultivators would be completely destroyed. Meng Hao was beginning to feel uncomfortable. Eventually, he saw something off in the distance that looked like a mountain. He also felt an aura no weaker than the one he had felt from the ice giant. That aura was now rushing toward Meng Hao as if it had just sensed him. Everything rumbled violently as the mountain transformed into a volcano that erupted with blazing fire. As it did, a crimson flame phoenix burst out from within. It looked at Meng Hao, its eyes flickering with killing intent and vigilance. Then, it shot toward Meng Hao, surrounded by a sea of flames. As it neared, the flame phoenix shrank down into the form of a woman. She was beautiful, with 2 crimson wings, and she stood upon a sea of elemental fire that shot through the air. "You're not welcome here, foreigner," she said in a furious voice. "Get the hell out." As her voice echoed out, the air around Meng Hao shattered and the sea of flames roared toward him. His eyes flickered, although he wasn't surprised to find such a powerful entity here. The ice plains had the ice mountain giant, and the land of flames had a flame phoenix. The world was balanced. To be able to practice cultivation up to a level comparable to the peak of the 9 essences, and even a bit beyond that, means these things are intelligent. Furthermore, they couldn't possibly be prone to changeable emotions. In that case, the flame phoenix and the ice mountain giant immediately acting hostile must indicate that they know about the copper mirror shard. His eyes glittered as he fell back, waving his right hand to summon numerous mountains which smashed into the sea of flames. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and the world shook. The woman form Flamephoenix's face flickered. Killing intent swirled in her eyes, and she transformed back into a flame phoenix, then charged toward Meng Hao in attack. "I have a shape-changing magic too," Meng Hao said. Snorting coldly, he changed into an azure rock, the color of which then continued to deepen until it was almost violet. A demonic chi rose up, causing everything to tremble. The violet-colored rock shot toward the flame phoenix, and the two collided in midair. Heaven shook, the earth trembled, and cracks spread out in all directions. Portions of the ground collapsed, and lava blasted up into the air. When 2 Peak 9 Essences entities fought, it could have a huge influence on the surrounding world, and if it went on for too long, could destroy everything in the area. The flame phoenix let out a piercing cry, then fell back, changing back into the form of a woman. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, then glared up at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he also transformed back into human shape, and then looked coolly at the flame phoenix. "With a cultivation base like that, Your Excellency," the flame phoenix said, "you can't possibly be some nameless nobody from the starry sky of the vast expanse. What is your purpose here?" Despite clearly fearing Meng Hao, she didn't appear ready to give in at all. "You're a lot more reasonable than that lump of ice," Meng Hao replied coolly. "I have no ill intentions here." The Flamephoenix's eyes flickered. "Lump of ice? You saw Patriarch Ice Mountain? Patriarch Ice Mountain? You mean that 300,000-meter tall giant?" "Yes, I ran into him and left him sealed where I found him." The Flamephoenix's eyes narrowed as she tried to determine whether or not Meng Hao was telling the truth. She took a deep breath, looking at Meng Hao with even more fear than before. After a moment, she asked, "Well then, why exactly have you come here, Your Excellency?" "For this," Meng Hao said, waving his sleeve. A copper mirror shard appeared in front of him, emitting dazzling light amidst the light of the surrounding flames. Meng Hao did nothing to conceal his purpose in coming. In fact, there was no need for him to do so. Considering the level of his cultivation base, acting wishy-washy could affect his mental state. To powerful experts like Meng Hao, hiding one's cultivation base and then suddenly exploding out unexpectedly was boring and meaningless. They wouldn't do things like that unless absolutely necessary. In the long run, it could destabilize one's Dao heart. Relying on such paltry tactics could be an obstacle to striving for a great Dao. After possessing a certain level of power, the best thing was to call upon such power openly. No matter what plots or plans were afoot, the best thing was to be open and aboveboard, to crush everything in one's path. The Flame Phoenix found it hard to deal with Meng Hao's straightforward demeanor. She took a few steps back, panting, then said, "I've never seen anything like that thing. But since you're already here, fellow Taoist, I can help you look for some clues. However, I have to warn you, the Ice-Fire realm is very large. You need to prepare yourself to waste a lot of time." Meng Hao looked at the flame phoenix, then chuckled and shook his head. Looking very sincere, he said, "This object is very important to me. If it's truly impossible to find, then I'll leave. However, if I'm prevented from leaving the Ice-Fire realm before it's sealed up again, then I'll have no choice but to destroy it. This is a very important matter. I hope you can understand, fellow Taoist." Upon seeing the copper mirror shard moments ago, the flame phoenix didn't have much of a reaction at all. Her face didn't even flicker. However, Meng Hao had experienced far too many things in life for her to be able to hide her shock from him. Everything became especially obvious when she hinted about taking a long time. He knew that this world wouldn't stay open forever. He had waited outside for hundreds of years before it had opened, and based on his calculations, he was quite sure that it would close again in about 160-year cycle. If he didn't leave at that time, he would have to wait a very, very long time for another chance. It would only be when the flower bloomed again that he would be able to leave. There would be too many opportunities for mishaps during that time, and Meng Hao wasn't willing to risk that. Thus, the words he had spoken moment ago were no threat. They were merely a clear explanation of his intentions. "Your lands can be destroyed, as can the ice plains," he continued in a calm voice. "If that happens, then the temperature created by the two will vanish, and all the living beings that exist here will be destroyed. As for you and that patriarch ice mountain, I might not be able to kill you too, but if I can seal one of you, then I can seal the other. If I can't find what I'm looking for, I'm confident that, in my fury, I will seal you in a way that will ensure you can't free yourselves for a very, very long time. So long that, when the flower blooms again, I'll return and seal you again. 1,000 years? 10,000 years? I'll keep you sealed away indefinitely. One day, my cultivation base will be powerful enough to kill you, and then I'll do just that. However, before you die, I'll soul search you, and get all the answers I'm looking for. In the end, I'll get what I want. Of course, that will take a very, very long time. Many people will die. Too many. I really don't want to do that, and so I'm hoping that you won't force my hand, fellow Taoist." With that, he clasped hands and bowed. Then he looked up, smiled, and said, "As for which decision you choose to make, it's all up to you." Each sentence he spoke caused the Flamephoenix's heart to pound. By the time he finished, her heart surged with waves of rage. And yet, she had no choice but to suppress them, as she knew that everything Meng Hao had just said was true. He really would do just as he had said, and it was highly likely that things would happen just as he had described. Although things might not play out exactly as he intended, he would likely make up for any discrepancies in his plan, and ensure that the outcome was the same. Everything came down to the cultivation base. Neither she nor Patriarch Ice Mountain, despite being beyond the peak of the 9 essences level, were a match for this young man. What was even more telling was that, despite the calmness of his gaze when he looked at her, she could tell that there was explosive violence hidden therein. His pupils were bright red, and when she looked into them, it was almost as if she could hear countless howling voices. There was a fury inside of him that left her mentally shaken. Even her cultivation base was thrown into chaos, and the sea of flames around her faltered. Time ticked by, but Meng Hao didn't seem anxious. He simply waited for her reply, a smile on his face the entire time. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the flame phoenix sagged in place a bit and let out a bitter sigh. Then she looked up at Meng Hao and said, "The Ice-Fire realm didn't always look like this. According to the legends, a long time ago, a precious treasure fell out of the starry sky and split open the lands. It was a mirror shard, one side of which emitted intense light and heat. That side created the world of fire. The other side of the shard emanated intense coldness, which was what created the lands of ice. The living beings here were also changed. They gradually transformed until years later the Ice Mountain tribe appeared, as well as the Flame Phoenix tribe. If you take the shard away, then you will have no need to attack the Ice-Fire realm to destroy it. It will happen automatically. All life will perish. You are not the first person to come here looking for the mirror shard. Throughout the years, It has not been uncommon for foreign entities to enter when the flower blooms, with the intent of snatching the shard. Meng Hao frowned. He had already speculated that things would be this way. He had guessed as much as soon as he saw all of the ice sculptures and also from the fact that the Ice Mountain Giant and the Flame Phoenix had attacked him instantly. After a moment of thought, he said, "Well, give me the mirror shard and I'll separate your worlds and seal them to keep them safe. Then I'll come back within 1,000 years to strengthen the seals." "You." The Flame Phoenix simply didn't believe that he was telling the truth. "You'll just have to trust me," Meng Hao said, his eyes glittering coldly. He had long since run out of patience. He would make a promise, but if she refused to believe him, then there was nothing else he could do. The mirror shard was too important. The Flame Phoenix began to breathe deeply, and various expressions flashed across her face. Her eyes flickered with killing intent, and yet, she couldn't take the risk of refusing Meng Hao's offer, which would then lead to him destroying the world. On the other hand, agreeing with him also came with the risk of the world being destroyed anyway. Deep in her heart, she still didn't want to give in to him. After a long moment, she looked over coldly and said, "I can't make a decision like this on my own," she said. "Patriarch Ice Mountain must also agree." Meng Hao chuckled. He waved his sleeve, and blast of wind shot out in all directions as he began to fly in the direction of the ice plains. The Flame Phoenix gritted her teeth and flew along behind him. This time, Meng Hao went much faster than last time. It only took a few months to cross the entire Icefire realm. The Flame Phoenix was shocked, and her heart was pounding. Normally speaking, she wouldn't have been able to keep up, but she happened to have some magical items that gave her just enough speed to follow. A few months later, deep within the ice plains, Meng Hao and the Flame Phoenix heard a roar of fury. Patriarch Ice Mountain, the 300,000-meter mountain, was shaking as he struggled against the seals. The Flame Phoenix looked at him, then took a deep breath as the fear inside her heart mounted. Meng Hao smiled as he looked back and forth from the Ice Mountain Giant to the Flame Phoenix. "If the two of you don't agree," he said, "then it's going to take me a lot longer to get the shard. Furthermore, after searching everywhere in vain, I'm getting the sensation that the mirror shard is underground." He looked down at the lands below. The strange thing was that he had actually tried to blast the ground open earlier, and yet, despite the level of his cultivation base, he had been unable to do so. After some thought, a flicker of determination appeared in his eyes, and he waved his finger toward Patriarch Ice Mountain. Instantly, the seals unraveled, and a roar of rage echoed out as he rose to his feet. Without even a moment's pause, he launched himself toward Meng Hao, punching out with his fist. The Flame Phoenix seemed shocked, but then she gritted her teeth and similarly attacked Meng Hao. Meng Hao smiled. His expression didn't change the all, but he did speak, his voice icy. "Looking to die?" As the words left his mouth, his cultivation base erupted with power that had been building up for several hundred years. 8 essences were unleashed along with the shocking power of his fleshly body. Combined with his demonic chi and the power in his blood, he could unleash incredible force. It left the Ice Mountain Giant trembling and the Flame Phoenix shaking. As Meng Hao hovered there, an enormous head appeared behind him, radiating infinite darkness. It had a vicious horn jutting out of its forehead, long black hair, and glowing red eyes that seemed to contain oceans of blood. The demonic chi caused the world to distort, shaking everything violently. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But then Meng Hao extended his right hand, and 7 copper mirror shards appeared. They then melted, transforming into black threads that spread out to cover his right hand, and then his torso, left arm, and legs. His entire body, with the exception of his head, was now covered with black armor. As soon as the armor appeared, a savage and explosive aura erupted out, causing his power to rise. Ryua Yuum Blel. The incredible power surging out made it seem as if Meng Hao could unleash the power of the starry sky itself, as if he were the ultimate monarch, the most powerful being in the vast expanse. Gradually, bits of transcendent power began to radiate out from him. He looked down at the Ice Mountain Giant and the Flame Phoenix, and then beckoned at them. "Didn't you want to fight? Let's fight." The Ice Mountain Giant's pupils constricted. As of this moment, he could sense how powerful Meng Hao's aura was and knew that he was absolutely no match. However, he was still sure that Meng Hao wouldn't be able to kill him. He took a step forward and struck out with his fist. The flame phoenix erupted with power, transforming back into her avian form. A sea of flames erupted around her as she shot toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, intense booms echoed out as the three of them began to fight. The ground quaked. The world shook. Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and the pitch-black head behind him howled and shot toward the giant and the phoenix. The ice mountain giant's body vibrated, cracks spreading out across his surface before he completely exploded. However, in almost the same instant, he formed back together and seemed no less willing to fight. The flame phoenix also fell back, her eyes shining brightly as countless flaming magical symbols appeared around her. "Too weak," Meng Hao said coolly as he hovered there in midair. "Time to use your trump cards. If I win, you must tell me the location of the mirror shard. If you win, then I'll leave immediately." "Very well," said the Ice Mountain Giant. "The outcome of this battle will determine everything." The Ice Mountain Giant didn't seem surprised at all about what was happening. Meng Hao wasn't sure exactly how he and the Flame Phoenix were communicating, but that didn't matter. The giant roared, beating at his chest with his fists. As a result, countless chunks of ice fell off of him, which then formed together into an enormous great axe. The Flame Phoenix flickered as more flaming magical symbols appeared, and her body grew in size until it was 30,000 meters long. Intense, terrifying heat radiated out from her, causing the surrounding icy landscape to melt. And yet, only a moment later, it froze back up again. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and his mouth twisted into a cold smile as he stepped forward and unleashed a fist strike. It was none other than the Devil Butchering Fist. That fist strike contained the Life Extermination Fist, the Self-Immolation Fist, and the God-Slaying Fist. All of those fist strikes became the Devil Butchering Fist. The sky dimmed, as if this fist were replacing everything above and below as it rocketed toward the Flame Phoenix. The giant howled, hefting the great axe and then slashing it down toward Meng Hao's fist. The giant simultaneously performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, causing intense coldness to spring out, creating an all-freezing windstorm that swept over Meng Hao. The Flame Phoenix let out a long cry, and the flames around her emitted essence aura as they transformed into a crimson claw. It was a bird-like claw, bright red, that shot directly toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the giant and the Flame Phoenix met Meng Hao's Devil Butchering Fist. When they slammed into each other, the sky shattered, and the lands were destroyed. The entire world shook violently, and Meng Hao fell backward 7 or 8 paces. As he looked on, the giant's axe transformed into ash, and the giant himself shattered. A moment later, though, he formed back together, although he seemed a bit smaller than before. As for the Flame Phoenix, blood sprayed out of her mouth and she was trembling visibly. Her injuries were serious, but only a moment later, the flames around her roared back to life. The fear in their eyes as they looked at Meng Hao was clear. And yet, there was also an uncompromising gleam. Clearly, they would not agree to Meng Hao's demand and just hand over their precious treasure. Not unless there was absolutely no other choice. However, it was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the giant, whereupon he waved his finger. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the giant fell back, icy coldness exploding off of him. Even as he prepared to fight back, hexing magic essence suddenly erupted out onto from Meng Hao's finger, after which he unleashed another punch. The giant roared as cracking sounds emanated out. In the blink of an eye he recovered, but he was still sent tumbling backward by 3,000 meters. Meng Hao instantly followed up, and at the same time the Flame Phoenix closed in. Before the Flame Phoenix could even get close, Meng Hao began to spin, his left foot sweeping through the air to create a powerful cyclone that slammed into the giant. The giant howled, trembling as he fell back yet again. His body collapsed but instantly recovered. At the same time, coldness exploded out of him as if to consume Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly, opening his fist up into a palm, wherein appeared a sealing mark. He shoved his hand out in front of him, unleashing the inside-outside hex. A force of expulsion appeared, shoving the coldness away. Simultaneously, Meng Hao unleashed another fist strike. The blow landed directly onto the giant's chest. Cracks spread out, and the giant exploded into fragments of ice. Meng Hao subsequently waved his sleeve, causing a wind to spring up and scatter the fragments. Those fragments seemed capable of piercing through any barrier, and they quickly began to form back together. However, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with red light and he performed an incantation gesture, then waved his finger, unleashing the 8th hex's essence of space. His target was the flame phoenix, who was closing in behind him. The power of space erupted out and the Flamephoenix's eyes widened. She let out a piercing shriek and flames erupted off of her as she summoned a huge flame giant to take her place within the ceiling power. However, even as the flame phoenix used a substitute to escape the spatial ceiling, Meng Hao arrived and unleashed a fist strike. Flames burst out, but she quickly recovered. But Meng Hao then continued to unleash one fist strike after another. He struck a total of 13 blows. Each time, the flame phoenix would collapse into flames, but then reform. After every blow, her face was a bit paler, and she was trembling even harder. When the final blow landed, she was sent flying backward 3,000 meters, blood spraying out of her mouth. Just as Meng Hao was about to give chase, a furious roar echoed out. "Foreigner, you've forced our hand. It's time for you to die." It was the reformed giant who spread his arms wide and howled, "Ice plains flower." As he howled, intense coldness rose up from the ice plains around him. The coldness rushed toward the giant, and at the same time, the layers of ice in the area vanished to reappear atop his body. It only took a moment for all of the cold and ice to form together into a huge flower on his right hand. It was a flower made of ice, resplendent and beautiful. And as it grew larger, a terrifying aura emanated out from it. The entire world shuddered, and suddenly seemed to grow completely devoid of sound. Next, the flame phoenix, which Meng Hao had shoved 3,000 meters away, wiped the blood from her mouth and glared at him with a powerful murderous aura raging out. Eyes flickering with killing intent, the sea of flames around her roared even more powerfully than before, transforming into a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. The sky turned bright red, like a sea of fire, and at the same time, the flame phoenix cried, "Crimson flame flower!" Almost immediately, the crimson sea of flames began to form together into a gigantic flower. The seemingly everlasting flames stretched from the sky to the land, filling half the world with matchlessly intense heat. At the same time, the ice flower emanated intense coldness which froze everything it touched. Meng Hao watched all of this happening with an expectant gleam in his eyes. At the same time, the giant and the phoenix said, "Combined attack!" The giant's body shattered, swirling up to merge into the ice flower, which radiated even more resplendent light than before. The flame phoenix likewise merged into the flame flower, ensuring that both of the flowers were the peak existences in this entire world. The two flowers then shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "I've been waiting for this trump card of yours." As soon as the words left his mouth, his energy skyrocketed. His hair rose up and his black armor flashed as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. The essence of the 8th hex appeared, then the 7th and the 6th, all the way to the essence of the 1st hex. Then they began to merge together. 8 hexes combine. He threw his arms out in either direction as the 8 hexing magic essences transformed into threads, which then became a huge net. The net spread out in all directions, and in the moment that it made contact with the ice and flame flowers, the world shattered. Heaven and earth distorted as a huge shockwave blasted out in all directions. Within the blast, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body was shredded into a mass of bloody flesh. And yet, his eyes shone brightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Copper mirror armor. Shake the heavens. The armor on his body suddenly flew off him, transforming back into 7 shards. Then, they merged together, forming the almost complete shape of a mirror. This was the second true function of the copper mirror. Almost as soon as that mirror appeared, the terrifying blast created by the ice and flame flowers and the 8 combined hexes was deflected by the mirror, changing it from an outward blast into a focused attack aimed at the ground. Within the ice and flame flowers, the faces of the giant and the phoenix both fell. However, there was no time for them to do anything in response. Meng Hao's cultivation-based power exploded out like a sharp blade, joining the blast as it slammed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying peak power of all 3 of these powerful experts slammed into the layers of ice below. Boom! The lands quaked in response. Meng Hao couldn't single-handedly break open the ground, but the combined power of all three of them caused the plains around them to collapse. An enormous crater opened up to reveal a sprawling necropolis. Underneath this world of ice and fire, there was a necropolis that stretched out in all directions. In the moment that the necropolis appeared, the aura of the 8th mirror shard erupted with unprecedented intensity. Meng Hao laughed heartily as he flew down toward the necropolis. Meng Hao moved as fast as lightning, shooting into the necropolis and following the tug toward the copper mirror shard. The Ice Mountain Giant and the Flame Phoenix were so shocked by the use of the mirror shards that they had no time to react. The ground was destroyed, and before they even had time to think about what that meant, they were flying down to try to stop Meng Hao. Don't let him get the precious treasure. These were the two most powerful entities in this world, but they were still incredibly nervous as they unleashed all the speed they could muster to fly into the necropolis. Unfortunately for them, they were just a bit slower than Meng Hao. He was like a cascading beam of light that shot through the passageways down below. Despite the numerous twists and turns, the copper mirror shard was like a burning signal fire in his mind. He didn't pause for even a moment. In every location where a passage split off in two directions, he knew exactly which way to go, almost as if he had been here before. Behind him, both the Ice Mountain Giant and the Flame Phoenix shrank down in size as they followed in pursuit. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. The giant couldn't stop roaring in anger, and yet it did no good. Time passed. The pursuit went on for months, and yet the giant and the phoenix were unable to catch up to Meng Hao. As for Meng Hao, he sped along through the passageways of the necropolis until eventually he caught sight of the final copper mirror shard. It was in a deep pit, half of which was liquid ice, the other half being lava. In the very middle of the two was the mirror shard, which had split the area like yin and yang. The area was filled with a pulsing aura of both fire and ice, which was apparently what had created the strange place to begin with. Meng Hao looked down, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without any hesitation, he stretched his right hand out toward the pit and made a grasping motion. Instantly, the entire pit shuddered, as though it were on the verge of exploding. The mirror shard itself began to shake, then gradually loosened from its position as if it were about to fly over to him. It was at this point that a powerful roar echoed out from inside the liquid ice as a sinuous dragon burst out. It was snake-like and composed completely of frigid ice. Energy surging, it shot directly toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, a dragon of flames burst out from the lava, roaring as it charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly. Keeping his right hand in the same position as before, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and then waved it downwards. Demon sealing hexing magic erupted out in a powerful attack, enveloping the dragons of ice and fire, shoving them away. They spun back and were about to attack again when Meng Hao's left hand flashed in a sealing gesture. Instantly, two streams of mist shot out, transforming into humanoid shapes, like clones. They immediately shot toward the dragons of ice and fire, grabbing them and shoving them backward physically. The two dragons were immediately pinned against the nearby rock walls. At the same time, the two clones transformed into sealing marks which locked the dragons down. Now, no matter how they roared, they couldn't move at all. Next, the copper mirror shard shook even harder, and then began to rise up into the air. It was at this point that the Ice Mountain Giant and the Flame Phoenix began to feel the world trembling around them. Their faces fell and they pushed forward with increased speed. Within the space of a few breaths of time, they shot out of the tunnel. "Stay your hand," they roared. However, they were just a bit too late. As the copper mirror shard flew up into the air, the lava and the liquid ice exploded up. Meng Hao then reached out and grabbed the mirror shard. His eyes shone with brilliant light, and he was even panting a bit. He had been searching for this shard for hundreds of years. At long last, his collection was complete. The mirror shard itself seemed to be crying out with joy. In the blink of an eye, it melted, transforming into black threads that merged into Meng Hao's armor. The armor now seemed more complete than ever, and the aura it emitted was shocking to the extreme. Heaven and earth trembled. The entire world shook. Without the copper mirror shard, the lava and ice within the pit began to mix together, and all the lands trembled. The ice mountains began to melt, and the flames began to die out. Destructive power spread out in all directions. The ice mountain giant trembled and let out a piercing cry. The flame phoenix looked over, and seeing that he was about to attack, she gritted her teeth and blocked the way to Meng Hao. Rumbling filled the air as the ice mountain giant roared in rage. "Flame Phoenix, what are you doing?" "He already has the precious treasure," she replied. "Do you really think we can get it back, even if we fight together?" The ice mountain giant roared, and the two of them began to argue. Then they ceased communicating verbally and began to confer via divine will. Meng Hao stood nearby, watching. He didn't interfere, but instead focused on examining the summoning power of the copper mirror shards. As of this moment, he felt more strongly than ever that he could summon the copper mirror itself. Not too much time passed before the ice mountain giant let out another powerful roar. His expression was unyielding, and yet simultaneously defeated. Finally, he had given in. The flame phoenix turned to face Meng Hao. Taking a deep breath, she transformed into human form, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Fellow Taoist, we were being rash earlier," she said. "If it's not too much trouble, we would like to request that we keep the previous agreement." Meng Hao looked at her coldly. As of this point, he could completely ignore this place and whatever happened to it. However, his action of taking the copper mirror shard had initiated the destruction of the entire world. After a moment of thought, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing his cultivation-based power to erupt out and fill the area. Then he unleashed demon-sealing hexing magic. Starting with the first hex and going all the way to the 8th, he drew upon his most powerful divine ability, the 8 hexes combined. However, this time he had 8 mirror shards in the form of armor, making the divine ability even more powerful. Colors flashed, and the wind screamed. The faces of both the ice mountain giant and the flame phoenix flickered. "Seal," Meng Hao said, shoving his hands down toward the pit. That motion caused incredible sealing power to fall down onto the liquid ice and the lava. Instantly, the two liquids ceased mixing together and gradually became still. Cracking sounds emanated out, and at the same time sweat dripped down Meng Hao's forehead. His cultivation-based power erupted again, and the power of the sealing mark of the combined 8 hexes expanded, completely covering the liquid ice and the lava. Now, instead of destroying each other, they were locked in place. Although they weren't completely separated like they had been before, they were no longer merging. At the same time, the melting of the ice plains came to a halt. Although they were warmer than they had been before, they were still ice plains. On the other side of the world, in the lands of flame, fire once again flickered. Although it wasn't as prevalent as it had been before, and the temperature had been reduced, the fire still existed. As for the 2 tribes which inhabited the world, although they were thrown into a bit of chaos, there was no deadly danger anymore. "When I say I'll do something, I do it," Meng Hao said. "Right now, my cultivation base isn't powerful enough to completely resolve the problem. However, with this seal in place, this world will be safe for the next 10,000 years. Once my cultivation base is strong enough, I'll come back and remove the world from danger for all time." He looked down once more at the deep pit, and then over at the ice mountain giant and the flame phoenix. The ice mountain giant glared, but the flame phoenix smiled bitterly and then clasped hands and bowed. Meng Hao likewise clasped hands and bowed deeply toward the two of them. "This object is very important to me. Please accept my apology for any offense I've caused. In the future, I'll definitely repay you." Although Meng Hao knew that neither of them believed him, he was being very sincere. With that, he turned and left toward the exit of the necropolis. Behind him, the ice mountain giant and the flame phoenix looked at each other with dour expressions. However, there was nothing they could do at this point. Sighing, they also left. Now that he had the copper mirror shard, Meng Hao could fly even faster. After 20 days, he reached the exit passageway, and then flew out into the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he looked back down at the lands below for a moment, then shot out at top speed into the void. A few months later, he emerged from the huge flower. Now that he was back in the starry sky of the vast expanse, his eyes flickered, and his heart thumped with excitement. For the moment, he chose not to summon the copper mirror, but instead shot off into the distance. He tried a few times to make a connection with his clone's 9th life, but for some reason could only vaguely sense him. He had absolutely no way to know what exactly his clone was doing or experiencing. It was almost as if he were covered by a dense fog. However, he could sense a familiar and terrifying aura brewing inside the clone. Something is really strange about this ninth reincarnation. Could it be because he's forming the final sealing mark of the ninth hex? That was the conclusion he came to. The seal the heavens hex, the ninth hex, was incredibly powerful and didn't even seem congruous with the world. Perhaps its incredible nature was why this unexpected turn of events had occurred. After a few more months, he had reached a barren and remote location within the starry sky of the vast expanse. There could be seen a landmass completely devoid of life and filled with sprawling ruins. Meng Hao had passed by this place a few hundred years before and could sense that there was something strange about this place. Apparently, the energy of the vast expanse was weak here. As such, this was the location he had chosen to call out to the copper mirror. He began to set up numerous spell formations in the area, most of them being restrictive spells. He had no idea what unexpected events might occur after he summoned the copper mirror, but based on all of his experiences, he was certain that something would happen and that he needed to be ready. He spent 10 years making all of the preparations. In the end, the area looked like it had before, but the truth was that it was now as dangerous as a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Finally, he sighed contentedly. Taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged in front of a dusty boulder. Eyes shining, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and the 8 mirror shards flew out and began to circulate in the air around him. Apparently, they were forming a miraculous spell formation. Eyes focused and filled with intense anticipation, he said, "Copper mirror, Parrot, the time has come to reunite. I call upon the power of these 8 mirror shards to summon you, copper mirror. Whatever distant location you are in, return to me." Waving his sleeve, he thought back to everything that had happened in the past, then once again performed a double-handed incantation gesture. He sent his divine will out, making contact with the 8 mirror shards. That activated the miraculous spell formation. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and the 8 shards formed together into the face of a mirror, with one missing piece. The mirror seemed to be absorbing Meng Hao's divine sense power. Then it exploded as a brilliant column of light that illuminated everything in the area and caused the starry sky to tremble. "Copper mirror, return to me. Parrot, return to me." His voice seemed to thrum with bizarre power as it echoed out in all directions. It was a power that came from Meng Hao's memories, from his longing. It filled the column of light as it shot off into the starry sky of the vast expanse. "Copper mirror, return to me. Parrot, return to me. Lord Fifth, return to me." As the column of light formed by the 8 mirror shards shot up from the desolate landmass, the vast expanse trembled and the starry sky trembled. In that same moment, countless powerful experts suddenly seemed to sense something. Their expressions flickered, and they looked in the direction of the beam of light. In the locations where Meng Hao had discovered the other mirror shards, the powerful experts he had encountered gazed off into the distance, expressions flickering. The giant lizard, the vicious head, the ice mountain giant, and the flame phoenix. All of them could sense the auras of the precious treasures which had once been theirs. At the same time, there were other entities within the starry sky of the vast expanse who were stirred into action. Ripples spread out from the column of light, sweeping out through the vast expanse. At the same time, there was apparently a will which began to wake up, that then spoke out in an indistinct voice. "Destroy that spell formation. Stop him." Although the voice was difficult to make out, it could be heard by countless entities, and in response, their hearts trembled. Suddenly, a power of will seemed to fill them, taking control of their bodies. Almost immediately, they began to fly in Meng Hao's direction at top speed. There was a fog, within which shrieking voices could be heard. Countless mysterious specters could be seen therein, which surged out into the starry sky, radiating murderous intentions. On a crimson landmass, brutish roars echoed out as numerous 30,000-meter-long crimson dragons flew out into the vast expanse. An enormous head floated amidst the dust that filled the starry sky. It had been dead for countless ages, but now its eyelids suddenly opened. There were no eyes, only empty holes, and yet suddenly glints of red could be seen inside. Moments later, a cloud of red dots flew out from within the eyes, forming something like a beam of light. Each one of those dots was a bright red bug, the lot of which flew off into the distance. In another area, a huge coffin floated out in the void. It was broken down and dilapidated, with no corpse inside. Suddenly, a face materialized and floated above the coffin. "That's the will of the vast expanse," murmured a voice. The coffin vanished, and when it reappeared, it was far off in the distance, heading toward Meng Hao. Ripples filled the starry sky of the vast expanse as countless entities appeared. Some were beasts, some were other types of life, but all of them were heading toward Meng Hao. There were deathly, corpse-like spirits, minotaurs, creatures with tentacles for arms, stone golems, and extremely beautiful creatures that were only a third of the size of a normal human. Virtually every type of existence possible could be seen. The immortal god continent and the devil realm continent were shaken, and countless cultivators flew out, eyes red as they charged into the vast expanse. As of this moment, the entire starry sky of the vast expanse was trembling. Back on planet Vast Expanse, in the first sect, Han Bei was sitting there cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and they shone with a strange light. She flickered into motion, vanishing, then reappearing back out in the starry sky. In addition to all of those things, there was something else that noticed the fluctuations. In a remote spot near the very edge of the starry sky of the vast expanse, there was a withered old tree embedded into the trunk of which was a copper mirror. The copper mirror suddenly began to vibrate and shine with bright light. Then the image of a parrot became visible. It seemed confused as it looked off into the distance, as if it were thinking about the past. After a long moment, a blank look filled its eyes. "Someone is summoning me. This aura is very familiar, but I can't remember who it is. However, being called Lord Fifth, I like it. Seems familiar, very familiar." After a long moment, the parrot faded away. Then, the copper mirror flew off of the tree, transforming into a current of light that shot toward the direction of the calling. Meanwhile, Meng Hao still sat cross-legged on the land mass out in the starry sky. His divine sense was spread out in all directions, allowing him to feel how shaken the vast expanse was. Although he wasn't able to see it clearly, he could sense the location of the copper mirror and could feel that it was currently rushing toward him at top speed. "It's coming. It's definitely coming." A tremor ran through him, and his eyes shone with excitement. He had been waiting for hundreds of years for this chance to reunite with the copper mirror. What a pity the meat jelly perished, he thought, his heart filled with grief. However, he took a deep breath, confident that the day would come in which he would be able to resurrect the meat jelly. According to how fast it's moving, it will need about 7 days to get here. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Even as he sensed the copper mirror, he could also feel an incredible ill will rising up against him within the starry sky of the vast expanse. It was intense, something that could seemingly affect the very essence of life. Meng Hao could tell that as the ill will spread out, countless powerful experts began to head in his direction. Furthermore, in addition to the ill will, there was something adding a blessing to his enemies, increasing their speed dramatically, almost to the point of a teleportation, enabling them to move far, far faster than the copper mirror. It seems all the work I put into setting up these defenses wasn't a waste after all. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as he thought back over the 10 years he had spent setting up all of the spell formations. It had been difficult to suppress his anxiousness to summon the parrot, but now he realized that it was definitely worth it. It was at this point that the first species of enemy appeared in the starry sky up above. The mysterious specters closed in at high speed, invisible to the naked eye, but detectable via divine sense. They seemed matchlessly vicious and evil, and as soon as they appeared, they charged toward Meng Hao, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. He looked up them, eyes flashing with coldness. Before the specters could even get close to the land mass, they slammed into something like an invisible net. Flashes of light appeared, and the specters let out miserable shrieks. Via divine sense, Meng Hao was able to see their bodies being sliced to shreds by the huge net, completely destroying them. And yet, before they could even fade away, more specters appeared off in the distance. There were clouds of them, seemingly endless numbers that swarmed around the land mass. Were it necessary to count them, there would be more than 1 billion, creating an awe-inspiring scene as they charged in attack. Booms rang out and the landmass shook, but Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the first of the 9 shield layers he had built to shine with brilliant light, destroying the murderous specters. The specters didn't seem to fear death at all. They blasted bodily into the shield, causing it to shudder and teeter on the verge of being destroyed. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he snorted coldly. Then his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he slapped them onto the ground. Detonate! Instantly, the first shield layer surged with blinding light, then exploded, sending a destructive blast out in all directions. It swept over the specters like a deadly tide, causing blood-curdling screams to be heard as the specters were wiped out of existence. There were some among them who were incredibly powerful, and yet, even they were incapable of evading destruction. By the time the blast dissipated, more than 99% of the specters had been eradicated, leaving behind only those who were at the Paragon level. Of those, there were 7, with 2 being at the 9 essences level. They were tattered and torn, their expressions those of confusion, and yet they continued to attack. Meng Hao snorted, right hand flashing with an incantation gesture that caused wisps of smoke to curl outside of the second shield layer. The smoke rapidly took the shape of a hand, which grabbed out toward the specters. Booms could be heard as 3 of them were summarily crushed. The remaining specters fled, and just when the hand was about to pursue them, a mighty roar echoed out from the distance. A beam of red light appeared, moving so fast it seemed like a teleportation. In the blink of an eye, it appeared directly in front of the huge hand. It was a gigantic crimson dragon bursting with the power of peak 9 essences. As it slammed into the hand shattered, and then the dragon braced itself and charged onward in attack. Even as it moved forward, more crimson dragons appeared off in the distance. One after another they could be seen, including 3 which were at the peak 9 essences level. The rest were weaker, but the crimson dragons were powerful entities to begin with, and there were over 1 million of them. They filled the starry sky, instantly converging upon the second shield. The lands shook violently as the previously invisible second shield began to distort under the powerful attack. A moment later it was destroyed. The resulting fragments blasted out like a shockwave. In response, Meng Hao sat there on the land mass below, eyes flickering with killing intent. These shields had been erected using a technique he had acquired within Shui Donglio's legacy, and were very similar to the Mountain and Sea Grand Aegis. Based on the current level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, it was far, far mightier than the shield which had protected the Mountain and Sea realm. And yet, the Crimson Dragons were capable of shattering the second layer. However, the price they paid to do so was heavy. All of the Crimson Dragons beneath the Paragon level were shredded to pieces. Even as the reek of blood spread out in all directions, Meng Hao's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and 3 enormous hands appeared outside of the third shield. Each one radiated the power of the peak 9 essences level, and they shot directly after 3 crimson dragons. Then the starry sky trembled as, unexpectedly, countless red dots appeared on the 3 enormous hands. A close look revealed that each one of those red dots was a bug of some sort. In the blink of an eye, they had completely covered the hands, accompanied by an odd droning sound. More and more bugs appeared until everything seemed to be a huge swath of red. Then, off in the distance, a sinister aura of death appeared. It rapidly spread out in all directions, and within it could be seen an endless collection of corpses. Each one of those corpses seemed to have been possessed, and they formed a huge army that charged toward the land mass. The red bugs and the army of the dead all unleashed a massive onslaught onto the third shield layer. Shocking rumbling echoed out in all directions. Meng Hao said nothing. Looking off into the distance, he spread both hands out and pushed them down onto the ground. Then he closed his eyes and ignored everything happening outside the shields. His entire mind poured into the copper mirror shards to intensify their call. Time passed. 2 days later, the copper mirror was still a beam of bright light shooting toward Meng Hao's location. As for the landmass, it was shaking violently. The third shield layer had already collapsed, and now the fourth was teetering on the verge of destruction. Half of the red bugs were dead, and most of the army of the dead was gone. However, a host of stone golems had appeared, and because of their roaring attacks, the fourth shield was almost destroyed. The stone golems attacked with utter madness. In addition to them were minotaurs and strange, tentacle-armed entities. The tentacled entities did not have powerful fleshly bodies, but their magical techniques were incredibly shocking. Because of all of that, the fourth shield layer was finally destroyed. Even as the explosion rippled out, the stone golem's eyes gleamed with madness, and they suddenly self-detonated. Boom! The self-detonation of the stone golems caused the shockwave of the fourth shield layer's destruction to blast into the fifth shield layer. Cracks spread out as the swarms of bizarre creatures continued to attack, and the fifth shield layer disintegrated. Next came a rain of 1 billion or more arrows, which whizzed toward the sixth shield layer, bursting with shocking levels of power. In the blink of an eye, the sixth shield layer was destroyed. That caused the seventh shield layer to appear, at which point Meng Hao opened his eyes. He looked out, his expression grim. Then he took a deep breath and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a blurry face to appear on the surface of the seventh shield. It looked almost like a specter as it flew up to meet the rain of arrows. Next came a host of tiny humanoid creatures no taller than an average person's knee. More time passed. On the third day, the seventh shield layer was destroyed by the tiny creatures. In the 3 days that the armies of bizarre creatures had been attacking the shield layers, they had sustained severe casualties, losing even paragon-level entities. Creatures of all kinds and types could be seen. Of the numerous types of beings Meng Hao had encountered throughout his hundreds of years of traveling, only a small portion were represented here. These creatures had received the summons which had echoed out from the will of the vast expanse, and thus, it was with bloodshot eyes that they battered against the seventh shield layer. On the fourth day, the seventh shield layer collapsed. On the fifth day, the eighth shield layer was destroyed. On the sixth day, the ninth shield layer was shaking. Meng Hao opened his eyes again and looked out at the seemingly infinite armies of bizarre creatures. Their vast numbers were truly a shocking sight to behold. They had numerous 9 essences experts. Although they didn't represent even a fraction of the power that existed out in the starry sky, they were possessed by a madness that ensured they would not rest until Meng Hao was destroyed. One more day, Meng Hao murmured. The ninth shield layer will last for that much longer. Meng Hao could sense that the copper mirror was still some distance away. It would definitely appear within 1 day. However, it was this point that Meng Hao opened his eyes, and his face fell. Off in the distance in the starry sky, an enormous planet had suddenly teleported into the area behind the landmass he was currently on. The planet immediately vibrated as it began to pick up speed. Rumbling could be heard as the planet crushed numerous creatures in the army in its attack on the ninth shield layer. Even the armies of bizarre creatures could hardly endure the ear-splitting rumbling which echoed out as the area where the ninth shield layer was hit immediately shattered. Then, the enormous planet began to move as, shockingly, it transformed into a giant. It stood there tall and mighty outside of the shield, grinning down at Meng Hao. In the same moment that it grinned, a streak of light shot through the hole it had torn into the shield and headed directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face was very grim as he sat there cross-legged. He suddenly extended his right hand, then clenched it down violently. A boom rang out as he grabbed a tiny creature no taller than his own knee. It was a woman, spectacularly beautiful, who exuded an enticing charm. However, her face was pale, and her expression one of disbelief. Apparently, she couldn't believe that the cloaking magic she cultivated could be seen through by Meng Hao. Before she could beg for mercy, Meng Hao squeezed his hand down and a popping sound rang out as her body exploded. Things weren't over yet, though. Meng Hao rose to his feet, and his left hand unleashed a vicious fist strike. A crimson dragon suddenly appeared directly in the path of his fist. A look of confusion could be seen in its eyes as it seemingly allowed the fist strike to hit it, completely destroying its entire massive frame. At the same time, Meng Hao tilted his head to the side to avoid a deadly attack from one of the specters. As the specter sailed past him, he suddenly opened his mouth and latched onto the specter. Even as it let out a miserable shriek, Meng Hao inhaled deeply. The specter subsequently shrank down as it was sucked into Meng Hao to become part of his cultivation base. All of this takes some time to describe, but happened in the briefest of moments after the planetary giant punched a hole into the shield and smiled. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever as he strode forward 30 meters. As he did, the 8 copper mirror shards, which remained in the spot he had been standing earlier, emitted a bright shield. It consisted of a riot of colors which flowed across its surface, and was the most powerful of Meng Hao's preparations, the 10th shield layer. This shield protected not the landmass, but the spell formation which was issuing the summoning call to the copper mirror. Meng Hao stood outside of the shield, looking around, his eyes flickering with killing intent, a murderous aura swirling around him. He said nothing, and yet his actions made his message clear. No one would be getting past him to destroy that spell formation. The entire battlefield went completely silent. However, that silence only lasted for a few breaths worth of time. Then, howls and roars broke the silence as countless figures poured through the hole which had already been punched in the shield. As for the planetary giant, it began to batter the 9th shield in other locations. Meng Hao took a first step forward and the lands shook. Because the energy of the vast expanse was weak on his landmass, the shaking of the land itself influenced everything around it, slowing down the approach of the enemy. Because of that, a few entities shot out in front of everyone else. They were none other than the Paragon-level experts. Although only one was at the 9 essences level, with the rest being at the 8 essences level, they were still powerful Paragons. As soon as they appeared in the open, Meng Hao shot forward, unleashing the Devil Butchering Fist. Life Extermination. Self-Immolation. God-Slaying. Devil Butchering. They merged together into one fist, one punch, which shocked everything and shook the starry sky. Incredible power was unleashed on the handful of Paragons, and in their shock, blasted into them even as they were still preparing to defend themselves. They were crushed as easily as dry twigs. Booms rang out as they exploded, destroyed in body and mind. By a fluke, only the 9 essences expert survived, blood spurting out of various wounds. But then Meng Hao took a second step forward, appearing up in midair, where he punched out a second time. However, he didn't strike the Paragon, but someone else. The air in front of him rippled as an old man appeared, a man with pitch-black skin and 2 horns sticking out of his head, who emanated the power of the peak 9 essences level. His expression was grave as he faced Meng Hao's single punch. Roaring, he unleashed a divine ability, summoning a black ox, beneath whose feet swirled flaming wind. Meng Hao's single attack destroyed many of the bizarre creatures who were pouring in through the hole in the shield. Even the old man himself coughed up a mouthful of blood and tumbled backward, face filled with fear. By this point, only half of the 6th day had passed. Meng Hao took a third step, although it was not to attack the old man with the pitch-black skin. He appeared outside of the 9th shield layer, in front of the planet-sized giant. "You're strong, huh?" he said coldly. Even as the words left his mouth, the giant shivered, and his heart began to pound. He began to move backward. Before he could get away, Meng Hao transformed into a black rock which shot forward like lightning, stabbing into the giant's forehead and then bursting out from the other side of his head. The planetary giant let out a blood-curdling shriek that was so loud it caused numerous nearby creatures to explode. Blood sprayed out in all directions. The planetary giant's eyes went dim and then its head exploded. By the time its body started to topple down, Meng Hao in black rock form was back on the landmass. However, in that very moment, his face flickered with surprise as a sense of imminent danger rose up inside of him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a huge rock back into an ordinary-sized human. At the same time, a black beam of light shot through the spot once occupied by his head. Even though it didn't touch him, it left his cultivation base trembling. Had he not reacted when he did, the attack would have blasted into the head of his rock form. Although Meng Hao wouldn't have been killed, he would have been seriously injured. He spun around and saw a coffin some distance away. Floating in the air above the coffin was the face of an old man who was staring at Meng Hao. The instant their gazes met, Meng Hao suddenly got the feeling that this old man was at the same level as himself. Considering Meng Hao's current power, he was at a level past the peak of 9 essences, and virtually anyone he met was someone he could fight with ease. However, when he looked at the face above the coffin, he was filled with a sensation of danger and crisis. His eyes flickered as he suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing only a few meters in front of the 10th shield. If he was a match for the old man out in the starry sky, then back in this location, with the power of the lands around him at his disposal, he could definitely crush him. After all, on the land mass itself, the energy of the vast expanse was weak. The old man above the coffin didn't enter the land mass, though. He remained outside, looking coldly at Meng Hao. Then he looked at the 30-meter-wide shield, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Meng Hao stood there, a cold expression on his face. Then he lifted his foot and stomped down, causing a huge boom to echo out and shockwaves to ripple out. As the blast echoed out, countless bizarre creatures in the area, creatures who didn't fear dying at all, were instantly killed. Gradually, everything went quiet again. Outside of the broken ninth shield, there were still endless numbers of bizarre creatures. However, none of them dared to try to fight their way onto the landmass. Anyone who tried to get to the landmass, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, was killed in body and mind. Those who managed to escape were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. The silence didn't make Meng Hao nervous at all. He was trying to buy time, and could tell that the copper mirror was getting closer and closer. At the most, it would take half a day for it to appear in front of him. However, it was at this point that, beyond the vast army of bizarre creatures, fluctuations filled the starry sky as more than 10,000 figures appeared. Astonishingly, those figures were cultivators. Furthermore, as soon as they appeared, they radiated the aura of the immortal god continent. The other bizarre creatures in the area didn't seem surprised at all, but as for Meng Hao, his eyes instantly erupted with an intense, uncontrollable killing intent. This aura, the aura of the immortal god continent, was something he would never be able to forget. That aura belonged to an enemy who had caused the mountain and sea realm to be destroyed, the meat jelly to die, the parrot's mind had to be erased, and had pushed Meng Hao to the brink of death. Instantly, the redness in Meng Hao's eyes caused the entire area to seem somber and desolate. However, as the saying goes, troubles come in pairs. In almost the same moment that the forces of the immortal god continent appeared, another group of 10,000 figures appeared from another direction. They were difficult to make out at first, but they were also cultivators. They didn't emanate the aura of the immortal god continent, but rather were surrounded by the mist of the devil realm. In addition to that, they were led by a muscular man who was none other than one of the 9 essences experts Meng Hao had fought in the past. The instant he saw Meng Hao, his expression became one of shock and his killing intent intensified. Meng Hao, on the other hand, smiled, a smile filled with icy coldness. He had already been focused on slaughter, but now his desire to kill rose to greater heights than before. In almost the same moment that he smiled, the forces of the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent flew into the gap which had been opened in the 9th shield, and headed down toward the land mass. Their deadly charge changed the situation on the battlefield. The other creatures in the army had been silent before, but now they began to roar and howl. They also joined in the charge, ensuring that masses of enemies were flooding through the hole in the shield. It only took a moment for the land mass Meng Hao was standing on to begin to tremble from the force unleashed by the countless charging figures. The army was vast, and scattered among their numbers were many powerful experts. Even the old coffin man had finally passed through the shield. Booms echoed out. Meng Hao's hair whipped about as he took 7 steps forward. When the 7th step landed, the ground quaked as an enormous foot crushed countless enemies into a bloody pulp. Simultaneously, Meng Hao moved directly in front of the muscular man from the Devil Realm continent. The man's mind reeled. He had never imagined that the person he would be fighting today would be Meng Hao, nor could he ever have guessed that after a mere handful of centuries that had passed, Meng Hao would have become so powerful. However, there was no time to ponder the matter. Meng Hao's right hand pierced through his defenses as easily as a sharp blade through bamboo, and then latched onto the man's neck. "It is with you that my revenge begins." As his hoarse voice echoed out, power erupted from his hand, and the 9 essences expert exploded into pieces, destroyed in body and mind. Even as Meng Hao killed the man, 8 figures appeared around him. Shockingly, these people were the most powerful experts among their various races and tribes, and they were joining forces in one massive attack. 8 enemies. Meng Hao threw his head back and bellowed, causing numerous mountains to descend. However, he didn't send them to attack his enemies, but rather caused them to cover over himself. In the blink of an eye, 100,000, then 1,000,000, and then 10 million mountains were superimposed over him, creating a powerful shield defense. A moment later, the combined attack of the 8 powerful experts slammed into the mountains. The seemingly endless group of mountains exploded. At the same time, Meng Hao fell back, slamming into one of the powerful experts behind him. His speed was such that his enemy was blasted into a haze of blood and flesh, his fleshly body destroyed. His soul flew out, which was incapable of doing anything to stop Meng Hao from escaping the encirclement. In that moment, the old coffin man's eyes glittered and he emerged from the coffin itself, looking like a specter. He took a step, appearing directly in front of Meng Hao. He extended his hand and the full power of his cultivation base surged as he attempted to tap Meng Hao's forehead. "Just what I was waiting for," Meng Hao said, smiling. Even as the man's finger closed in, Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly. The old man's face fell, but before he could react, Meng Hao waved his hand, creating 4 lines around the old man. Spatial ceiling. The 4 lines instantly transformed into a canvas. The power of the spatial ceiling erupted out, and the old man was powerless to stop it from sealing him inside of the canvas. When he appeared in the painting, he immediately unleashed the power of his cultivation base, causing the canvas to burst into flames. Considering the incredibly high level of his cultivation base, the ceiling was only powerful enough to hold him for a moment. However, a moment was all Meng Hao needed. He grinned viciously, unleashing the power of his cultivation base, waving his hand as he summoned the 8th hex. Then came the 7th and the 6th all the way to the 1st. They transformed into long threads, combining into a net which he flung toward the old man. 8 hexes, combined. As the words left his mouth, the net swept out to cover over everything in the area. The net passed through countless enemy creatures as though they weren't even there. No one could stop it. The paragon from the immortal god continent blinked in shock as the net passed through him. The minotaurs, the specters, the stone golems, the cultivators from the immortal god continent, all of the various living beings from the other locations, were swept over by the net. Not even the red bugs could evade it. They were small in size, but the net was dense. When it had spread out to its limit, Meng Hao made a grasping motion, and the net began to retract, returning through all the same beings it had passed on its way out. The net rapidly shrunk down into Meng Hao's palm, until it was nothing more than a dazzling light. Then, every being surrounding him on the land mass began to tremble. Blood began to spray out everywhere, as they were sliced into ribbons. Some of them became gore that splattered around on the ground, others were turned into ash. The armies outside of the land mass gasped, and then everything went deathly silent. Despite the fact that the will of the starry sky was urging them to attack, their instincts and their terror caused them to look at the land mass with minds spinning. Meng Hao remained calm, but his eyes shone with bright red light. He looked up at the old man sealed in the painting, which was still burning. The old man howled as he prepared to burst out from inside. Meng Hao stared at him coldly, then waved his hand. Once again, the scintillating net appeared, which he threw out to cover the old man. This time, the sealing power was far greater than before, and the old man was powerless to escape its effects. All he could do was let out an unyielding roar. Meng Hao turned his attention to the hosts outside in the starry sky. Surrounding him were countless corpses, so many that it was impossible to count. He said nothing. However, the image of him standing there, and the thought of what he had just done in the battle, became a powerful warning to everyone who remained alive. Anyone who sets foot in here dies. Time passed. Meng Hao wasn't standing in the exact center of the landmass, but he was certainly the center of all attention. Outside, beyond the battered remnants of the 9th shield layer, was an army of bizarre creatures that filled the starry sky from end to end. They all hovered there silently, looking down, but unwilling to set foot onto the land mass. The massive gap in the shield still existed. It hadn't closed up. However, despite the many hours which had passed, not a single individual had entered through it. The strange nature of the landmass ensured that the energy of the vast expanse was scant, and also made it so that the will of the vast expanse was weaker. Because of that, the creatures that made up the army weren't as easy to influence as before. Although they still radiated a murderous aura, they were still mostly under the control of their primary instincts. As such, they were kept silent and unmoving by the realization that they would surely die if they entered the landmass. If things kept going like this, Meng Hao would essentially have won the battle. By now, he could sense that the mirror was very close and would appear in front of him very soon. It's almost here. The copper mirror. Parrot, return to me. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Within the 30-meter shielded area behind him, the 8 copper mirror shards radiated brilliant light. The pillar of light which rose up from them was like a torch on a dark light, almost blinding as it continued to summon the copper mirror. Enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, and Meng Hao began to pant as he looked off into the distance. As for all the creatures in the army, they could sense a pressure building from off in the distance, something which left them feeling very uneasy, even jittery. They could almost make out a beam of light shooting, not through the starry sky, but through some other swath of darkness. However, it was in this very moment that all of a sudden, ripples exploded out directly in front of Meng Hao. The air in front of him had been still and unmoving before, but now a finger appeared. Its appearance was ordinary in all aspects, but as soon as it appeared, it caused the entire world and even the entire starry sky to begin to shake. It superseded all light, and in the darkness of the starry sky, only it seemed to shine brightly. It seemed to be moving in slow motion as it reached out towards Meng Hao's chest. Unexpectedly, he was completely unable to dodge it. A boom rang out. Heaven shook and earth trembled. Cracking sounds could be heard from the land mass as fissures snaked out in all directions. Even the 9th shield layer shattered. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth and he tumbled backward, slamming into the surface of the 10th shield layer. The shield distorted and almost instantly shattered into pieces. Meng Hao continued to tumble backward nearly 25 meters before grinding to a halt. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, he slowly looked up at the rippling area up ahead of him. Now, it wasn't just a finger that was visible. A gaunt figure appeared out of thin air, and as soon as his foot touched the surface of the land mass, everything began to vibrate. At the same time, a supreme and paramount aura exploded out from him. It was as if he were the representative of the entire starry sky, as if a single word from him could be considered natural law in the entire vast expanse. Apparently, a glance from him could determine the life or death of any of the beings which existed in the starry sky. "I am the emissary of all heaven," he said coolly. The echo of his voice caused the entire land mass to crumble into nothing. The only exception was the 30-meter area upon which Meng Hao stood. All other locations collapsed into dust from the single word uttered by this emissary of all heaven. The surrounding swarms of creatures felt an indescribable reverence rising up from their souls. They bowed their heads and dropped to their knees to kowtow. "Greetings, emissary." The gaunt man seemed middle-aged, but had an ashen face and deeply profound eyes. He stood there, clad in a black robe, looking coldly at Meng Hao. "Why haven't you knelt yet?" he asked. It was one sentence with only 5 words, but as soon as it left his mouth, a pressure burst out that defied description. It slammed into Meng Hao, causing intense rumbling sounds to echo out. Meng Hao's cultivation base was at the peak of the 9 essences level, but it almost seemed impossible to bear the pressure. His knees shook as the pressure became like 2 hands pushing down onto his shoulders, as if he were being forced to kneel. But then Meng Hao smiled. It was a vicious smile, complete with glowing red eyes. Shocking power erupted out, staining the surrounding starry sky with redness. The redness might not be able to compare with the blackness of the starry sky as a whole, but in this particular area, it was like a tempest that couldn't be resisted. "I, Meng Hao, have never kowtowed to the heavens, nor bowed to the earth. What makes you think that I would kneel to scum like you?" The redness in his eyes intensified, and his aura began to flicker with multifarious variations. Demonic chi erupted, and not only did he not kneel, he began to walk forward, 1 step at a time. His energy began to rise up and the redness raged like flames. Instantly, intense pressure began to crush down onto the emissary of all heaven. The man's face flickered. "You really want to die," he said, snorting coldly. He lifted his right hand, and killing intent exploded out as he shoved his palm toward Meng Hao. Intense pressure erupted that exceeded the 9 essences level. If Meng Hao hadn't been on guard already, he would have been killed in body and mind. And yet, he didn't stop moving for even a moment. In fact, he sped up. At the same time, his energy continued to build up, demonic chi surged, and the red glow expanded. Then, he clenched his right fist and unleashed the devil-butchering fist. As the fist bore down on the emissary of all heaven, the red glow in the area rumbled, making it seem like there were infinite fists about to slam into the man. Then Meng Hao transformed into black rock form, only to change again into an azure-colored rock, which instantly changed color yet again to crimson. Then, he shot like lightning toward the emissary of all heaven, slashing at him with razor-sharp claws. Next were countless mountains which caused heaven to shake and the earth to tremble as they descended. However, Meng Hao didn't stop at that. He unleashed the blood demon grand magic and followed up with demonic chi formed into the shape of a gigantic head which viciously snapped its mouth at the emissary. Booms rang out, filling the starry sky. In just a few short moments, Meng Hao unleashed his most deadly attacks and then ended them all with the combined 8 hexes. The emissary fell back repeatedly, face growing increasingly pale. Finally, killing intent flickered in his eyes as he took to flight, not to attack Meng Hao but to try to destroy the spell formation. However, Meng Hao quickly intercepted him. Instead of falling back again, the emissary of all heaven unleashed another attack. When it slammed into Meng Hao, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and tumbled backward several hundred meters. The emissary then stepped forward, appearing directly in front of the 8 copper mirror shards. Then, he lifted up his right hand and shoved it violently forward. And yet, Meng Hao simply smiled. Eyes shining with madness, he waved his finger toward the emissary. As he did, a beam of light shot toward the land mass through the starry sky, moving at indescribable speed. It slashed through the hosts of creatures, destroying many of their number who could not evade, transforming them into nothing more than ash. In the blink of an eye, an entire section of creatures was destroyed. The emissary's face fell as the beam of light closed in on him, then stabbed through his chest on its way to the spell formation. Finally, the light faded away to reveal what had been inside, an ancient and primitive copper mirror. As soon as the mirror appeared, the 8 shards melted together, then flowed into the body of the mirror itself to form a complete mirror. A primordial aura erupted out from the mirror, shaking the starry sky and sending boundless ripples out in all directions. The emissary's face fell, and he backed up. As for Meng Hao, he looked excitedly at the mirror. "Return to me," he said. The mirror vibrated, and a blurry figure appeared within the mirror. A parrot. It looked out coldly at Meng Hao, seemingly confused. It was as if it were looking at a stranger, and at the same time that stranger seemed familiar. After a moment, though, that feeling of familiarity faded. The parrot looked away from Meng Hao, and then turned and shot out into the starry sky, taking the mirror with it. Meng Hao's face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the parrot flying away filled his heart with pain, especially when he knew exactly why it had seemed so confused. "Well, it is what it is. At least you're complete. Even though you're leaving, severing your destiny with me, I just hope that you can find a master better than me." The emissary of all heaven began to laugh uproariously. Although a huge hole had been pierced into his chest, no blood flowed out. He turned to look at Meng Hao, laughing the entire time. "That mirror doesn't belong to you anymore. It erased its own mind. You spent almost 1,000 years getting ready to summon it to you, and it was all a complete waste." Somehow, this emissary of all heaven knew about everything Meng Hao had been doing. "Now, since you feel like leaving the vast expanse, I'll help you. I will help you follow the destiny which has long since been prepared for you." Laughing, the emissary of all heaven flickered into motion, performing an incantation gesture with both hands as he shot toward Meng Hao. Then he waved his finger, and the entire starry sky of the vast expanse seemed to sink down, as if he were drawing upon some of its power, then merging it into his finger to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao defended with all of his might. Booms rang out, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed, forced into successive retreats. But then, the eyes of the parrot in the distant copper mirror suddenly flickered. It still seemed confused, and yet, a tremor ran through it. For some unknown reason, it suddenly had the feeling that if it left right now, it would regret that decision for the rest of its life. "Who am I? Who am I?" The parrot shivered, and then the confusion faded from its eyes. Instead, it seemed to be struggling with itself, as though there were memories inside of it trying to awaken. Who is he? Why does he seem so familiar? I obviously don't know him. Why does it hurt so much to see him injured so? Why do I have this feeling that he's a very important part of my life? Why? Why? And who am I? I'm the spirit automaton of the copper mirror. No, wait. I'm a parrot. Then who's Lord Fifth? Who is this Lord Fifth? Aha! The copper mirror began to tremble violently. Inside, the parrot howled, its eyes bloodshot as memories apparently bubbled up inside of it. It couldn't see the memories clearly, but for some reason, it knew that it couldn't abandon the person who had summoned it. It could tell that he was very important and that he viewed the parrot as important too. The feeling rising up within the spirit automaton gradually left it convinced that this person was the owner of the copper mirror. I can't go. How could I go? The parrot howled again, its eyes bright red and its mind in complete chaos. And yet, it didn't hesitate for another moment. It turned, transforming into a flowing beam of light that shot through the heavens at incredible speed, leaving the starry sky flaming in its wake. This was also the starry sky of all heaven, and yet it couldn't slow the copper mirror down. Everything shook violently, and a roar of rage echoed out. Meng Hao was currently wiping the blood off his lips. His eyes glowed brightly as he performed an incantation gesture, causing his cultivation base to surge as he prepared to fight. The emissary of all heaven was laughing coldly, and his eyes radiated an awe-inspiring light. Just when he was about to unleash another attack, his face fell. He turned to look over his shoulder, and saw the copper mirror and parrot returning, slicing through the starry sky at top speed. The man's pupils constricted and his mind began to reel. Meng Hao also saw what was happening and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Then he threw his head back and laughed long and hard. Copper mirror, return to me, he cried, his voice echoing out in all directions. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the parrot closed in. It flew toward him at top speed, and then slammed into his chest and began to merge into him. A tremor ran through Meng Hao as a familiar sensation spread out. At the same time, his laughter grew even brighter and clearer. The glow in his eyes grew warm, and that warmth was not directed at the emissary of all heaven but at the copper mirror and the parrot. The emissary almost couldn't believe what was happening and his heart began to pound in his chest. As for the spot where the copper mirror had slammed into Meng Hao's chest, no injury could be seen there at all, and it only took a moment for the copper mirror to vanish completely. Then black strands began to spread out to cover Meng Hao's entire body. At the same time, a towering pressure exploded out from him. Meng Hao's heart was pounding. He could sense the existence of the parrot now, and although it viewed him as a stranger, there was still some of the old sensation that came from their past connection. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly as he laughed, floating up into the air and taking control of the copper mirror. As his hands spread out wide, the black strands continued to cover him, spreading out from his chest toward every other part of him. In the blink of an eye, black armor covered his chest, upon which could be seen primeval designs. It seemed to contain an aura of the most ancient type. At the same time, Meng Hao's energy began to rise up to explosive levels. The emissary of all heaven had been just about to advance toward him, but the tempest which sprang up instantly slowed him down. The armor continued to cover Meng Hao, spreading out to both of his arms. As the black strands merged together, wicked spikes spread out to cover his shoulders with pauldrons that resembled parrot heads. His energy exploded out in shocking fashion, causing all of the bizarre creatures in the huge army to tremble inwardly. By this point, the armor had completely covered his arms, forming overlapping layers of sharp black scales. Now that the armor had covered his torso, it began to rapidly flow down across his legs. A moment later, a huge vortex sprang up beneath his feet, every rotation of which threw the starry sky around it into chaos. The pressure pulsing off of Meng Hao grew more intense, making him the complete focus of everything in the starry sky. The emissary of all heaven was completely ashen-faced as he fell back into retreat. He was muttering, and if one listened closely, they might be able to make out the words he spoke. Transcendent battle armor. Many of the creatures in the army were coughing up blood, unable to stand up to the intense pressure, a pressure which surpassed the 9 essences level and was close to transcendence. Booms echoed out, each one far louder than thunder, so loud that even heavenly might seemed as if it would be crushed by Meng Hao's energy. The final extension of the armor covered Meng Hao's head. A black mask covered his face, and a black cape rippled out behind him. It was a grand sight with colors flashing and the wind blowing. An intense, ancient aura radiated out from Meng Hao. Then something appeared in Meng Hao's hand, which he remembered very distinctly. It was the battle weapon. The black battle weapon pulsed with a cold glow that seemed capable of reaving the starry sky and shaking the vast expanse itself. The instant the battle weapon appeared, a gleam of reminiscence appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. Looking down at it, he murmured, "So, old friend, we finally meet again." In the instant that his armor was complete, the aura Meng Hao radiated caused everything to shake. Ripples spread out, with him at the center, a tempest which shattered the starry sky. The wind blasted into countless creatures in the surrounding area. All they could do was scream as they were transformed into ash. The look on the face of the emissary of all heaven was one of unprecedented seriousness as he continued to back up. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was wrapped up in the tempest. The vast expanse trembled and countless creatures in the army gasped. Deep in their souls, they began to tremble in fear. It was hard to say who did it first, but one by one they began to flee in terrified madness. They knew that if they didn't escape from the intense pressure which was building up, they would be destroyed in body and mind. Even the 9 essences paragons had the same reaction. Within the entire world of this stretch of the starry sky, Meng Hao was the ultimate existence. At the same time, an illusory image suddenly appeared behind him. It was enormous, gigantic, something that seemed capable of shaking the stars. It was a huge parrot. The parrot's feathers weren't multicolored. They were black. It had a terrifying aura, which made even the emissary of all heaven gasp in fear of Meng Hao. Without even thinking about it, he began to back up even faster. Still not quite at the full level of transcendence, Meng Hao thought as he sensed the energy exploding out of him. It was the most incredible level of power he had ever experienced in his entire life up to this point. Even though it's not transcendence, it still makes me the most powerful person under the transcendent level. He looked up and the red glow of his eyes shone out through the black mask, making him look terrifying to the extreme. "Well, it makes sense, since my 9th hex still isn't complete," he murmured. Then he took a step forward toward the fleeing emissary of all heaven. Before he could get very far at all, Meng Hao was right in front of him, whereupon he shoved out with his left hand. "Get the hell back to wherever you came from," he roared. The emissary of all heaven felt himself vibrating, and then he exploded. A roar of anger echoed out, and madness filled his eyes as the energy of the vast expanse quickly formed his body back together. Meng Hao's expression was icy cold as he hefted the battle weapon in his right hand and then slashed it through the void. The starry sky was split apart. The energy of the vast expanse which existed in the starry sky of all heaven was riven down to its very source. The starry sky trembled, and cracking sounds echoed out. Shockingly, a rift spread out, forming a huge circle, like a sealing mark. The energy of the vast expanse was not capable of entering within that area, resulting in the emissary of all heaven being cut off from his power source. "To kill you would be as easy as flipping over my hand," Meng Hao said coolly. He began to walk forward, and each step caused massive rumbling to echo out. After he had taken 3 steps, the emissary of all heaven roared, drawing upon the energy of the vast expanse inside of his body to materialize a trident with vicious, spiraled prongs. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he then shoved out with his left hand. The trident lurched to a standstill, then began to tremble. Meng Hao's hand gradually formed into a fist, and the trident began to twist and distort. Then, a bang rang out as Meng Hao clenched his fist tight. The trident exploded. Black mist began to roil out from the emissary. Clearly, he was deeply weakened. For the first time, a look of fear could be seen on his face. "So, you can feel fear, huh?" Meng Hao said calmly. He took a 4th step forward, appearing yet again in front of the emissary. The emissary let out a miserable shriek, and tried again to flee. And yet, no matter what he did or how he fled, Meng Hao would appear in front of him. The reason I sealed this place down is because I'm very curious about what exactly you are. Meng Hao's left hand shot out as he grabbed the emissary of all heaven by the neck. "O will of all heaven," squeaked the emissary. "O Lord of all heaven, save me." In that very moment, though, Meng Hao suddenly began a soul search. He began to soul search the emissary of all heaven who represented the starry sky of all heaven. As the soul searching began, Meng Hao's mind filled with rumbling sounds. Shockingly, there were no memories to be seen. There was only a voice. "Henceforth, you are the emissary of all heaven." There was only that eternal voice echoing out within his mind. It was impossible to say when those words had been spoken, but they left Meng Hao's consciousness reeling as strongly as if he had been struck by a huge blow. Even more astonishing was that the voice seemed to contain piercing power that reached out into Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the voice was echoing out in his own mind. It was like a sealing mark burning deep into his body, resulting in Meng Hao being made the new emissary of all heaven. His body trembled, and beneath his mask, his eyes shone with radiant crimson light. Demonic chi erupted out within him, surging to suppress the voice which echoed in his mind. The scene out in the starry sky was of Meng Hao grasping the emissary of all heaven by the throat. It didn't appear as if anything strange at all was happening. However, the truth was that Meng Hao was facing incredible danger that threatened even his soul. It wasn't that he hadn't been aware that performing a soul search might be dangerous. As far as he was concerned, he had had no choice. This person claimed to be the emissary of all heaven, and even had some of the will of the starry sky upon him. Because of all of that, and because of the things Meng Hao had learned in the necropolis of the vast expanse school, he was able to form some speculations. The starry sky of all heaven, the starry sky of the vast expanse, had a will, and that will was none other than all heavens. As the saying went, all heaven fears the immortal. Furthermore, all heaven wanted the demon to appear. All of that caused Meng Hao to be filled with a sensation of imminent crisis and also caused him to reach certain conclusions about why the mountain and sea realm had been struck with such calamity. Although he had no definite answers, he had a lot of clues. And therefore, this emissary of all heaven could be considered one of his greatest acquisitions. If he could squeeze some answers out of this man's mind, it would help him to understand the truth much more clearly. That would also give him a much greater chance at achieving victory in the future. "You want me to become the emissary of all heaven? You don't qualify." Meng Hao let out a powerful roar and his armor began to vibrate. The power of the copper mirror exploded out, combining with Meng Hao's demonic chi to form a tempest which blasted out in all directions. It drove the sealing mark away, completely destroying it, wiping it out of existence. It didn't matter how powerful that sealing mark had been in the past. After coming out from within the body of the emissary, it was significantly weakened. Add in the fact that Meng Hao was at his peak state, and once he fought back, he was able to destroy the sealing mark and dispel the voice. As the voice faded away, the emissary of all heaven trembled, and his eyes began to shine. All of the hair on his head turned white and his skin began to wither up. In the briefest of instants, he aged into an ancient form. At the same time, his mind was cleared of the sealing mark and countless memories flooded back in. Because he was still in the midst of a soul search, Meng Hao could see all of those memories. He saw a world that was not the mountain and sea realm, not the immortal god realm, and not the devil realm. It was not the world he had seen in the necropolis. It was a strange land, and yet it was obviously located within the starry sky of all heaven. It was a flourishing world, and although it hadn't reached a level of ultimate power, there were still many powerful experts. Most importantly, the world had legends of the immortal. Apparently, it was a place like the mountain and sea realm or planet vast expanse, a place where the cultivators had immortal threads which, if they had the right destiny, could form an immortal root. In other words, it was a world in which the immortal could appear. In this case, the word immortal didn't refer to the immortal realm, but rather what all heaven feared. The immortal. Meng Hao saw the emissary of all heaven in that world, except he was a young man. Meng Hao watched him practice cultivation and grow into a man. He started out as a rogue cultivator who eventually exceeded all of his contemporaries. He unified the world in which he lived, reaching the absolute peak, 9 essences. At that time, this emissary of all heaven was not like he was now. He was focused on his goals, and was the center of all attention. Then, one day, outsiders appeared from beyond. A huge war ensued, and the world was destroyed. All living beings died. The man who would become the emissary of all heaven threw his head back and let out a bitter howl. Even as he was being surrounded by his enemies, he suddenly erupted with demonic chi. He was forced to transform from the immortal into the demon, after which he used demonic chi to slaughter his enemies. He fled up into the heavens, and came to be focused on one thing and one thing only: revenge. 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 That one thought was so intense that even in the midst of a soul search, it left Meng Hao panting, shaken. All of a sudden, he was struck by how the life of this emissary of all heaven was so similar to his own. As he continued the soul search, the emissary trembled. His eyes no longer appeared to be filled with confusion. It was as if he were awakening after countless years of sleep. He looked at Meng Hao, his eyes bright and clear. Not only did he do nothing to resist the soul search, he took the initiative to cooperate with it. He opened up his memories, allowing Meng Hao to see everything. As he did, his eyes flickered with reminiscence. Within the depths of his memories was an unyielding heart. There was regret, and there was a towering desire for revenge. But even more than all of that, there was bitter laughter. It was a noiseless laughter that accompanied his white hairs as they fell out of his head and floated down. His body was withering up and turning into ash. It was as if his body had been fixed at a certain point in time and then time forgot him. But now all of the power of those years was being inflicted relentlessly upon him. Meng Hao was shaken as he watched the memories of the emissary of all heaven. After escaping into the heavens with only his desire for revenge, the future emissary experienced many dangers and also acquired much good fortune. His cultivation base became powerful, far more powerful than before. In fact, he even stepped halfway into transcendence. It was a terrifying level of power that even far surpassed Meng Hao's current level as the most powerful person under transcendence. What was referred to as being half a step into transcendence came from the fact that there were 3 separate areas which could transcend. Those areas were the soul, the essence, and the body. Anyone who transcended in even one of those areas would be referred to as being half a step into transcendence. The future emissary of all heaven had transcended in body, reaching the same level as 9 seals from the mountain and sea realm. After reaching that level, he came to understand that the reason his home had been obliterated was because of the all-heaven starry sky, and the will named all-heaven. The reason his home had been obliterated was because all-heaven didn't wish for the immortal to appear. Instead, he wanted the demon to come. The man who would become the emissary paid a huge price to discover a weakness in the starry sky of all heaven. Astonishingly, he managed to fight his way outside, to reach outside the vast expanse. That was where the memories suddenly screeched to a halt. Whatever it was that he had encountered outside the vast expanse, it was impossible to determine. The memories were gone. The only thing that was clear was that a certain number of years later he reappeared, except not as himself. By then he had become the emissary of all heaven. Meng Hao was shaking as he loosened his grip. His face flickered and he backed up, breathing heavily. Mixed emotions could be seen on his face as he looked at the emissary of all heaven. The man's body was almost completely dissipated. He no longer seemed evil, but instead weak and bitter. He had lived his life for revenge, but in the end, not only did he fail, he also ended up becoming the emissary for the person he wished to exact vengeance upon. Meng Hao stood there silently. The emissary looked down at his vanishing body, and then back up at Meng Hao. "I can sense that you are just like me," he said, his voice hoarse and ancient. "Back then I was defeated, but I hope that you can succeed." He sighed and looked out into the starry sky, into the vast expanse. Then a vicious gleam appeared. "I wasn't always the emissary of all heaven. I am Song Daozi from the Seven Soils realm." "All heaven, you are doomed to demise." Song Daozi threw his head back and laughed uproariously. It was a laughter that seemed to contain weeping. His body was slowly transforming into ash. As it did, his eyes flickered with memories, as if in this moment, he was about to finally reunite with his clan members, his family, and his friends. However, before he vanished completely, his eyes suddenly gleamed with bright light, as if his soul had suddenly seized. He looked over at Meng Hao, an expression of disbelief on his face. He even looked anxious, as if there were something important he needed to tell Meng Hao but didn't have the time. Even as he faded away completely into dust, he managed to speak a few sentences to Meng Hao. I remember now. The weak spot in the vast expanse that I found all those years ago is right here. I remember now. I didn't find this place by accident. Someone pointed it out to me. Wait. Why can't I remember what that person looked like? I remember she was a woman. Her. She was the one who told me about this place. Fellow Taoist, the will of all heaven is everywhere in this starry sky. Why did you pick this place? With that, the man was no more. Meng Hao stared in shock at the space where the man had vanished. After seeing the look in his eyes and hearing his final words, Meng Hao's heart filled with intense coldness. The reason he had chosen this place to summon the copper mirror was not because someone had told him about it. During the process of searching for the copper mirror shards, he had stumbled across it himself and could tell that the energy of the vast expanse was weak here. There was almost a sensation of expulsion and division. After hearing what the man had just said, Meng Hao's heart began to thump. He immediately backed up, rotating his cultivation base and performing an incantation gesture with his left hand. Then he waved his finger at the location where the landmass had once stood. After his finger fell, images rose up from the past, images that no one but Meng Hao would be able to see. He saw the battle between himself and the emissary. He saw himself surrounded by the bizarre creatures. But then all of that faded away, and Meng Hao was there preparing the defenses on the landmass. More time flowed backward. 20 years. 100. Several hundred. The landmass was floating along in the starry sky, completely unchanging. Meng Hao frowned as he saw himself passing by the location and noticing it for the first time. More months passed. Then, something extraordinary happened. A full 10 years before Meng Hao had discovered the location, Meng Hao could see as clear as day that 10 years before he passed through this area, this landmass didn't even exist within the starry sky. It was completely empty. What he saw left Meng Hao reeling. Then he watched as that spot in the starry sky suddenly began to ripple and distort. A moment later, the landmass just appeared. It was almost as if a huge hand had dragged it out nowhere. His eyes flickered as Song Daozi's words echoed in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to back up. However, it was at this point that a light sigh echoed out. Fellow Taoist Meng, we meet again. At the same time, the ceiling mark Meng Hao had created around himself cracked and shattered into fragments. A will entered the area, crushing everything in its path. Then he saw a woman strolling toward him. She wore violet garments, including a skirt decorated with countless glowing stars and planets. She was beautiful, and her eyes seemed to flicker like the vast expanse itself. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he said, Han Bei. This woman was none other than Han Bei. However, this version of her seemed completely different than the person he had encountered recently on planet Vast Expanse. That version of Han Bei was enigmatic in certain ways, but was about as weak as an egg compared to him. Unfortunately, her soul was fused with Chu Yuyan's, ensuring that if she died, Chu Yuyan would also die. Otherwise Meng Hao would have long since done something about her. But this Han Bei standing in front of him seemed not like a cultivator, but like the entire vast expanse. Although it was Han Bei standing there, it was as if she were radiating the will of the entire starry sky of all heaven, as if she were its avatar. The emissary of all heaven, Song Daozi, had given him a similar feeling, although the will of all heaven upon him had been a far cry from this. As of this moment, Han Bei seemed like the embodiment of the will of all heaven. It made Meng Hao feel as if, within the starry sky of all heaven, all living beings would have no choice but to bow their heads to her. Everything would tremble in her presence, from land masses, to planets, to the countless vortexes which existed. Innumerable worlds and realms, countless living beings, would all have the same reaction. They would all acknowledge allegiance to this embodiment of the will of all heaven. Everything trembled as the chief flow of the entire starry sky transformed into something like a funnel with Han Bei resting at its very center. The sight of it caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict. Furthermore, he got the feeling that Han Bei hadn't only just appeared. She had most likely been there from the moment he began soul-searching Song Daozi. Meng Hao's eyes shone with bright light as he looked at her. She returned his gaze, a slight smile on her face, a smile that seemed to be at harmony with the vast expanse, a smile that contained profound secrets. Enough with the mind games, Meng Hao said, waving his hand and sending cultivation-based power surging. The power of the copper mirror burst out and became shocking battle armor. Almost simultaneously, Meng Hao's energy surged as he slashed out with the battle weapon. The force of the attack ripped open the starry sky, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as the blow descended upon Han Bei. However, Han Bei did nothing to avoid the blow, and in fact continued to smile. The fact that you realized something strange is going on here doesn't matter. I wasn't counting on being able to keep things secret for much longer anyway. She chuckled, allowing the battle weapon to slash into her. However, it was almost as if she didn't even exist. The power of the battle weapon passed right through her, sending boundless ripples out into the starry sky behind her. That won't do you any good, she said, shaking her head. This isn't my true form, just a projection. Furthermore, what has sent me here isn't the power of my cultivation base, but rather, the almighty will of the starry sky of all heaven. Meng Hao's eyes widened, and he backed up, unleashing all the power he could muster to put distance between him and her. Han Bei shook her head again. Smiling, she said, "You can't escape. This is a special place which has been prepared by the almighty will of all heaven to harvest you." With that, she extended her right hand and pointed at Meng Hao. His mind was instantly sent reeling. Unexpectedly, the starry sky around him began to spin, and no matter how he tried to flee, he ended up going to the same place. Smiling, Han Bei said, "The reason you found this landmass to begin with was because the will of all heaven wished it to be so. Therefore, he teleported it to a place he knew you would pass by. And that's because this is one of the few weak spots in the starry sky of all heaven. The landmass might be gone now, but the weak spot is still here, a part of the starry sky itself. It is only by means of this weak spot that you, someone who has yet to transcend, can step outside of the vast expanse. Meng Hao, didn't you want to see what it's really like out there? All you have to do is go out from this spot, and you'll know." She slowly reached out and then waved her hand. The space behind her then began to distort. Then, it was as if every part of the starry sky of all heaven, as if the will of all heaven which existed in countless places and locations, opened an eye. Directly behind Han Bei, the starry sky converged into a single vertical line, which then slowly opened in shocking fashion to reveal an eye, pupil and all. It was the eye of the starry sky, an eye formed from the will of all heaven. As the eye opened, rumbling sounds echoed out, and everything began to tremble. Then an indescribable power exploded out from Han Bei. That power caused everything in the area to collapse, revealing an enormous black hole. Apparently, that black hole had been ripped open by someone countless years ago. Now that it had revealed itself, the gravitational force it could exert was astonishing. Meng Hao trembled as that force grabbed onto him. He almost couldn't control his own body as he was dragged inexorably down toward the black hole. At the same time, a powerful force of expulsion rose up from the starry sky of all heaven, which shoved him toward the black hole. He trembled as he began falling faster and faster. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all the power of his cultivation base. He slashed back and forth with the battle weapon to try to slow down. But it did no good. He glared up at Han Bei, his eyes flickering with killing intent. As of this point, he understood that what he was looking at was not really Han Bei, it was the will of the starry sky of all heaven. "It was you," he said, his words bursting with murder and insane hatred. "The will of all heaven. You manipulated the immortal god continent and the devil realm continent into destroying the mountain and sea realm, all to control me and my life." His eyes were completely bloodshot, and even the red color of his pupils grew more intense. A tremor ran through Han Bei. Apparently, it was difficult for her to remain under the sustained control of the will of all heaven, and yet she forced herself to endure. Looking at Meng Hao, she smiled. "Let me ask you," she said, "how do you think the will of all heaven is connected to you?" Meng Hao's mind spun. He had come to realize long ago that the word all heaven had also existed in the mountain and sea realm. After all, the term All Heaven Clan contained those same characters. He had long since come to speculate that the two were connected, but to hear the words coming out of Han Bei's mouth right now caused his eyes to widen. I am the daughter of All Heaven, and you are the son of All Heaven. Resistance is futile. In fact, you don't even qualify to resist. The will of All Heaven has bolstered my consciousness, a state that I will not be able to endure again for the next 100 years. But that doesn't matter. I look forward to your return. When you appear again, you will have accepted your status as the son of All Heaven. You will have forgotten your past, forgotten everything. Your world will no longer be that of the mountain and sea realm. There will only be All Heaven, and you will become the new emissary of All Heaven. Perhaps you will even become the most powerful emissary to ever exist. Perhaps you will become like me, a Tao protector to the grand will of All Heaven. Han Bei's smile was as flirtatious as ever, but her body was clearly weakening. Rumbling sounds filled the starry sky as Meng Hao continued to try to use the battle weapon to slow himself down. However, with the power of expulsion pushing him, and the gravitational force pulling at him relentlessly, he began to spin, trembling, into the depths of the black hole. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed up. The black hole transformed into a spinning vortex which gradually began to fade away. Eventually, the starry sky returned to normal. At the same time, the power of expulsion from the vast expanse disappeared as if it had never existed. Light began to shine out from Han Bei, gradually turning her into glittering motes of fading splendor. She looked at the spot where Meng Hao had been sucked away and continued to smile just like before. Her eyes even gleamed with anticipation. Meng Hao, son of All Heaven, she said softly. You grew too quickly, so quickly that even the almighty will of All Heaven was on guard. Therefore, even though the seed was not mature, it was still time for the harvest. With that, she completely transformed into light that vanished into the darkness. Soon, the starry sky was completely quiet and dark. Meanwhile, back on planet Vast Expanse, in the first sect, Han Bei's true form was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open and blood sprayed out of her mouth. She aged visibly and her face turned completely ashen. For the next 100 years, she murmured, I must not call the will of All Heaven upon me. With that, she looked up into the starry sky. I truly look forward to your return. Then you and I can create a new seed here on planet Vast Expanse. In the same moment that Meng Hao was sucked into the black hole, his clone's ninth life, the eternally blind little treasure, was in the middle of sculpting. Suddenly, his hand shook, and he accidentally sliced his finger with the blade. Blood began to flow. He slowly raised his head, and a look of confusion could be seen on his face. A strange sensation flowed through him, as though a thread which had always been attached to him had suddenly been cut off. When that happened, little treasure felt as if he had lost something. As he sat there silently, a gasp could be heard from off to the side. His wife rushed over and immediately staunched the flow of blood. What happened? She asked. After a long moment, little treasure shook his head. Nothing, he murmured. I just suddenly got the sensation that I'm not complete. Because he couldn't see, there was no way for him to notice that his wife's face was as ashen as his own, and she looked just as confused. At the same time, the 9 essences paragons on planet Vast Expanse, including Jin Yunshan, the sect leader, Immortal by Mukin, and all the others, suddenly shivered. It was as if something had just flowed across them, simultaneously causing their memories of Meng Hao to suddenly grow a bit unclear. What just happened? Something's wrong. My memories of the 9th paragon seem like they might disappear at any moment. The sect leader, Jin Yunshan, and all the others were all in their secluded meditation facilities, feeling completely shaken. Similar things occurred within the 9th sect itself. Far away in some other location in the starry sky of All Heaven, beneath the new 33 heavens, many people in the mountain and sea butterfly had similar reactions. That was especially true of Su Qing. As she sat there cross-legged, she suddenly opened her eyes and coughed up some blood. She trembled as a wave of fear rose up inside of her, completely filling her. As of that moment, she could clearly tell that her ability to sense Meng Hao had been severed. Her face drained of blood and her eyes filled with grief. Smiling bitterly, she reached out to prop herself up on the nearby wall. After a long moment, her eyes filled with a resolute gleam. "It doesn't matter what happened or how much time goes by," she murmured. "I have faith that you won't perish." She repeated those words over and over, both with her mouth and in her heart. During that moment, everywhere in the starry sky of all heaven, any person who knew or had even seen Meng Hao all felt a deep internal transformation. Suddenly, their relationships with Meng Hao seemed to change, to lessen. As soon as he left, all traces of him within the starry sky of all heaven were cut. If he didn't return within a relatively short time, then they would completely fade away. In the years to come, the people who had known him would return to the dust, and eventually no one would remember him. Outside the vast expanse, Meng Hao opened his eyes. His armor was gone, having once again changed into the shape of a copper mirror, which he held in his hand. When he looked out, he saw starlight, shining down from a boundless starry sky. There was no mist and there was no vast expanse. There was only the radiant starry sky, filled with one flourishing world after another. Meng Hao gaped in shock. It felt as if some unknown fetter had been removed from his cultivation base, allowing it to surge mightily. He could also sense that this starry sky was filled with immeasurable immortal power. In fact, when he looked around, the first thing he thought was that everything here was pure to the ultimate degree. It was completely different from the vast expanse. There was no dust, no aura of death. There was only flourishing life force. Everything pulsed with a feeling that made joy rise up in one's heart. Why do I feel different here than in the vast expanse? Even as he hesitated in confusion, he saw a few beams of light shooting toward him through the starry sky. They were led by a middle-aged man, next to whom flew a beautiful woman who looked very anxious. Once they could actually see Meng Hao, the woman shot into the lead position, her face filling with joy. She was the first to reach Meng Hao. "Elder brother, we finally found you." She seemed so happy that tears spilled down her cheeks as she threw herself into his arms. Meng Hao was confused, certain that he didn't even know who this person was. But then pain suddenly stabbed into his mind. "Elder brother, it's a good thing you and elder brother Chen Fan both had sealing marks placed on you by the sect back then, otherwise we might never have been able to find you." "Oh right, elder brother, what exactly happened in the arcane pocket realm?" The 100 sects all sent chosen into the legendary arcane pocket realm of the long-since destroyed vast expanse. But then, a few days ago, something happened, and many of the chosen suddenly died, and the others were forcibly teleported out. More people arrived by Meng Hao's side, and all of them seemed very concerned about him. They all started talking at the same time, causing Meng Hao's confusion to increase, and his head to hurt more. A moment later, a memory rose up which told him that he was Meng Hao, a chosen disciple of the Blue Sea sect, one of the 100 sects that existed in this starry sky. Some time ago, he had joined a group of other various chosen to enter an arcane pocket realm. Supposedly, it was a realm that had been destroyed ages ago, a place known as the Vast Expanse Realm. There were certain restrictions that limited entry, therefore the 100 sects had amassed a large group of chosen to all enter at the same time. However, something unexpected had occurred within the Vast Expanse Realm, and the majority of the chosen had been killed. Of the group from the Blue Sea sect, only he and his elder brother Chen Fan had escaped. Apparently, it was because of elder brother Chen Fan that this group had been sent to rescue him. At first, all of the memories he was recalling seemed unfamiliar, but as soon as he heard the name Chen Fan, everything suddenly seemed to make sense. "Where's elder brother Chen Fan?" he asked. The person to answer the question was the middle-aged man, who looked at Meng Hao kindly as he said, "Your elder brother Chen Fan was already taken back to the sect. Howard, do you remember everything that happened in the arcane pocket realm?" Meng Hao looked over at the man and somehow recalled that this was his master. In response to the man's words, Meng Hao thought back to everything which had occurred inside, and once again, stabs of pain racked his mind. Blue veins even popped out on his face. "Never mind," the man said. He sighed. "Just try not to think about it. Your elder brother Chen Fan experienced the same thing. In fact, so did all of the chosen who made it out alive." With that, he flicked his sleeve, leading Meng Hao and everyone else off into the distance. As they proceeded along, the woman continued to support Meng Hao. She seemed very concerned about him. So much so that she didn't mind if everyone saw them being so physically close to each other. At first, Meng Hao felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, but then his memories told him that this woman was his beloved Taoist partner and also the daughter of his master. They had been married for a long time and even had a son. No. Something doesn't seem right. Meng Hao's head hurt more than ever and his eyes flickered with confusion. After some time passed, the group reached the sect itself. The Blue Sea sect was located on a planet that Meng Hao found to be both familiar and unfamiliar. As soon as he arrived, numerous fellow sect members saw him and expressions of delight appeared on their faces. They began to rush over and soon a crowd had formed that escorted him back to his home. There, he saw a young boy about 7 or 8 years old who called him Daddy and rushed over to hug him. All of it seemed very unfamiliar, but then there was that name Chen Fan, which somehow made everything seem correct. No, this is definitely wrong. Something's not right. His head throbbed, and off to the side. His Taoist partner and his son looked at him with anxious expressions. He forced a smile onto his face, and after uttering some reassuring words, he sat down cross-legged. Frowning, he thought back to everything he remembered from his life. His father was an elder in the sect, and he himself had been born with extraordinary latent talent. After officially joining the sect, he instantly became a chosen. He progressed rapidly, and by this point his cultivation base was already at the peak ancient realm, just a step away from the full circle. His wife was the daughter of his master, and the two of them were childhood sweethearts. When they got married a few years ago, it led to widespread envy among their peers. No, that's not right, he thought, shaking his head. He subconsciously performed an incantation gesture and pushed down on his stomach. 8th hex. Nothing happened. He looked down in surprise, unsure of exactly why he had said the words 8th hex. Next, he looked through his bag of holding. Everything inside seemed unfamiliar, except for a copper mirror. What's this? He thought, surprised. Then he remembered that, after awakening earlier, he had been clutching this very mirror. Could it be something I picked up in the arcane pocket realm? He took out the copper mirror and studied it for a moment. The familiar feeling once again appeared, although it was somewhat different than before. This world seemed unfamiliar, and everyone in it seemed like strangers, and yet there was also something familiar to it as well. His memories seemed strange, but this copper mirror was different. Within all of the unfamiliarity, it seemed very familiar, as if it were something very important to him. Just what exactly is going on? He blurted. For some reason, he was starting to get agitated. So much so that his wife took his son out of the room and left him alone. After some time passed, his eyes were bloodshot. He reached up and struck his forehead with a glancing blow. In that exact moment, a knock could be heard on the door, and a worried voice spoke out. Little junior brother, I'm coming in. The door opened, and a young man walked in who somehow radiated an ancient feeling. He looked at Meng Hao, mixed emotions on his face, as if he were thinking about the past. Meng Hao looked up and recognized the young man as though he existed not just in his surface memories but somewhere deep inside his mind. Elder brother Chen Fan. The person who had come to visit him was none other than Chen Fan. The confusion in Meng Hao's eyes grew. There wasn't the least bit of unfamiliarity to this Chen Fan. Quite the opposite. Meng Hao was sure that he knew him. Not only did he exist in Meng Hao's memories, he also had a place deep within his intuition. As Chen Fan walked in and sat down cross-legged in front of him, Meng Hao felt stabbing pain in his head. Within his mind, Chen Fan was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. The resulting explosion caused random, scattered memories to flit through Meng Hao's mind. They were like a cyclone that roared through his thoughts, none of them connected and yet all of them featuring Chen Fan. They were like memories from another life, and they left Meng Hao trembling, his eyes bloodshot. Demonic chi roared, and finally he clenched his hands into fists and roared, unleashing the power of his cultivation base. That power was definitely not the power of the ancient realm, it was the peak of the 9 essences level. Although the room was being destroyed around them, Chen Fan wasn't affected at all. He leaned forward, grabbed Meng Hao by the shoulders, and shouted, "Little junior brother." Meng Hao began to pant, staring at Chen Fan, chaos raging within him. Not only was he bewildered by what was going on, he felt as if there were a voice inside of him yelling something at him, something he couldn't quite make out. As Meng Hao's cultivation base erupted out, the entire sect was shaken and countless individuals flew over anxiously. "Little junior brother, wake up!" Chen Fan roared. "None of that is real. Everything you experienced in the vast expanse realm was an illusion. You are back in the real world now. The vast expanse realm is just an arcane pocket realm, the ruins of a place which died ages and ages ago." Chen Fan's shouting grew louder, and it eventually pierced its way into Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao was panting even harder than before, and his eyes were crimson. More and more memories were flying about in his mind. In one moment, he was experiencing familiar sensations in an unfamiliar world. The next moment, he was experiencing unfamiliar sensations in a familiar world. It made it impossible for him to tell clearly what was real. "Not real?" he asked hoarsely. He didn't recognize his own voice, as if it weren't even him speaking. It sounded hoarse and grating, like metal rubbing against rock. "Not real," Chun Fan replied. "It was all a fantasy we experienced in the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. You're not the only one to go through this. I had the same feelings. In fact, everyone who escaped from the arcane pocket realm had the same experience." He clasped Meng Hao by the shoulders and anxiously continued. "A big group from the 100 sects went into the arcane pocket realm together. Who would have ever guessed that as soon as we entered, we were sucked into a fantasy? Of course, there were upsides. For example, both you and I were able to find our own path of cultivation within the confusing fantasy." The bewilderment in Meng Hao's eyes grew more intense. He believed Chen Fan, but deep inside, there was something shouting at him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "I remember a woman," Meng Hao blurted subconsciously. Was her name Su Qing?" Chen Fan interrupted. Meng Hao's jaw dropped. As soon as the name Su Qing entered his mind, a tremor ran through him. The expression of struggle on his face grew more intense. It felt as if he were stuck in a nightmare. "Think carefully," Chen Fan said, "and you'll realize that the Su Qing you are thinking about is exactly the same as Su Qing from the Tao of Water sect, right? Junior brother, you were in a relationship with Su Qing from the Tao of Water sect, but in the end, she chose the path of immortality, not you." As Chen Fan spoke, memories rose up within Meng Hao's mind. He suddenly remembered that Su Qing had been a fellow disciple of the Blue Sea sect. However, because of various circumstances, she ended up defecting to another sect and severing any connections she had to him. "No," Meng Hao murmured. "There's also Fatty and Wang Yukai. What about my dad and mom and my sister? What about Sun Hai and my master, Pill Demon?" However, as more memories appeared in his mind, he had to admit that he saw images of everyone he had just mentioned. Virtually all of them were cultivators from the 100 sects, the same ones who had gone into the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. Was it really all just an illusion? Meng Hao murmured bitterly. Chen Fan nodded, mixed emotions flickering within his eyes. "Little junior brother," he said softly, gripping Meng Hao's shoulders, "you were stuck within the arcane pocket realm of the vast expanse realm for far longer than me. That's why you're so much more confused, and also why it will take you longer to fully awaken. I had the same suspicions as you when I first awoke. I had many confusing impulses, and felt as if I didn't want to awaken. I even tried to get back into the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. Other people might not understand what you're feeling right now, but your elder brother does." Chun Fan seemed very earnest as he looked at Meng Hao, and his expression was one of deep care. Meng Hao maintained his silence, and yet his eyes seemed more confused than ever. He didn't want to believe what he was being told, and yet everything around him seemed so real. He could see the images of the people around him within his memories. That was especially true of his wife, who had always cared about him even when he was infatuated with Su Qing. And then there was his son, his own flesh and blood. Via divine sense, he could tell that the blood pumping through the boy's veins was the same as his own. Most real of all was Chen Fan. "But," he muttered, "the mountain and S." Before he could finish, Chun Fan interrupted him. "Enough," he said, his grip on Meng Hao's shoulders tightening, tears welling up in his eyes. "Little junior brother, you need to wake up. All of that was an illusion. I know that you were just about to bring up the mountain and sea realm, That's because the first place we all ended up in after going into the vast expanse arcane pocket realm was the ruins of the mountain and sea realm. Both of us got sucked into the same place. I remember the mountain and sea realm too, as well as the Reliance sect. Back then, I was your elder brother, right? Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked up at Qin Fan. It was an illusion, all of it, Qin Fan said. The mountain and sea realm wasn't destroyed in our time. That happened long, long ago. Many years in the past, the vast expanse realm really did exist, and inside of it there was also a mountain and sea realm. But the people who lived there were not you and me. It was all a dream of mountains and seas. We were taken back into ancient times, and that had a big impact on all of us. Every word spoken by Qin Fan was like a bolt of lightning striking Meng Hao's mind. Stop thinking about it. It was all an illusion. What you see around you is reality. This is all real? Meng Hao murmured. Bitterly, he closed his eyes. His head hurt, and every time he tried to think about the vast expanse, it felt like he was being stabbed to the bone. This is all real, Qin Fan replied earnestly. If anyone else had tried to convince him, Meng Hao wouldn't have believed them. But this was Qin Fan, and both in the clear memories and the vague ones, he remembered that his eldest brother always took care of him. Meng Hao smiled bitterly, and then took a long breath. Elder brother, I understand. I sank into a dream of the vast expanse realm, and it was so realistic that now I'm having trouble telling the difference between what is real and what is not. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed older than before, exhausted. Just give me some peace and quiet, and I'll be fine, he said quietly. Qin Fan looked at him, patted his shoulder, then rose to his feet. Get some rest, and always remember that this place is real. You are not Meng Hao from the mountain and sea realm. You are the scion disciple of the Blue Sea sect, from outside the vast expanse. Meng Hao, you are a chosen from the 100 sects of the vast expanse cosmos. Meng Hao nodded bitterly. However, there was something that no one could possibly know, which was that the copper mirror inside of his bag holding was sending a hot current of energy into Meng Hao. It swirled around inside of him as he closed his eyes, slowly calming him. The surrounding members of his sect finally breathed sighs of relief, although they still continued to look at him with caring concern. Qin Fan looked deeply at Meng Hao, then turned and left, looking completely exhausted. After he was gone, Meng Hao's wife and son returned, looking very anxious and worried. The boy lingered off to the side, looking a bit scared, as though his father was a stranger. It's fine, Meng Hao said, opening his eyes. Don't worry. He forced a smile onto his face. A few days passed. During that time, numerous fellow disciples came to offer greetings. Most of them seemed to care for him, but there were also some who secretly wished that he had died in the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. Within Meng Hao's memories, he didn't recall seeing those people act in such a way, but now, all it took was a look, and he could sense their true feelings. His master came, as did other senior members of the sect. All of them asked a few questions here and there, and left him with some encouraging words. Qin Fan came to visit several times. Each time he would sit cross-legged in front of Meng Hao and chat, helping him to remember things from the Blue Sea sect and the vast expanse cosmos. Whenever they talked about the vast expanse arcane pocket realm, they would sigh. Meng Hao gradually came to accept his identity, although confusion continued to lurk deep within him. A month later, when everyone believed Meng Hao to have fully recovered, he was sitting there cross-legged on one rainy night, looking at his wife, when he suddenly stood and walked out into the rain. Deep in his eyes, confusion blossomed. Within the rain was a stiff wind which lifted his hair up as it whistled through the trees of the courtyard. Is this place actually real? He thought. How come I just can't forget everything that happened in the vast expanse arcane pocket realm? There are so many faces I can't forget, and I can't stop thinking about the mountain and sea realm. He reached his hand out, and as the freezing rain fell onto his palm, it felt like he was being stabbed to the bone. After feeling the raindrops hit his hand for a while, his eyes shone with determination. I need to go back to the vast expanse arcane pocket realm and see for myself. If I don't, my heart will never be able to rest at ease. He didn't speak the words aloud to anyone. Instead, he spun, transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Back in their house, his wife had just opened her eyes, and they shone with bitterness. She sighed. In recent days, she'd gotten the feeling that her husband was somewhat aloof, to the point where he almost didn't seem at all like her husband. Meanwhile, on a certain mountain in the Blue Sea sect, Chun Fan was also standing out in the rain. He seemed to be thinking about the past, and within his eyes flickered guilt and other emotions. Eventually, he caught sight of Meng Hao flying up into the air. He almost stepped forward to interfere, but then held back. "It doesn't matter," he muttered to himself. "Go search for the truth and maybe you'll find it." As he closed his eyes, a woman approached who gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. Chun Fan's eyes turned warm. Slipping around to face her, he reached up and caressed her cheek. She smiled kindly, then looked off into the distance, seemingly worried. "Your little junior brother." "It's fine," Chun Fan said softly. "Let him look for his answers. Perhaps he'll find what he's looking for." "What about you? Did you find the answers?" "From what I can tell, it's going to take Meng Hao a lot longer to get back to normal than you did." According to the woman's memories, Chun Fan had recovered rather quickly, which was confusing to her. In sharp contrast, Meng Hao had already been back for a month and yet was still lost in confusion. Chun Fan shook his head and pulled the woman up against his chest. "He was inside for longer than me. Most importantly, I had you. As soon as I laid eyes on you, I had my answer." He held her tightly, almost as if he feared that he would lose her forever if he let go. The rain continued to fall even harder than before. Meng Hao was a bright beam of light that shot up into the heavens. Soon, he reached the border of the sky itself, beyond the clouds. There was no rain here. He kept flying, shooting out from within the sky of the planet, where he felt himself being restrained by a protective spell formation. He pulled a jade slip out of his bag of holding, and after the spell formation scanned it, it gradually released him. Without pausing for a moment, Meng Hao proceeded onward. Soon, he was out within the starry sky itself. Surrounding him was nothing but glittering starlight. There was none of the mist that filled the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. Everything was bright and clear, and the energy of heaven and earth was abundant. His eyes flickered as he checked his cultivation base. At the moment, he only had one soul lamp which remained lit. His cultivation base was at the peak of the ancient realm. After some thought, he became certain that the current level of his cultivation base was definitely different from what it had been in his vague memories. And yet, there were some things about it that seemed the same. However, there was no way to truly contemplate it. Over the past days, he had come to realize that if he tried to recollect certain things, it would cause splitting pain in his head and send his cultivation base into chaos. He sighed, and his eyes flickered with determination and focus. Following the information which existed in his clear memories, he headed in the direction of the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. "I have to find some answers," he thought, flying along at top speed. A few months later, after passing through multiple teleportation portals, he was about halfway to his destination. The days of flying were draining his cultivation base, and yet he didn't consume any medicinal pills, nor did he perform any breathing exercises to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. At a certain point, after enough of his cultivation base was drained, a warm current suddenly began to flow through him, originating in his chest. That current restored his cultivation base almost instantly. Meng Hao was instantly enlivened, and rubbed his bag of holding, a strange look gleaming in his eyes. During the months of travel, he produced the copper mirror on more than one occasion to study it. Although he never discovered anything in particular about it, he could sense the pulses of warmth coming out of it and flowing into his body. Although that energy seemed to vanish inside of him, he felt no sense of danger from it, and in fact, it made him feel happy. For some reason, he eventually took the copper mirror out and hung it around his neck where it could touch his skin, and allowed the current to flow out from it into his body. It was almost as if it were trying to awaken something. Because of that sensation, Meng Hao would occasionally slip into somewhat of a daze. His eyesight would swim, and after a moment, everything would turn back to normal, and yet he continued to have the sensation that he was being yelled at, although he couldn't hear it clearly. Most importantly, because of that flow, he didn't have any need to absorb energy from the starry sky. It always ensured that his cultivation base remained in top condition. The result was that from the moment he awakened in the starry sky to the moment he returned to the Blue Sea sect to his current situation of flying through the starry sky, He had never consumed any medicinal pills or absorbed any of the local energy of heaven and earth. Although he wasn't sure exactly why, he had the feeling that doing things that way was the best for him. He patted the copper mirror hanging over his chest, and felt even more sure than ever that he needed to get back to the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. That was where he would get his answers. He continued ever onward. The vast expanse arcane pocket realm was actually quite a long ways away from the Blue Sea sect, seemingly at the border of the entire vast expanse cosmos. As he journeyed onward, he ran into quite a few cultivators, as well as numerous heavenly bodies. At the moment, he was nearing the Tao of Water sect. He was hoping to take advantage of their teleportation portal to get closer to the Vast Expanse Society. The Vast Expanse Society was where he would be able to make his last teleportation, getting him very close to the Vast Expanse Arcane Pocket Realm. The Vast Expanse Society, he murmured. That name sounds so familiar. His clear memories were telling him that the Vast Expanse Society was one of the 100 sects of the Vast Expanse cosmos and in fact was one of the top 3 most powerful sects in the entire organization. It was a mysterious sect, which was constantly locked down by swirling mists that prevented its disciples from leaving the sect. However, when other sects wished to use their teleportation portal, all that was required was enough immortal jade, and they would have access. There were stories about the Vast Expanse Society in Meng Hao's memories. Supposedly, they had earned the disfavor of the exalted All-Heaven, who, in his wrath, had sealed their sect with mist, almost like a curse. The exalted All-Heaven. Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place and began to search through his memories for information about the exalted All-Heaven. All-Heaven was the guardian of the vast expanse cosmos, a supreme entity who had supposedly created the entire place to begin with. All sects offered wholehearted worship to statues of All-Heaven, and according to the legends, the very energy of heaven and earth that cultivators used in their cultivation was actually power from the exalted All-Heaven. Everything in existence, all living beings, were the people of All-Heaven. From generation to generation, for countless years, it had always been that way. Within the 100 sects of the vast expanse cosmos, being chosen was not the ultimate glory. Only by acquiring the title Son of All-Heaven could one truly be considered doted upon by the world. A person with that title was a chosen among chosen. There is only one Son of All-Heaven during a given period of time, Meng Hao thought. Sometimes one every 10,000 years, sometimes one every 1,000 years. To date, there have been 98 sons of All-Heaven, cultivators who have been blessed by the exalted All-Heaven himself. It is only by cultivating the Tao of All-Heaven that one can be doted upon by the world, to be worshipped by all cultivators, to be respected by all sects. Meng Hao was panting. For some reason, after the memories became clear, he realized that he felt intensely opposed to the title Son of All-Heaven. Shaking his head, he cleared his thoughts and proceeded along his way. 10 days later, he saw a planet up ahead of him in the starry sky. It was blue, and it was just possible to determine that it was covered with water. It looked beautiful and seemed to be teeming with life force. The Tao of Water sect, Meng Hao murmured. As he neared, he couldn't stop his heart from pounding as he remembered that a woman named Su Qing lived here. In his vague memories, he remembered being married to someone in the mountain and sea realm who was just like her. At the moment, it was hard to get a grip on his thoughts, and also hard to tell whether or not he wished this place to be real or not. If it was real and he saw Su Qing, then Su Qing would be real. But if it wasn't real, then his heart would be filled with regret and bitterness. It was with such complicated thoughts and feelings that Meng Hao drew ever closer to the Tao of Water sect. Their teleportation portal was not accessible to just anyone. Only members of the 100 sects were allowed access. A stream of divine sense blocked Meng Hao's path, but when he pulled out his Blue Sea sect identification medallion, a disciple flew out and looked him over. Before he could say anything, the disciple asked, "You want to use the teleportation portal to go to the Vast Expanse Society, and then the Vast Expanse Arcane Pocket Realm. Am I right?" Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he nodded. The disciple from the Tao of Water sect sighed. "I really don't know what the deal is with that Vast Expanse Arcane Pocket Realm. You're not the first person to pass through here, you know." Lots of people have been trying to get to the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. The disciple led Meng Hao down onto the planet itself, to a location where a spell formation had been set up above the surface of the water. Meng Hao paid the tax, and as he waited for the spell formation to activate, he hesitated for a moment, then clasped hands to the disciple from the Tao of Water sect. "Fellow Taoist," he said, "may I ask, is Su Qing in the sect?" "Elder Sister Su?" The disciple looked over at him. Realizing that there was something familiar about him, he studied him for a moment, then recognized him and laughed. "Ah, I thought you looked familiar. So it's fellow Taoist Meng from the Blue Sea sect." Apparently he knew all about the things which had occurred between Meng Hao and Su Qing. "If you want to see Elder Sister Su, then you'll have to wait a bit. She usually comes to the teleportation portal around this time of day on her way to the East Sea to harvest Heva water pearls for her cultivation." Meng Hao clasped hands in thanks. After a moment he decided not to step into the spell formation. Instead, he stood off to the side waiting. After about an hour passed, the disciples in charge of operating the spell formation were about to completely lose patience when a beam of light appeared in the sky off in the distance. "It's Elder Sister Su." Looks of awe and veneration appeared in the eyes of the nearby disciples, and they all clasped hands in greeting. Meng Hao looked up at the woman in the beam of light. She wore white garments, and although she wasn't spectacularly beautiful, was pretty and emanated an indescribable air. She seemed a bit cold, but wasn't the completely unapproachable type. Meng Hao looked at her, trembling. Suddenly, she slowed to a stop and looked down at him. Their gazes met. Time seemed to stop. Su Qing hovered there quietly, and instead of proceeding along on her way, she floated down toward the teleportation portal. The disciples from the Tao of Water sect clasped hands respectfully as she landed in front of Meng Hao. She looked coldly at Meng Hao, and from her expression, it seemed as if she had no connection to him whatsoever other than being a former acquaintance. "Have you recovered?" Meng Hao asked suddenly. "I was confused for a few days," she replied coolly, "but I can already tell the difference between reality and illusion." After a moment, Meng Hao smiled and said, "Congratulations." With that, he turned and stepped onto the spell formation. It was at that point that Su Qing spoke again. "Have you been well recently?" He turned and looked back at her. "By recently, do you mean in the arcane pocket realm? Or in the vast expanse cosmos?" "You were inside the vast expanse arcane pocket realm for a long time. Everything there was nothing more than a dream." Meng Hao, "Stop living in the illusion. It's time to wake up. The reason I came down to speak to you is that I have some news. The will of the exalted All Heaven will soon select the 99th generation son of All Heaven. It will happen this year, and if you become the son of All Heaven, then perhaps things can continue between us as they were meant to. However, considering the way you're acting now, I have the feeling that won't happen." She shook her head, gave him one last look, and then was gone. Meng Hao stood in the spell formation as it activated, watching her leave. He could sense her coldness, and suddenly began to laugh. His laughter grew louder and louder as the spell formation rumbled, and then he vanished. When he reappeared in the starry sky, he was still laughing. He laughed and laughed until the laughter turned into coughing. A glint of madness could be seen in his yes. "Have I recovered?" Chen Fan recovered. Su Qing recovered. Everything that happened in the vast expanse arcane pocket realm is just a dream? I don't believe it. Why do I have this pain in my heart? She's not Su Qing. She's not. She's not. She's not. Meng Hao threw his head back and laughed uproariously, his eyes glowing red. At the same time, the void around him distorted as countless invisible threads formed. They began to creep toward Meng Hao as if to take advantage of his current state to bore into his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. But then, all of a sudden, the copper mirror hanging on his chest sent a flowing current through him that was far hotter than before. It filled him, causing him to shudder and then calm down. The threads which had surrounded him then shrank back and vanished. Meng Hao's mood gradually stabilized, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Something definitely felt wrong. His mood had changed too suddenly after encountering Su Qing, and now that he thought back, he realized that he had seemed out of control, as if something were attempting to influence him. He looked around, eyes narrowed, then flashed into motion, heading toward the vast expanse society. A few days later, he was in front of a huge planet, a planet that vastly exceeded the planets of the Tao of Water sect and the Blue Sea sect in size. It was covered with swirling mists, making it impossible to see its surface. However, there was a satellite planet next to the main planet, which was where the teleportation portal was located. Meng Hao looked at the planet that was the vast expanse society, and the stabbing pain in his mind caused him to shake his head. He headed to the satellite planet, then entered the teleportation portal and was gone. A few days later, he finally arrived at his final destination, the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. It was an enormous vortex which spun endlessly, sending intense rumbling sounds echoing out in all directions. Countless asteroids floated about in the area, upon which numerous cultivators could be seen, all of whom were closely studying the vortex. Meng Hao looked at the vortex, and his mind spun. He flew onward toward the vortex, and quite a few people noticed him and looked over. He ignored them, keeping his eyes fixed on the vortex itself. Panting, he flew directly toward it, not pausing for even a moment. Soon, he could hear people calling out, but he didn't pay them any heed. Then, even as he neared, he suddenly bounced off of an invisible barrier, a sealing power which prevented people from casually entering the vortex. A boom echoed out as Meng Hao was rebuffed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. When he looked up at the barrier, the vague memories inside of him sent so much pain stabbing into his mind that his face paled. It was at this point that Meng Hao heard someone speak his name. Meng Hao. The owner of the voice seemed uncertain. Meng Hao turned and saw a fat fellow, expression quizzical. When their eyes met, he smiled wryly. It really is you. I'm Li Fugue. Oh right, maybe you don't recognize me. We were good friends in the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. The fat man sighed and looked sympathetically at Meng Hao. The fact that you've come here shows that you still haven't recovered. It was only recently that I myself was finally able to think clearly. I hope you can recover soon. Don't try to get back inside, by the way. We've all tried, and it's useless. The exalted all heaven has sealed it up tight. Meng Hao looked at the man standing in front of him. Within his vague memories was another fatty who looked almost exactly the same as this one. You've recovered too, Meng Hao said, smiling bitterly. Yeah, not just me. Remember Chu Yuyan, Sun Hai, and Wang Yukai? They've all recovered. Even as he spoke, he turned and waved his hand. A few beams of light appeared off in the distance, as familiar figures from his vague memories flew over. There were Wang Yukai, Sun Hai, and Chu Yuyan. Sighing, the three of them looked at Meng Hao, as if they were also recalling everything which had occurred within the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. That was especially true of Chu Yuyan, whose expression was hard to read as she looked at Meng Hao. It almost seemed as if she couldn't believe what had happened inside, as if it were impossible that she would become infatuated with Meng Hao. You know what? Fatty said. We're all chosen from the 100 sects, and I think that since we all became friends in a dream, we might as well do the same thing in the real world. He laughed. All of you recovered already? Meng Hao asked. Sun Hai nodded his head, as did everyone else. The sympathy in their eyes was clear. We've all recovered, Sun Hai said. Everyone did. You should go spend some time with some of the others. After all, we all were connected by destiny within the dream. Oh right, in the illusion. Fang Yu was your sister. Sun Hai sighed. Meng Hao's mind was reeling. He looked around at all of the asteroids, at the dozens of people there, and every one of the faces was familiar. In fact, one of them belonged to his older sister Fang Yu. He saw his parents, his master pill demon, Taiyang Zi, Li Linger, Fandonger, and Zhixiang. Head-pounding, he followed Fatty around to go meet everyone, all of these people who existed in his memories. When they laid eyes on him, they sighed and spoke emotionally of the things which had happened in the dream world. A few days later, Meng Hao had gone to talk to everyone. Finally, he sat down on an asteroid and stared blankly at the sealed vortex. Everyone here had already recovered. Meng Hao was the only one who was still confused. He suddenly felt very alone. The perplexity he was experiencing led him to question himself. If one person tried to convince him that what he had experienced was an illusory dream, he would never question himself. But it wasn't a single person. It was 2, 3, 10, 100. Countless people were all telling him the same thing, and as such, he couldn't help but question himself. "Don't tell me. It really was all a dream," he murmured. "Of course it was," Fatty said. He sat down next to Meng Hao on the asteroid. Taking a deep breath, he handed a flagon of alcohol over to Meng Hao. He held a flagon of his own, from which he took a long swig. The vortex continued to spin. Although they were located somewhere far out in the starry sky, it didn't feel any different than if they were sitting on a planet. Meng Hao held the alcohol flagon in his hand. Instead of drinking, he sat there quietly for a while, and then began to chuckle bitterly. "Ah well, I guess it doesn't matter," he said, shaking his head. At the moment, the copper mirror hanging at his chest was sending out so much heat it was burning his skin. And yet, he didn't seem to notice. He raised the flagon up to take a drink. Because the flagon covered his eyes, he had no way to notice that everyone in the area, Fatty, Sun Hai, Wang Yukai, Chu Yuyen, Li Linger, Fatty, and even his parents and Pill Demon, were all looking at him, watching, waiting for him to take a drink. And that was when something completely unexpected happened. Just when Meng Hao was about to place the flagon on his lips and take a drink, a beam of light appeared off in the distance, approaching with shocking speed. This target was apparently not Meng Hao, but the vortex that made up the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. As soon as Meng Hao saw that beam of light, he shot to his feet. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. Despite his appearance, he radiated an air of imposing dignity. He moved with incredible speed, almost instantly slamming into the barrier that protected the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. A boom rang out and everything shook. The man coughed up some blood. Eyes bloodshot, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "You've sealed the vast expanse so no one can enter? Blocked the way? Fine. I've been dead for ages, but I've always done things my own way. You think you can project my soul here and force me to deceive my foster son? I'm afraid that won't be happening." The man continued to laugh, then suddenly turned to look at Meng Hao. When Meng Hao saw who it was, his mind began to spin with shock. "Dad," he cried involuntarily. This middle-aged man was not his birth father Fang Shufeng, but rather his foster father, paragon of the ancient demon Immortal sect in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, Ku Yunhai. They had met within True Spirit Knight's memory of ancient times, a place Meng Hao originally thought was all an illusion but turned out to have affected the real world. Back then, Ku Yuhai knew that Meng Hao wasn't his son Jusi and yet loved him anyway. That was the first time in his life he had ever felt fatherly love. The memories exploded within Meng Hao's mind, becoming clearer by the moment. He trembled as his vision suddenly swam. Ku Yunhai looked over at him and smiled warmly. Laughing, he said, "Hauer, you need to see things clearly. Everything here is a sham. If I die, I can prove this place is definitely a trick. If I don't die, then it would equally prove that this is a trick to deceive you. Because I already died long ago." Ku Yunhai spun in place, and as Meng Hao looked on, trembling, he slammed his head into the barrier. He moved with incredible speed, drawing fully upon his own life energy. A huge boom echoed out. As he hit the barrier struck back with shocking power to stop him. In that moment, he called out, "Hauer, my foster son. Remember that the heavenly Tao has a flaw. There is nothing perfect in the world and nothing can be without blemish. All of this is in your heart. Everyone here said that I couldn't see things clearly. That was true. But I would still prefer to die to give you a chance to see the truth." Power slammed into Ku Yuhai, and he was instantly shredded into a mass of blood and gore that splashed out in all directions. He used his death to reveal the truth. He used his death to give Meng Hao a chance to pierce through the veil of lies. He used his death to prove that he was right. Meng Hao threw down the alcohol flagon. Power raged within him as he looked at the spot where Ku Yunhai had died in a haze of blood. The words he had spoken caused Meng Hao to tremble. His eyes turned red and his aura erupted. "Dad," he said, trembling, tears streaming down his face. Moments ago, he had been ready to give in. That attitude instantly vanished. His doubts regarding the world he was in instantly grew stronger. He began to pant and shake, and as he stared at the blood mist and thought about Ku Yuhai, more tears flowed. His mind felt like it was about to explode from the countless strands of thought which were lurking hidden therein. It was as if those thoughts were about to flood out to fill every part of his being. Suddenly, light began to shine out from within him, and yet at the same time, a pressure appeared in the local starry sky. That pressure arrived without any warning, and completely enveloped Meng Hao. It suppressed him, as well as the countless thoughts that seemed to be on the verge of forming. The power of awakening and the power of the pressure were using his body as a battleground. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth and he staggered in place as his thoughts were crushed. He looked down, his face pale, at his chest which now was racked with stabbing pain. The copper mirror was sending a flowing current into him, filling his body, causing him to pant. He looked up, eyes bright red. Numerous sighs could be heard, as everyone, including Fatty, looked on with complicated expressions. I never would have thought that Yunhai would have the hardest time waking up, and not Meng Hao. Yeah, that's right. That's what happens when you don't recover, when you can't tell the difference between reality and fantasy. At this point, just about everyone began talking to Meng Hao. Meng Hao, did you see that? He went crazy. You can't let yourself stay confused. Everything in the vast expanse was an illusion, a dream. If you don't pull yourself together, you'll end up like that. Your mind will shatter. Meng Hao, wake up! Meng Hao, why can't you see things clearly? That guy, whoever he was stuck in the dream for too long and thus couldn't face up to reality. I know you and I can tell that you were close to him somehow, but you can't let that affect you. Meng Hao, all the relationships and friendships from the dream weren't real. You have to wake up to reality. Meng Hao's mind felt as if it were spinning. The battle between the awakening memories and the suppressing pressure reached a boiling point, and finally, he looked up and shouted, "Shut up!" His words echoed out like thunder. Suddenly, the aura of the 9 essences level exploded out, filling the area. Meng Hao clutched his head in his hands, then roared, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" He threw his head back and howled, creating a sonic attack that mixed with the power of the 9 essences level. Rumbling filled the area as the sound waves swept out, transforming countless asteroids into nothing but ash. Numerous figures, never having imagined that Meng Hao would unleash an explosive attack like this, were battered by the sound wave, shaking violently until they exploded. Fatty, Chu Yuyan, Li Linger, Fan Donger, Fang Yu, Sun Hai. One figure after another from Meng Hao's memories were eradicated. The instant they died, the air distorted, as if a roar of rage was rippling through the area, as if the source of that roar had been completely unaware that Meng Hao would do something like this. Everything in the area vanished. Meng Hao coughed up some more blood, hair disheveled. He looked around at the void, and the ash that was the remnants of the dead. Then he began to chuckle hoarsely, a laughter that rapidly turned more and more bitter. He looked over at the barrier which sealed off the vortex, and began to fly toward it. My death will prove whether or not this is a trick. His head throbbed as his bitter laughter echoed out. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the barrier. Boom! Instantly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power blasted back against him, sent him flying. His bones were crushed, and his flesh was shredded. And yet, he didn't die. He struggled to right himself and once again shot toward the barrier. It was at this point that an enraged roar echoed out. It was his master and Chen Fan, as well as numerous others from the Blue Sea sect. His wife was also there. Chen Fan grabbed Meng Hao and his wife threw her arms around him, tears streaming down her face. Meng Hao, have you gone crazy? Chen Fan roared. The others from the Blue Sea sect came forward to restrain Meng Hao. He looked at them as well as at his wife and his master. Finally, he turned to Chen Fan. He wasn't sure what to say. He opened his mouth to speak, but then simply coughed up some blood and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was back in the Blue Sea sect. His wife was standing protectively next to him, her eyes sunken with worry and anxiety. Meng Hao lay there quietly. His eyes seemed empty. People came to visit, but those empty eyes never changed. He didn't speak, and in fact, spent most of the day by the window looking out at heaven and earth. No one had any idea what he was thinking. He was the only one that was aware that the flow from the copper mirror was growing stronger. At first, it had pulsed out only once a month or so, but now it pulsed out many times. Furthermore, His view of the world constantly rippled, as if what he was looking at was about to be peeled away to reveal something beneath. The warm flow made its way through his body, but did nothing to heal any of his injuries. Not that he cared about them to begin with. He simply stared out the window. The consequences for slaughtering Fatty and the others were already playing out. The other sects were furious and had joined forces to try to force the Blue Sea sect to hand over Meng Hao. The Blue Sea sect had refused to give in, and thus a war began. The fighting escalated rapidly. Soon, the rumbling of battle could be heard on the Blue Sea sect's planet. Countless disciples died. Some of the allied sects had already managed to fight their way into the Blue Sea sect itself. The sound of explosions filled the world, but Meng Hao didn't care. Nor did he care about the looks cast upon him by his wife or the other fellow disciples. They were looks of concern, anxiety, reproach, and even hatred. Meng Hao didn't respond to such looks. Gradually, voices rang out within the sect itself, calling for Meng Hao to be handed over. However, his master, Chun Fan, and other fellow disciples vowed to die before doing such a thing. Meng Hao watched this happen silently. Inside, he could feel ripples of emotion when he saw what was happening, but he violently suppressed them. He wanted to see exactly how far things would go. Eventually, a month later, the allied sects broke through the main gate of the Blue Sea sect. Slaughter ensued. Meng Hao watched his wife sustain serious injuries protecting him. He watched a flying sword stab into his son's forehead. As the boy died, he cried out weakly for his father. Meng Hao ignored that, although he trembled with grief. Enough, he said, laughing bitterly. The Blue Sea sect wasn't exterminated. Even as Meng Hao stood there silently, grief filling his eyes, his heart trembling, a will spread out that caused all the bitterly fighting cultivators to suddenly drop to their knees. It was the will of all heaven, which became a radiant, seven-colored light that filled the starry sky. It wasn't just in the location of the Blue Sea sect, it actually spread out to cover all of the 100 sects in the vast expanse cosmos. O ye people of mine! It was an ancient voice that filled the minds of all cultivators in the vast expanse cosmos, and told them that from this moment on, slaughter was not permitted. The dispute was over, and that was because the identity of the 99th generation son of all heaven was soon to be announced. The majestic will told all people and all sects that in a mere half-year, the trial by fire to win the title of son of all heaven would begin, a grand battle royale. In the end, only one person would be named the 99th generation son of all heaven. That person would receive the blessing of all heaven and would represent all heaven to step into the vast expanse arcane pocket realm and accomplish a very special mission. The voice faded away, and the light became countless motes that rained down onto the 100 sects of the vast expanse cosmos. Any location with cultivators experienced that rain of light. They were all heaven seeds, and any cultivator who wished to participate in the trial by fire to become the son of all heaven needed to absorb one of them in order to qualify. The disciples from the allied sects withdrew. None of them dared to countermand the orders of all heaven. Not a single one hesitated for even a moment. Thus the war ended. Silence replaced the bitterness in the Blue Sea sect. It was almost as if everyone forgot about the bloody, bitter battle which had just been raging. All of the remaining disciples and elders of the sect gathered together. With the exception of the very old, everyone was given an all-heaven seed. One of them was delivered to Meng Hao by Chen Fan. Still confused, I see, Chen Fan said bitterly. You don't care how many people died in your sect, do you? Even your own son. I thought you said none of this was real and that only what you experienced in the vast expanse arcane pocket realm was real. Various emotions could be heard in his voice. Well, absorb this seed. Once you become the son of all heaven, you can go back into the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. Then you can see for yourself what is real and what is not. Chen Fan placed the all-heaven seed in front of Meng Hao, then stood there waiting for Meng Hao to absorb it. Everyone else looked on with varied expressions. Some had hatred in their eyes, some seemed torn. All seemed to rue the war which had been sparked by Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked at the all-heaven seed and shivered. His wife was off in the distance, holding their dead son. She was giggling madly, seemingly in a daze. Meng Hao stood there silently. He picked up the seed and examined it. It wriggled. Just as Chun Fan had said, by absorbing this seed, Meng Hao could become the son of all heaven. He could go back into the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. And yet, the current flowing into him from the copper mirror continued to grow hotter. It seemed to have reached a critical juncture as if it were about to fuse with him. The indistinct voice he could hear was growing clearer by the moment. His vision swam and he suddenly saw a different version of himself. He saw himself sitting there cross-legged in the Blue Sea sect. He saw himself absorb the seed and participate in the fight to become the son of all heaven. He took first place and was named the son of all heaven. That different version of himself offered formal greetings to all heaven. The will of all heaven filled his body, causing the seed to grow. It soon filled him through and through, after which he entered the vast expanse arcane pocket realm. As soon as he entered, he saw a beautiful woman. As soon as she caught sight of him, she smiled. Like I said, once you returned, you would be the son of all heaven. A tremor ran through Meng Hao. The dream suddenly ended, shattering to pieces. He opened his eyes, and everything became clear. The seed was still laying there on his palm. Even as he looked at it, it began to melt, as if it were about to bore into his flesh. The heat from the copper mirror grew hotter than it ever had. It filled Meng Hao's body, whereupon a bronze lamp appeared. Apparently, it had always been there, somehow concealed from Meng Hao's perception. Now that it was visible, it began to shine brightly, sending out light that prevented anything from entering him. As the light filled him, the confusion in his eyes faded away. His mind filled with crackling sounds. He thought about Kuyunhai, and he thought about how Fatty and all the others had died. He thought about how his son had been killed, along with so many other fellow sect members. But then, those memories became somewhat indistinct. At the same time, it was as if a veil had been ripped from his mind. Memories of the starry sky of the vast expanse, and the mountain and sea realm, flooded into his mind. The voice which had been calling out to him so indistinctly was now as clear as crystal. That voice was his own, and it was speaking 4 simple words. "I am Meng Hao," he murmured. He looked at Chen Fan, and his eyes clear, lacking any confusion whatsoever. Sighing, he rose to his feet. "Elder brother Chen Fan, I am no longer confused." He looked over at his wife, his gaze warm. Chen Fan seemed more torn than ever, as though he were sighing inwardly. Meng Hao's wife shivered in response to his words. Tears streaming down her face, she rushed over and embraced him. There, everything's fine," Meng Hao said softly. More tears flowed as she held him tightly, as if she feared that loosening her grip would cause him to leave forever. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot, but he seemed completely calm as he looked down at his wife. No one knew that after his eyes opened just now, his view of the world became completely different. The sky was no longer clear, but rather was full of mist. The mountains were not lush and green, they were barren and empty. The beautifully decorated architecture of the sect was now nothing more than crumbled ruins. His wife was actually a desiccated corpse, as was virtually everyone else in the sect. What had once been flourishing spiritual energy was really the sinister aura of death and an aroma of decay. His son, the 8-year-old boy, was actually not a boy. He was a dwarf and also a desiccated corpse. His eye sockets didn't contain eyes, only writhing black maggots. In all of heaven and earth, there was only one other person besides Meng Hao who was different. Chen Fan. Meng Hao looked around at everything, then closed his eyes. His wife was smiling, seemingly elated that her husband had finally recovered. She was just about to say something when Meng Hao reached up and stroked her hair, his gaze warmer than ever. However, if you looked very closely, you would see a tiny flicker of pity in his eyes. "Little junior brother," Chen Fan said, looking more torn than ever, "you need to absorb that all Evan's seed as soon as possible." Elder brother Chen Fan," Meng Hao interrupted calmly. "Even after some contemplation, I can't think of any time that I ever let you down. Not once. I've always respected you, and no matter what happened, you have always been my eldest brother." Meng Hao held his wife and looked over at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's heart thumped, and he was just about to say something else, when Meng Hao's voice spoke out, seemingly filled with magical power. I cannot forget those things which you say are illusions. I cannot forget that which exists in my mind. If those real things are actually illusions, a mere dream, then I would rather sink into that dream than ever wake up. He felt his wife suddenly go stiff. His eyes filled with pity as he suddenly pushed his hand down hard onto her back. Under the shocked glances of all present, that simple movement severed his wife's aura and exterminated her soul. Meng Hao slowly rose to his feet. "It's better to release you," he said softly. "That way no one can control your corpse or soul after death." The surrounding crowds were as shocked as if they had been struck by lightning. After a moment of silence, enraged howls rose up and their bloodshot eyes filled with shock and fear. The sect elders took to flight. The sect leader and even the Dao realm experts were flabbergasted. "Meng Hao!" Chen Fan roared in disbelief. At the same time, an anguished cry rose up from Meng Hao's master, who was also his father-in-law. He flew over, trembling, staring first at his daughter's corpse, and then at Meng Hao. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he began to laugh, and then lunged at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes were calm. The world had completely transformed. As of this moment, he was not being attacked by a middle-aged man, but rather a corpse with a huge, empty hole in its chest. Meng Hao sighed and closed his eyes. Just when the man was almost upon him, Meng Hao opened his eyes again. Although they were still bloodshot, the pupils were now crimson. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out, shredding his master into a haze of blood and gore. That was the battle prowess of the Peak 9 Essences level, which exploded out from Meng Hao. "Elder brother Meng is bedeviled. Kill him!" Roars of fury and rage echoed out from the mouths of the elders. As they charged toward Meng Hao, his eyes flickered with pity, and he moved forward. He became a blur, and every person he encountered, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, was destroyed in body and mind by the single flick of a finger. Soon all heaven and earth was sinking into darkness. Miserable shrieks rose up. Wherever Meng Hao went, death followed. Blood flowed across the ground, and bodies could be seen everywhere. However, what Meng Hao saw was a bit different. The blood which flowed was not red, but rather black and filthy. Furthermore, the corpses which lay in his wake had been corpses long before he struck them down. Everything was quiet in the sect. Only Meng Hao and Chen Fan remained standing. "Meng Hao, why you?" Chen Fan was trembling in disbelief at everything which had just occurred. His eyes were filled with grief, rage, and conflict. Meng Hao looked around at the corpses inside. Then he looked at the all-even seed which was trying to force its way into his palm and crushed it. Chen Fan looked at Meng Hao, his expression torn. "You exterminated your own sect, killed your own wife and master, all because of a world that's an illusion. Was all this worth it, Meng Hao?" Meng Hao looked up at him. "Chen Fan, I've always respected you as my elder brother." "Enough with the act. You have your path that you must follow. I'm not sure why you did this, although I'm sure you have your reasons. I can't blame you. I have my own path too." Chen Fan stood there silently, bitterly. Finally he smiled, a bitter, conflicted smile that gradually grew more resolute. "He promised me that as long as you lost yourself in here, my linger would truly be resurrected. To him, something like that is as easy as flipping over a hand. Meng Hao, I, Chen Fan, have done anything and everything to truly resurrect my linger. After all the years which have passed, this was my only hope. Therefore, you have the right to blame me. You can even hate me. Meng Hao, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Now Meng Hao also looked torn. Various memories flitted through his mind as he looked at Chen Fan. He knew that the linger Chen Fan referred to was none other than Shan Ling from the Solitary Sword sect. Meng Hao shook his head, ignoring Chen Fan as he contemplated the danger he had just been in. If it weren't for the copper mirror, for the enlightenment provided by the death of his foster father Ku Yunhai and his own unimaginable willpower, he would surely have lost himself in here and become exactly what Han Bei had described. He would have returned to her side as the son of all heaven. It was time to leave. He took a step forward and made a ripping gesture with his hand. Rumbling echoed out as a rift was torn open into the air in front of him, which he prepared to step through. "Meng Hao, you can't leave," cried Chen Fan, tears streaming down his face. "You have to stay." His eyes filled with determination, with obsessed focus. He lifted his hands up, and the world shook. Apparently, a will was descending. a will which then flowed into Chun Fan himself. Chun Fan's energy skyrocketed, and his cultivation-based power soared. Blue veins bulged out on his face, and he shook visibly. His eyes turned crimson and seemed to suddenly lack conscious thought. Only obsession remained. Suddenly, he turned into a blur that shot toward Meng Hao. He lifted his right hand, whereupon heaven and earth seemed to back him and the starry sky seemed to exist within his hands. Apparently, the will of all heaven had taken over Chun Fan's body and was using him as its shell to act within the world. Rumbling echoed out, and Meng Hao fell back. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his eyes shone with grief. The person in front of him was his elder brother, someone he had known all the way back in the Reliance sect. Back on planet South Heaven, he had almost been like a blood brother to him. But now they had no option other than to fight. There could be no holding back or surrendering. Chun Fan could not retreat. He had gambled everything, all in the hopes of resurrecting his wife. Neither could Meng Hao retreat. If he was defeated, he would be lost in this place and would lose everything. This place was both real and false. The objects were real. What was false was that they existed, not in the present, but the past. Meng Hao smiled bitterly. He slapped his chest with his palm, and the copper mirror flew out, transforming into innumerable black threads which spread out to cover his entire body in a suit of armor. The battle weapon appeared in his hand, and he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Chun Fan. Incredible rumbling echoed out. Heaven and earth were shattered, and mountains were transformed into rubble. The sect became nothing more than ash as the two of them rose up into the starry sky as they battled. Chun Fan was fighting with the power of the will of all heaven, and the divine ability he unleashed was bizarre. Unexpectedly, it was a memory magic. It was a deceptively unthreatening magic that targeted specific memories in Meng Hao's mind, causing all of the versions of Chun Fan which existed there to simultaneously attack him. It wasn't just the current Meng Hao that was being targeted, it was all of the different versions of him throughout history, including Planet South Heaven and the Reliance sect. When put into words, it is a difficult thing to describe, but the end result was that even as Chun Fan and Meng Hao fought in reality, countless stabs of pain filled Meng Hao's mind. He felt his memories diverging from reality as if all of his memories of Chun Fan were rising up and exploding. This magical technique was no mere divine ability. It was a Tao which went far beyond any sort of natural or magical law. It was something the likes of which Meng Hao had never before experienced. However, he knew that the only way to vanquish Chun Fan was to defeat him in all of the past memories that existed in his mind. As they fought in reality, Meng Hao thought back to the time when the 33 heavens were about to descend upon the mountain and sea realm. Even as he prepared to defend the mountains and seas, Chun Fan suddenly attacked him. At the same time, back on planet South Heaven, Meng Hao was visiting Chun Fan in his sect. They were drinking in front of the rock that was Shan Ling, when suddenly, Chun Fan's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he slashed his sword out at Meng Hao. Simultaneously, he was back in the lands of South Heaven, shortly after leaving the Reliance sect. He had just arrived in the heart of the southern domain when he was reunited with Chun Fan. Chun Fan was delighted to see him, but then, his face twisted viciously, and he attacked. They were back in the Reliance sect, when all of the other great sects came to try to seize the sublime spirit scripture. As the other disciples were taken away, Meng Hao stood alone on the mountaintop watching bitterly as a middle-aged man from the solitary sword sect asked Chun Fan if he wanted to be taken as a disciple of his sect. Chun Fan was just about to respond when his eyes flickered. Without any warning, he suddenly turned and attacked Meng Hao. There was another moment in which Meng Hao and Chun Fan were sitting together in the Reliance sect. Chun Fan was introducing the sect to Meng Hao when suddenly his eyes flashed with coldness and he attacked. Back on the very day Meng Hao had joined the sect, he and Fatty were there together being escorted into the servants' district when suddenly a blur appeared shooting down from one of the mountain tops. That blur shot directly toward Meng Hao, intent on killing him. All of these things happened at the same time. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he watched himself be killed by Chun Fan over and over again, and simultaneously watched himself kill Chun Fan over and over again. The memories piled up onto one another, and at the same time, their real fight intensified. The memories of them fighting transformed into seeds, seeds which, by means of some unique fashion, were implanted into his mind. Meng Hao, Chun Fan cried, "Become the son of all heaven. Become the emissary of all heaven. Get rid of your pain. All of this has been foreordained." Then he roared, "All heaven transformation." A boom could be heard as his muscles and blood evaporated. He was left as nothing more than skin and bones, and the resulting bloody mist was filled with the will of all heaven as it surged out to cover Meng Hao. At the same time, the seeds inside of Meng Hao exploded, likewise turning into a mist which disseminated the will of all heaven. The mist spread out as if to infect Meng Hao inside and out with the will of all heaven to force him to become both the son and emissary of all heaven. Just when Meng Hao was about to fight back, he realized that the power of his own bloodline was doing nothing to defend him. In fact, it was even possible to say that his blood was perfectly suited to be able to act as a host for the will of all heaven. It was even the same with the demonic chi inside of him. It was as if everything about him had been prepared specifically for the will of all heaven. If the will of all heaven had entered the body of any other person, the process would not have occurred so efficiently. It was as if this were the perfect possession, as if Meng Hao truly had been prepared specifically for the will of all heaven. In and out, whether it was the bloodline or the demonic chi, whether it was within his memories or without, the will of all heaven exploded, and Meng Hao seemed powerless to do anything about it. But then, the will of all heaven suddenly lurched to a halt. That will could occupy his soul, his blood, and even his demonic chi. However, as it spread out through him, attempting to take control, it encountered fierce resistance. That resistance came from the bronze lamp. Furthermore, his body had been remolded by the bronze lamp itself, and was therefore not perfectly suitable for the will of all heaven. Because of that, at this most critical of moments, the will of all heaven suddenly stopped moving. In that moment, the flame of the bronze lamp ignited, causing a majestic glow to spread out and to fight the will of all heaven. The two seemed as incompatible as fire and water. As that happened, the seemingly boundless will of all heaven that existed in heaven and earth tried to force its way into Meng Hao to eradicate the flame of the bronze lamp. It was a critical juncture. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood and his eyes shone with red light. In the same moment that the bronze lamp and the will of all heaven began to contend with each other, he extended his right hand and then made a sharp chopping motion at himself. Hexing magic, karmic hexing. Astonishingly, he was using demon-sealing hexing magic to find Chun Fan's karma. Countless karma threads appeared on his head, among which was a pitch-black strand that connected him to Chen Fan. "Sever!" he roared, slashing down onto the thread with the battle weapon. Without the bronze lamp, Meng Hao's karmic hexing would have been incapable of affecting his memories of Chen Fan, which were the extension of the will of all heaven. But now that the bronze lamp had tied up the will of all heaven, Meng Hao made his move, thus putting an end to the final bit of dangerous power being levied against him. Moments ago, they had been on equal footing, but now that changed as the battle weapon completely destroyed Chen Fan's karma thread. Now, no karma existed at all between Meng Hao and Chen Fan. All of the images of Chen Fan within his memories were forcibly wiped away. The seeds that had been formed by the will of all heaven let out roars of rage as the brilliant light from the bronze lamp swept over them, driving them out. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and he suddenly seemed much older. Even the slightest mistake moments ago would have resulted in him being wiped out of existence. He thought back to the emissary of all heaven, Song Daozi, who had stepped outside the vast expanse with a cultivation base half a step into transcendence, and had returned as the emissary of all heaven. He could well imagine Song Daozi facing a similar situation as he had. And yet, even being half a step into transcendence, he had been unable to avoid the fate which awaited him. Meng Hao knew that without the bronze lamp, he would likely have walked the same path as Song Daozi. As the will of all heaven was forcibly severed from Meng Hao, heaven and earth began to shake violently, tearing rifts open throughout the starry sky. Amidst the rumbling, the rifts opened up longer and wider, spreading out in all directions. As for Chen Fan, he was there in front of Meng Hao, his body withered up. He looked at Meng Hao and smiled. It was a smile of grief, pain, and release. "Meng Hao, your elder brother let you down." Chen Fan let out a roar, then smashed his hand viciously down onto his own forehead. Meng Hao's face fell, and he moved forward to intervene. but Chun Fan was too fast. A boom rang out, and Chun Fan exploded. He was killed in body and mind. For the sake of Shan Ling, he had turned a blind eye to the destruction of the mountain and sea realm. He had chosen to turn on his little junior brother to cooperate with the will of all heaven to try to erase his mind. In the end, he had even gone so far as to allow the memories in Meng Hao's mind to be infected by the seeds of the will of all heaven. Despite all that he had done, Chun Fan had never been cruel and merciless. Hesitation had always lurked in his heart as guilt. In the end, when it was obvious how things would end, he didn't even have the face to look at Meng Hao. In his bitterness, he chose simply to end his own life. Perhaps his death could be some form of compensation. Meng Hao quietly looked at the spot where Chun Fan had died, heart aching with bitterness. Even though Chun Fan had chosen to attack him, Meng Hao didn't feel any hatred for him. Nowadays, he had fewer friends than ever, and he cherished all of them. Chun Fan's death caused the destruction of the surrounding world to speed up. Soon, ear-splitting rumbling sounds could be heard as everything fell to pieces. When that happened, it was like a veil being lifted away, revealing what was truly outside the vast expanse. Everything was barren. There was no mist-like in the vast expanse, nor were there any signs of life. Everything was in ruins and filled with an aura of death. Wreckage and corpses were strewn about. There was also dust that floated there eternally. Long ago, this truly had been the vast expanse cosmos, with the 100 sects and countless cultivators. That was all true. But now, their glory had faded into nothing. It was an enormous place, but even still, it was possible to make out something very far off in the distance. There were 5 pillars which seemed impossibly high, stretching up into the starry sky. This was not Meng Hao's first time seeing the 5 pillars. Back in the underground tunnel in the necropolis, he had seen them via divine sense. This time, though, he was able to see them with his own 2 eyes. However, there was something different about them this time. Back in the fresco, all 5 pillars had stood strong and tall. But now, 3 of them had been destroyed. Only 2 of them were whole as they stretched up into the starry sky. Meng Hao looked at them quietly for a moment, and then his eyes glittered. Because of his bloodline, his demonic qi, and also because of everything that had happened in the mountain and sea realm, he had already guessed much of the truth. A plot which was hatched long, long ago. The All-Heaven bloodlines. Apparently they were created for the express purpose of benefiting all heaven. And the demon comes from the Immortal. I'm not the first demon. There were many before me. All of them transformed in the moment when they were about to become the Immortal. And the demon is what all heaven wants to appear. Perhaps I'm thinking of things in a bit of a one-sided fashion. Perhaps in all of the years in which the starry sky has existed, the true demon has never actually appeared. Perhaps in the critical moment all heaven stopped them all. Meng Hao couldn't help but think of Song Daozi. He looked thoughtfully at the enormous pillars that began to fly in their direction at top speed. Time passed. He wasn't sure how long he had flown, but he kept getting closer and closer. Eventually, he reached the location of one of the destroyed pillars. As he hovered there, he sensed an aura which could shake heaven and earth. It was not the aura of the Immortal or the demon, but rather the devil. As soon as he sensed the devil aura, he thought of the devil realm continent. Then, he slowly reached his hand out toward the indescribably large column and gently pushed down onto its surface. That person was born inside of a sinister, deathly vortex. His body and his soul were separated, and then countless years later, he emerged from the vortex, giving rise to a storm that shook the world. In the end, he stepped onto 9 world butterflies, spread his hand, and caused the starry sky to shake. A strange and bizarre aura spread out from him to fill the starry sky, leaving Meng Hao's mind reeling. That energy was enough to cause heaven and earth to dim, heavenly bodies to fall, and the starry sky to bow its head. Meng Hao watched as the person transformed into a land mass, sacrificing himself for everyone he knew. Next, innumerable years passed. Eventually, the man who had transformed into a landmass emerged once again. He left that landmass and traveled outside the vast expanse. His expression was one of pain as he saw the starry sky there transform into a huge hand which grabbed toward him. Light flashed as the young man destroyed one of the hand's fingers. Then, he left the area outside the vast expanse, disappearing far off into the distance. As for the destroyed finger, that was the ruined column which Meng Hao was now in front of. Transcendent cultivator. He was definitely a transcendent cultivator. Meng Hao pulled back his hand, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Based on his judgment, he was sure that the young man he had seen inside the column was a transcendent cultivator from the Devil Realm continent. He wasn't sure of the young man's name, but based on the aura he had sensed, Meng Hao now had a much better understanding of transcendence in general. He flickered into motion, flying toward the next destroyed column. Time passed. Eventually, he reached the second column, whereupon he took a deep breath, reached out, and placed his hand onto its surface. The moment he touched it, his mind filled with rumbling sounds. He saw a young man born in a mountain village. He caused massive chaos on the planet upon which he was born. He killed his way into forging a shocking legend, and slaughtered his way to becoming a paragon in his realm. Later, he walked a difficult path. In order to resurrect his wife, he left carnage in his wake as he fought to the pinnacle. He shook the entire starry sky when he transcended. Almost as soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on the young man, he was shaken. He couldn't help but think of Slaughter and of the time-walking technique Slaughter had taught him. The young man in the column and Slaughter both looked exactly like the statue on the Immortal God continent. His expression was cold as he looked up into the starry sky. The wave of his hand caused the heavenly bodies to shift, and the starry sky to be torn open. He stepped outside of the vast expanse, and also destroyed one of the fingers, before disappearing into the distance. Meng Hao was left panting. When he pulled his hand away, he looked at the destroyed column with a complicated expression. After a long moment, he turned and headed toward the next column. This column was not destroyed. It was one of the two that stretched high up into the starry sky. When he reached out to touch it, he saw nothing inside except for emptiness. There was no transcendent cultivator, but there was shocking immortal chi which was apparently brewing inside of the column. Just visible within the immortal chi were countless images, all of which seemed to depict people. Those people were all cultivating the magic of immortality and were on the path to becoming the immortal. There has never been a transcendent immortal, Meng Hao murmured. After examining it further, he realized that the column was weak, almost to the point of collapse. If the true immortal ever appeared, it was likely that the column would immediately be destroyed. Meng Hao pulled his hand away. After some more thought, he began to fly toward the fourth column, which was the final destroyed column. Time went by. After passing through all of the dust and ruins to arrive at the fourth column, he took a deep breath, reached out, and touched it. Rumbling filled his mind, and he caught sight of a young man. He wore a robe decorated in flowers, and seemed different than the two other young men Meng Hao had just seen. A sarcastic smile could be seen on his face, and his eyes glittered with intelligence. His features were delicate and even pretty, and he almost looked as if he were recovering from an illness. Meng Hao watched the young man silently. He didn't know who he was, but as he looked on, the young man created the copper mirror. He also held a bronze lamp in his hand. Furthermore, the robe he was wearing was the same robe Meng Hao had seen being worn by the person who had faced the immortal tribulation and been killed by the finger from the heavens. Meng Hao instantly realized who this was. Patriarch Vast Expanse. Eventually, Meng Hao watched as Patriarch Vast Expanse also went outside the vast expanse. He destroyed another of the fingers and then disappeared into the void. Eventually, Meng Hao pulled his hand back. After a moment of thought, he proceeded toward the last of the pillars, one of the two which were still erect. As he flew closer and closer, a powerful demonic chi from the column began to form a resonance with him. The instant that resonance formed with the demonic chi, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine with a deep, profound light. He had already surmised that of the 5 pillars, there was one for the ghost, god, immortal, devil, and finally, the demon. He increased his speed, and eventually arrived at the final staggeringly large pillar which stretched up into the starry sky. After a moment of thought, he reached out and touched the pillar. Then he frowned. Eventually, he pulled his hand away, and his eyes flashed. The other pillars don't seem to have much to do with me, but this pillar represents the demon. There is a resonance with me, and yet when I touch it, no strange transformations occur. He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but he could tell that the resonance was growing stronger. Gradually, a sensation of deadly crisis began to build up within him. Eyes flickering, he spun. Instead of spending any more time in contact with the final pillar, he decided to leave. He was soon 30 meters away, then 300. The pillar still stood in place, and the farther away he went, the weaker the resonance became. He didn't seem to be reacting much to that, but inwardly he was focused on examining himself. When he reached the 3,000-meter mark, he hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he wasn't curious about the column. Rather, he had to forcibly resist the urge to rush back and touch it. He definitely needed to come to a deeper understanding of what dangers lurked in this area. After the 3,000-meter mark, his eyes flickered and he pushed himself faster. When he was several thousand meters away, he increased his speed yet again. Even when he was 30,000 meters away, nothing had happened. Finally, he stopped in thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and headed back toward the pillar. Moments later, he arrived, then reached out to touch it. Rumbling filled his mind, and as his demonic chi blended with the aura of the pillar, the resonance exploded in intensity, and he suddenly realized that there was an illusory world within the pillar. It was like the mist of the vast expanse, boundless and majestic. At first, there didn't seem to be anything other than mist, but soon, Meng Hao realized that within the very center of the world was a bright red thread. It was a thread that looked like a blood vessel, except it was huge. Soon, he realized that the thread twisted and turned around on itself, forming a shape. The shape of a person. There were 4 limbs visible as well as a head. Apparently, that thread really was a blood vessel, and it really was forming into the shape of a person. There was no flesh or blood, and no bones. Just a system of blood vessels. Shockingly, there appeared to be fruits growing from the blood vessels. In total, there were 98 of them. Some were large and some were small, and they were located throughout the shape which the blood vessels formed. All of them were withered, as though their life and quintessence had been absorbed, and they were what had enabled the shape of the person to take form. Upon closer examination, it was clear that the various fruits had faces on them, all of whom had their eyes closed and were completely motionless. As Meng Hao examined all of this, his heart began to pound. Eventually, his eyes fell upon the 98th fruit and the 98th face. Shockingly, that face was the same face which had attempted to interfere with Meng Hao summoning the copper mirror, the emissary of all heaven. It was Song Daozi. These faces. Meng Hao gasped as an idea suddenly struck him, a vast, monumental idea that left his mind completely spinning. These faces are all of the people who were turned from immortal to demon. From ancient times until now, there have been many people like Song Daozi, all of whom were turned into the demon. No, that's not right. The true demon hasn't appeared yet. Otherwise, this pillar would look very different. These people all became food for this person-shaped outline, in the moment that they were about to transform into the true demon. Meng Hao's mind reeled at the sight of all the faces on the fruit, and the human-shaped network of blood vessels. Suddenly, he was struck with the realization that the shape wasn't complete. It lacked a final fruit. That empty location was where the heart should be. With a fruit there, the outline of this person would be complete and perfect. Almost as soon as his eyes fell upon the empty location of the heart, all of the 98 faces' eyes suddenly opened, and they looked at Meng Hao. His mind was left reeling, his scalp tingling. The 98 faces staring at him caused him to recall how there had been 98 sons of all heaven. Even as he began to pull back his divine sense, the 98 faces all smiled. They were sinister smiles, mysterious to the extreme, and the instant they appeared, the faces spoke. "You're the missing piece. Don't go, don't go." The bizarre voices filled the world and Meng Hao's mind spun. His demonic chi suddenly seemed to be on the verge of erupting. Almost simultaneously, the faces began to transform one by one into beams of light which shot toward him. There was no time for Meng Hao to do anything other than sever his divine sense. Outside of the pillar, he quickly pulled his hand away and backed up. In almost that same instant, the pillar began to shake, and 98 faces suddenly shot out from it into the starry sky outside the vast expanse. Without pausing for a moment, they began to speed in Meng Hao's direction. As they neared, Meng Hao's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. and he unleashed a divine ability. Numerous mountains descended to block the path of the faces. And yet the bizarre faces simply passed directly through the mountains as they closed in on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face fell, and he punched out with his right hand. The devil-butchering fist created a massive tempest, and yet the faces completely disregarded it, and were soon almost right in front of him. Apparently, no matter what techniques he unleashed upon them, it could do nothing to stop them. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he let out a cold harumph. Suddenly, the copper mirror armor appeared, and he slashed out with the battle weapon. It split open the void, creating a vast rift which separated him from the faces. This time, it seemed much harder for the faces to keep going, and over 10 of them were actually split in half from the effort. And yet, they didn't dissipate, but kept speeding toward him. Meng Hao was continuously falling back, his face grim. No matter what ideas he came up with to deal with the situation, none of them worked. He sent out his demonic chi, only to watch as the faces devoured it. Apparently, it was like fuel for them. Meng Hao's face flickered as he pressed on, followed by the swarm of faces. They quickly caught up to him and began to surround him, blocking his path. Then, they smiled oddly and lunged toward him with gaping jaws. They bit into his flesh, apparently intent on chewing into his body and consuming him. "Screw off," Meng Hao said, eyes flashing coldly. His cultivation base erupted, and the battle weapon flashed as he swung it. A blast of wind swept out in all directions, and yet it didn't seem to affect the faces at all. Blue veins popped out on Meng Hao's face, and he gritted his teeth violently. It was at this point that the bronze lamp sent blazing light out in all directions, and the faces began to tremble. Screaming, they fell back. Meng Hao finally took a deep breath and used the opportunity to flee. However, almost as soon as he broke free from the faces, they pounced on him again. The light of the bronze lamp still caused them to scream, and yet they didn't give up. They endured the pain and tried again to chew into Meng Hao's flesh. The intense light from the bronze lamp caused them to tremble on the verge of melting. And yet Meng Hao's aura was something they desired, something that was like food for them. Demonic chi. Meng Hao's own demonic chi was absorbed by the faces, nourishing them, giving them strength to fight the light of the bronze lamp. Pain racked Meng Hao inside and out, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Having been sent outside the vast expanse by Han Bei, he managed to unveil many secrets and dispel many doubts. And yet, he had been placed in incredible deadly danger. Whether it was the illusion of which Qin Fan had been a part of, or the personal arrival of the will of all heaven, or these faces, they were all situations in which the slightest mistake would lead to eternal doom. He could well imagine what had occurred to the 98 cultivators like Song Daozi whom these faces represented. They were people who had reached a point very similar to this, and none of them had been able to escape. All had perished in the end, becoming components of the person-shaped outline that he had just seen. As for Meng Hao, he had dispelled the illusion and cast out the will of all heaven. And yet, he was not quite strong enough to deal with the faces, no matter how much he wanted to. His eyes were crimson, and he simply couldn't give in to the idea of being defeated. His clone was almost finished with his work, meaning that the 9th hex was close to completion. He was unprecedentedly close to transcendence. Just when everything was almost complete, this sudden turn of events occurred. Suddenly, deep hatred for Han Bei rose up within his heart. Rumbling could be heard as the faces continued to chew into his body, to devour his life force, his demonic chi, his soul, his everything. It took only a moment for him to become extremely withered. It was as if his fate were unavoidable, and yet he refused to believe that. He lifted his right hand and prepared to call upon his final trump card, a divine ability that he wouldn't use unless there were absolutely, positively no other options left. The price to be paid to use it would be unimaginably high. But then suddenly a piercing cry rang out from within his armor. All of a sudden, the parrot flew out. How quickly the tide had turned. The parrot's eyes were bright red as it hovered there by Meng Hao. Back when they were first reunited, its memories had been in chaos. However, despite being unable to see things clearly, it knew that Meng Hao was very important and had thus chosen to return to him. It saw everything that happened after that, the result being that the shattered memories in its head seemed to increase constantly. It was as if there were a tiny node inside of its mind, a node which contained the image of Meng Hao. After Meng Hao appeared in the flesh, that node burst open, allowing the parrot's erased mind to appear once again. Eventually, in this moment of deep crisis, its erased memories were fully fused together and erupted with great power. Ruuyuyuumble. Memories exploded out into the parrot's mind. It saw itself meeting Meng Hao for the first time, saw itself facing danger with him in numerous adventures. Everything began to awaken. Back when its mind had been erased, it had managed to bury that node deep inside of itself, and it was that which eventually gave it the chance to recover. The parrot was crafty, and although things had ended tragically back then and it had been filled with grief, it had still managed to devise a backup plan. "Lord Fifth," the parrot roared. "Call me Lord Fifth, bitches." It remembered. It remembered everything. It looked over at Meng Hao being devoured by the faces, and suddenly let out a powerful squawk. Meng Hao's armor shattered, creating countless black sparks that, under the parrot's control, swirled around him, moving faster and faster until they formed a vortex. The power of the vortex created numerous streams of gravitational force. However, that force didn't affect the world in general, just the faces latched onto Meng Hao. Gradually, they were dragged away from Meng Hao, whose expression brightened. At the same time, the glow of the bronze lamp grew even more intense. The faces let out blood-curdling screams as they were ripped off of him. Then they were sucked into the vortex, where they shattered into pieces. That didn't kill them, though, it just created countless other, tinier faces. More and more of them appeared. There weren't just dozens now, but hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. Meng Hao was panting, and his body was dangerously withered. However, now that the faces were no longer consuming him, his battle prowess and cultivation base began to recover quickly. At the same time, he unleashed his own power, causing the vortex to spin even more quickly. Soon it was a raging tempest, whereupon the parrot let out another squawk, sending it shooting off into the distance. "Fudge," it shrieked. "How dare you try to fight Lord Fifth? You might not have any fur or feathers, but Lord Fifth is going to go all out to put you down." Meng Hao looked over at the parrot, his eyes shining with excitement. The fact that the parrot had recovered its memories was a momentous thing. Now, parrot and man both unleashed incredible speed to get as far away from the vortex as possible. However, the tens of thousands of broken and shattered faces immediately gave chase. Apparently sensing that they wouldn't be able to catch up, the faces then merged together into one huge swath of skin. The skin had no bones, no muscle, and no blood. It was simply a patch of human-shaped skin that whistled through the starry sky toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao and the parrot fled, and the skin chased them from behind. The parrot let out a mighty squawk as if it were going to hold nothing back. "What do we do, Meng Hao? Damn it. Lord Fifth's memories were just restored, only to be pulled into this situation. What do we do? What do we do? We're outside of the vast expanse now. If we delay, the will of all heaven will fully awaken, and then we'll be dead for sure. Only a bit of his will is awake now. We have to get back into the vast expanse. The will of all heaven won't be able to directly affect us in there. Meng Hao, can you create a distraction? Give me the time it takes an incense stick to burn, and I can sacrifice some of the essence power of the copper mirror to set up a teleportation portal. That will be able to get us back into the starry sky of the vast expanse." Despite the incredible speed with which the parrot and Meng Hao were moving, the patch of skin was moving even faster and was closing in rapidly. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. They were in a deadly trap, a trap set up to target him, and as such his eyes flickered with killing intent. "The time it takes an incense stick to burn? I think I can do that." After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth. If the parrot hadn't recovered its memories and taken the initiative to help, he would already have resorted to that one certain magic. It was his trump card, a magical technique that was not yet complete, and might even spawn some unexpected side effects. As for whether such transformations would be beneficial or detrimental, it was impossible to tell. At the moment, though, there were no other options. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly as he suddenly spun in place and waved his hand. "Start setting up the spell formation," he growled. He and the parrot had worked together for so long that there was no need for deliberation. Instantly, black threads shot out from the parrot and began to spin in place behind Meng Hao in the form of a teleportation portal. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His eyes shone with a brilliant light as he extended his finger out into the starry sky and murmured, "Ninth Hex!" What he was about to unleash was none other than the ninth hex. His clone had already completed 8 of the sealing marks that would make the final version. Because the final mark wasn't complete, if Meng Hao unleashed the ninth hex, it could have some unknown effect on his clone. He wasn't sure what exactly would happen, but now was not the time to contemplate misgivings. He performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and then shoved his hand out. First sealing mark. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and everything shook. The starry sky vibrated as an indescribable power began to converge in front of Meng Hao. As soon as the sealing mark appeared, the patch of skin suddenly lurched to a halt, and a strange gleam appeared deep in its eyes. Next, Meng Hao performed another incantation gesture, causing the second sealing mark to appear. It merged with the first sealing mark, causing the energy to rocket even higher, reaching a level 10 times higher than before. Then came the third sealing mark and the fourth. One by one, they all appeared and merged together, and the terrifying energy reached an unbelievable level, causing everything in the starry sky to shake violently. Next were the 5th, 6th, and 7th sealing marks. A level of power appeared that the vast expanse shrine had been unable to withstand, a power that would cause even peak 9 essences cultivators to tremble. With 7 sealing marks, it already seemed possible to seal the heavens. The patch of skin seemed shocked. For the first time, it began to back up instead of chase. However, it was in that very moment that the light in Meng Hao's eyes shone, and he threw his arms up. The 7 sealing marks formed a dazzling magical symbol that began to speed forward, emanating a will that could seal the heavens. The light that shone out from it was majestic to the extreme, a light that seemed capable of sealing anything and everything, that could cause everything bright to grow dark, that could cause all living beings to bow their heads. Rumbling echoed out as the sea of light swept through the starry sky toward the patch of skin. What is that? Countless howls began to echo out from within the skin. However, no matter how it tried to evade, there was no avoiding the light, which slammed into the skin. Behind Meng Hao, the parrot gaped in shock at what was happening. Meng Hao shivered, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Using the incomplete 9th hex in this way could be done only by paying a great cost. Roaring sounds spread out in all directions, and at the same time, blood-curdling screams echoed out from the skin as it was shredded to pieces by the light. Numerous bedraggled faces appeared, which immediately began to fly back toward the column they had come from. Meng Hao's face was pale and he was swaying back and forth. The parrot immediately gushed, all right, I'm almost ready. We can teleport out in just a moment." Meng Hao looked up, and in the iciest of voices said, "How could I flee?" He took a step forward and his cultivation base surged with power. "How could I run?" With that, he transformed into a beam of light which shot at incredible speed toward the pillar that the faces were fleeing to. "Ever since that bitch Han Bei sent me here, this place has tried to kill me over and over again. First was the illusion with elder brother Chen Fan. Then the will of all heaven trying to possess me. Then these 5 pillars showed up, and the demonic chi faces tried to eat me. After all that, how could I flee? How could I run?" Roaring, he shoved his arms out in front of him, causing boundless light to surge up. "I've been forced into unleashing my incomplete 9th hex. Well then, I'm definitely not going to waste the opportunity." In the past, there was the underworld ghost, the white-haired cultivator of the immortal gods, and the transcendent expert from the devil realm. They destroyed 3 columns, and although I might not be ready to do the same thing, I might as well do a dry run. Rumbling echoed out as Meng Hao shoved the light of the combined sealing marks directly toward the column of demonic chi. As he flew along, the starry sky shattered, and the faces screamed. The light picked up speed, and as it neared the column, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Then, he performing an incantation gesture and roared, 8 sealing marks! With that, the 8th sealing mark appeared, glittering brightly. As it merged into the brightness, and fused with the other 7 sealing marks, the light began to shine a bright violet color. The violet light caused the starry sky to go quiet. Everything began to vibrate in complete helplessness. The faces faded away, screaming. As the light slashed into the pillar representing the demon, the sky shattered, and everything was thrown into chaos as the demon pillar shuddered. Meanwhile, back in the starry sky of all heaven on planet Vast Expanse on the first continent in one of the cities of the mortal world, the ninth reincarnation of Meng Hao's clone, Little Treasure, suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Then he teetered in place for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. The entire household was thrown into chaos. He began to shiver and spasm as numerous sealing marks began to shine brightly on his forehead. The fight continued outside the Vast Expanse. The light formed from the 8 sealing marks of Meng Hao's 9th hex was so powerful that it surpassed the 9 essences level. Meng Hao wasn't sure how far away it was from the transcendent level, but he was sure that not a single 9 essences cultivator would be able to survive an encounter with it. Ear-splitting rumbling sounds spread out in all directions. The faces weren't even able to get back into the column before they were incinerated. Before dying, they let out miserable screams, which faded away almost before they even began. Just before dissipating, their expressions seemed to be those of release and gratitude. Soon, everything was quiet and still. It happened faster than either Meng Hao or the Parrot could ever have imagined. The Parrot looked over at the demon pillar, which was still trembling, and Meng Hao, who was radiating an air of madness. The Parrot couldn't help but take a deep breath as it gaped at Meng Hao. After all the years that they had been separated, it turned out that Meng Hao was still the type to seek revenge over the smallest grievance. What is he planning to do? The Parrot thought, eyes wide with disbelief. How vicious. That pillar can only be destroyed by a transcendent cultivator. He wants to try to destroy the demon pillar now. The Parrot looked around at the destruction and chaos in the starry sky, then back at the pillar. A moment later, after the light faded away, a cracking sound rang out. At the same time, it was possible to see that a crevice had appeared on the pillar. Although the pillar wasn't crushed, the crevice which had opened up could obviously not be mended. The Parrot shivered and then yelled, "Meng Hao, that's enough. Really, enough is enough. The spell formation is ready. We need to get out of here as soon as possible." The Parrot then turned toward the completed spell formation, which began to rumble to life. Meng Hao immediately began to back up. Although the battle had been bitter, he had won a stunning victory. "I can't destroy this pillar now," he thought, eyes glittering coldly. "But one of these days, I'll come back here and wipe it out of existence." In almost the same moment that the crack had appeared, the person-shaped outline inside of the pillar had begun to shrink. The fruits on it exploded, and soon, a piercing shriek rang out. The shriek passed out of the column into the world beyond, echoing out in all directions. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he heard the sound of the cry. Without the slightest hesitation, he increased his speed. Simultaneously, the pillar that represented the Immortal began to shrink and wither. That in turn caused the pillar of demonic chi to begin to recover. And yet, the crevice which had appeared remained. Shockingly, it was at this point that the will of the vast expanse rose up, causing the starry sky to shake. Then a huge eye abruptly appeared up ahead. It was enormous and completely bloodshot. It was a mass of chaos and seemed to contain the seething mist of the vast expanse. This eye was apparently the will of all heaven, the final gambit to be played in this day's events. As soon as it appeared, everything went completely still and quiet. The opening of the eye caused Meng Hao to be filled with a sense of intense crisis. He could tell that the natural laws in the area were being destroyed, and as the eye gazed upon him, he felt a terrifying aura that caused his scalp to go numb. Immediately, the bronze lamp began to shine brighter than ever, transforming Meng Hao into a figure of light. Almost in the same moment that the eye opened, Meng Hao reached the spell formation put together by the Parrot. The Parrot howled as the spell formation began to activate. However, even as the light was still beginning to shine, the seemingly eternal eye caused the starry sky around it to twist and distort as a huge mouth appeared. Then, the mouth lunged toward Meng Hao and the Parrot as if to consume them. The Parrot's eyes were bright red, and it howled again. Cracking sounds could be heard, which came from the cracks spreading out over the copper mirror. By damaging the mirror, it was possible to negate the effects of the changed natural law caused by the will of all heaven. A moment later, rumbling sounds echoed out as the Parrot and Meng Hao vanished. That was when the mouth arrived. It took a huge bite, causing the starry sky to shake, and leaving a gigantic, smoking crater in the spot where the teleportation portal had been. The eye glared off into the distance, and a piercing shriek was just barely audible from the direction of the demonic chi pillar. As that happened, the brilliant light of teleportation appeared in a dusty corner of the starry sky of all heaven. A moment later, Meng Hao and the parrot appeared. Meng Hao immediately coughed up some blood and the parrot listed weakly. The light of teleportation faded away and the copper mirror appeared covered with cracks. Although it wasn't destroyed, it was clearly in worse condition than before the trip outside the vast expanse. "Damn it," the parrot said, looking very irritated. "Lord Fifth just woke up and was immediately thrown into grave danger?" I quit, you hear? Meng Hao, you'd better give Lord Fifth a good explanation for all of this. Meng Hao's responded with a question, was that I? All heaven? Is all heaven the will of the starry sky of the vast expanse? Fear could be seen in the parrot's eyes as it began to speak. Legends say that the world essence of the starry sky of the vast expanse has a will who is called all heaven. The main body of the will exists outside the vast expanse, and yet that will can also fill the vast expanse itself. In the beginning, that will blessed all living things and supposedly even taught all living beings how to practice cultivation. But as time went on, it began to weaken and then go mad. However, I have a vague memory deep inside that seems to indicate that this all heaven actually has a different origin. What exactly that is, nobody knows. Even I'm not sure. Damn it. How could I not know? The parrot shook its head in confusion. A thoughtful look could be seen in Meng Hao's eye as he stared at the parrot and asked another question. Were you created by Patriarch Vast Expanse? Patriarch Vast Expanse, the parrot murmured, its eyes gleaming with reminiscence. After awakening, its memories had slowly been revealed. After a long moment, it nodded, but then suddenly seemed to hesitate. Apparently, Patriarch Vast Expanse had created the copper mirror, but not the parrot. Apparently, the parrot came from a time before Patriarch Vast Expanse was even alive. The parrot didn't want to think about the past, and as such, began to yell at Meng Hao. Forget about it. Meng Hao, you owe me an explanation. Damn it, Lord Fifth's memories were just restored and then I got scared nearly to death. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as he looked off in the direction of planet Vast Expanse. I'm going to go get an explanation. For you and me both. It was just as he said. The next thing he was planning to do was to go get an explanation. From what he could tell, the will of all heaven could only affect him directly if he was outside of the vast expanse. Apparently, it couldn't do anything within the vast expanse itself, which meant that Meng Hao was temporarily safe. The parrot's explanation had confirmed his suspicions. Meng Hao turned, killing intent flickering in his eyes as he made his way off into the distance. The parrot immediately began to follow. Hey, it asked, where'd the meat jelly get off to, that old fart? Its words were met by silence on Meng Hao's part. The parrot suddenly shivered. What happened? Sadness filled Meng Hao's face as he opened his bag of holding and carefully pulled out the shattered remnants of the meat jelly armor. The parrot stared in shock for a long time before letting out a cry of anguish. The moment of silence which followed seemed to last an eternity. Eventually, the parrot turned to Meng Hao and its eyes were completely bloodshot. Meng Hao, I'm going to ask one thing and you're going to answer me. When do we go slaughter them? Soon, Meng Hao murmured in reply, his eyes equally as red. We'll slaughter the 33 heavens, we'll slaughter the immortal god continent, and we'll slaughter the devil realm continent. Then, we'll go outside the vast expanse and slaughter the will of all heaven. Soon, with that, he transformed into a beam of light that shot like lightning through the starry sky. As he flew along, he rotated his cultivation base, but his withered body wasn't recovering very quickly. He looked incredibly gaunt and thus incredibly fierce. His eyes flickered with red light, making him look almost like he had just climbed up out of the grave. Shocking rumbles echoed out in heaven and earth as he flew toward planet Vast Expanse with deadly intent. It only took a few months of travel. After all, he hadn't been very far from planet Vast Expanse to begin with. Soon, he was looking at the planet from some distance away. As he neared, the planet's protective shield sprang up as if to block him. Meng Hao didn't even look at it. He passed directly through it, whereupon a somber, dignified voice echoed out. Respectful greetings, 9th Paragon. Welcome back. Even as the voice rang out, Meng Hao entered the atmosphere of planet Vast Expanse. As soon as he did, the other paragons could sense his presence, and the intensely murderous aura caused them all to look up. Jin Yunshan, the sect leader, and all the others had returned from the necropolis. They still hadn't successfully made it to the 9th landmass. After their successive failures, they had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, but now looks of shock could be seen on their faces. Jin Yunshan was shaking more than anyone. Once he realized who that killing intent belonged to, he subconsciously reached down and rubbed his bracelet of holding, whereupon he felt a bit better. It's the 9th paragon. This aura. How could he have become so strong? He's been missing for hundreds of years. I can't believe he's finally back. Faces flickered as Meng Hao hovered there in the air above planet Vast Expanse for a moment before speeding toward the first continent. In the Holy Daughter Palace on the first continent, Vast Expanse Holy Daughter Hanbei was seated cross-legged in meditation. Her face was pale, and she looked exhausted. Suddenly, she sensed the aura emanating from above, and a smile broke out on her face. But that smile quickly froze, and she shot to her feet, a look of disbelief and shock on her face. I can't believe he woke up. This is impossible. Trembling, Hanbei began to back up. Suddenly, the glow of teleportation sprang up around her, and she vanished. A moment later, an indescribable pressure descended and slammed into the Holy Daughter Palace. The entire palace was instantly incinerated, wiped away. In its place was a huge crater above which Meng Hao hovered, eyes flashing with killing intent as he looked off into the distance. You can't escape, he said through gritted teeth. You will die this day. I won't rest until that happens. Outside of the vast expanse, he had brushed far too closely with death, causing his hatred for Hanbei to seep into his very bones. He had vowed to slay her, and as far as Chu Yuyan was concerned, he was prepared for how to deal with that situation. His eyes flashed like lightning, and then a massive boom echoed out as the air was ripped apart. Meng Hao's vicious, murderous aura spread out to cover the entire planet, joined by his divine sense. All living beings on the planet, including mortals and cultivators, even the 9 essences experts, were left trembling. It was as if some great disaster had suddenly come to loom over their heads. What happened? Jin Yunshan gasped. He could sense the raging, murderous aura coming off of Meng Hao, and it was obvious that it was exponentially more powerful than the last time the two of them had tangled. Jin Yunshan, just like the sect leader and the others, had made progress in recent years thanks to the multiple forays into the necropolis. The entire group had experienced increases in their cultivation bases. By this point, Jin Yunshan believed himself to be at the utter peak of the 9 essences level. And yet, now that he sensed Meng Hao's energy, his face fell, and he had to admit that as of this moment, Meng Hao's aura was completely and utterly terrifying. Why is he trying to kill a disciple from the first sect? Although Hanbei was a holy daughter of the vast expanse school, in comparison to a 9 essences expert, she was nothing more than a disciple. That's not any ordinary disciple. Whoever it was managed to escape before he landed his blow on the first sect. Jin Yunshan's eyes flickered as he emerged out in the open. He wasn't going to interfere with Meng Hao, he merely wanted to see exactly what was happening. It wasn't just him. Sha Jiodong emerged from a sandstorm that raged in Planet Vast Expanse's huge desert, looking extremely frightened. He took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed because of the uneasy feeling he was experiencing. He could tell that something bad was about to happen, and immediately sped off to observe. Immortal by Wuxia hesitated for a moment. At the moment, she didn't dare to show herself to Meng Hao, not in his current state, so she simply sat there quietly, pretending that she hadn't noticed his aura. She was the only one who didn't show herself. The sect leader and the other 9 essences paragons were all flying through the air of Planet Vast Expanse to see what was happening. Their hearts were pounding from the sheer awe-inspiring nature of Meng Hao's aura, which left them completely shaken. That was especially true of the sect leader, whose cultivation base was so high that he had assumed he must be at the absolute pinnacle. He was even sure that he would prevail against the combined forces of Jin Yunshan and the other 9 essences paragons. But as of this moment, Meng Hao's aura left him terrified. The intense level of pressure was almost impossible to accept. How did he become so powerful? The sect leader thought. It's understandable that our cultivation bases rose, thanks to the altars in the necropolis. But he simply vanished for a few hundred years, and now that he's back, he's suddenly unimaginably stronger. The sect leader's eyes flickered and he pushed forward with greater speed. After all, disciple Han Bei of the first sect was actually his apprentice. He had accepted her as his only apprentice, and now Meng Hao was trying to chase her down and kill her. Clearly, there were secrets at play. As everyone was speeding toward the first continent, Meng Hao suddenly appeared in a different location, a place where the aura of teleportation was strong. This was none other than the location Han Bei had teleported to. It was a small-scale sect that was not directly subordinate to the vast expanse school. As soon as Meng Hao appeared, everything was thrown into a commotion. The sect itself was built upon 9 different mountains, all of which began to shine with bright light. Clearly, it was a spell formation. In addition to that, a moment later, 9 blasts of sword chi to suddenly shoot out toward Meng Hao. The lands in the area shook as the 9 mountains themselves then rose up into the air. There were also hosts of cultivators, whose eyes shone red, and who didn't even seem in control of their own minds as they charged madly toward Meng Hao. Han Bei had been on planet Vast Expanse for many years, and had always been on guard against Meng Hao. Although she had grown a bit lax recently, her preparations were all still in place. This was one of the locations she had set aside especially to deal with Meng Hao. "Kill him!" roared the tens of thousands of cultivators. In combination with the spell formation, the 9 mountains, and the 9 beams of sword chi, they shot aggressively toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and his killing intent surged stronger than ever. Since these people were trying to stop him, that meant they were allied with Han Bei, and thus were his enemies. "Die!" he said impatiently, shoving his hand out violently. Everything went dim, and a gale force wind blew as a huge hand materialized. The hand slammed into the 9 streams of sword chi, which were powerful enough to cause problems for an ordinary 9 essences cultivator for at least a short time. But when they slammed into the magical hand sent out by Meng Hao, they shattered instantly. They weren't even powerful enough to stand up to a single blow. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the sword chi was destroyed. Next, the hand slammed into the mountains. The mountains shook as cracks spread out across them. Then they exploded into countless fragments. The entire matter happened almost in the blink of an eye. The hand didn't seem to have been slowed down in the slightest. It smashed into the cultivators and the spell formation, causing a deafening boom to spread out. A huge handprint was smashed into the ground, surrounded by cracks which snaked out in every direction. The spell formation was completely destroyed, and the cultivators who had been charging in attack were reduced to a bloody pulp. Everything went quiet. If Meng Hao had been an ordinary 9 essences cultivator, this little trap might not have resulted in his death, but would have at least delayed him a bit. And what Han Bei needed right now was time. However, to the current Meng Hao, destroying this place was as easy as taking a breath. His eyes flickered as he waved his hand through the air to locate Han Bei's aura. After some examination, he snorted coldly, then sent his divine sense out in all directions. However, he could find no trace of Han Bei. "Parrot!" he said anxiously. The parrot flew out from his bag of holding, radiating dazzling light, its eyes shining brightly. Meng Hao sent his divine sense out again, and this time the parrot let out a squawk as it bolstered his divine sense. Everything began to tremble violently. Ruiyuyumble. A huge wind whipped up with Meng Hao in the middle of it all. As his divine sense surged out exponentially, it filled planet Vast Expanse until finally he caught sight of Han Bei in another small-scale sect. As soon as he locked down onto her position, he stepped forward, ripping the air apart and stepping through the rift. It took only a moment for him to appear in the exact location he had just identified. The instant he appeared, Han Bei was stepping onto a teleportation portal in the sect. She suddenly looked around to find Meng Hao speeding through the air toward her. Her face went pale, and she suddenly slapped down at the spell formation with her hand. A boom echoed out as the spell formation began to activate. At the same time, she declined to wait for Meng Hao to destroy the preparations she had made in the sect. She destroyed the entire sect herself, then borrowed that power to fuel the teleportation formation. Radiant light glittered, surrounding her. She began to fade away as if she would be teleported away at any moment. But how could Meng Hao let that happen? He extended his right hand and pointed his finger directly at Han Bei. Eighth hex? Rumbling sounds echoed out as the essence of space of the eighth hex descended and locked everything in place. Space was sealed, the air was sealed, everything was sealed. Even the beam of light lurched to a halt. Meng Hao strode forward, completely ignoring the light and the destructive power that filled it as he stepped inside. The light washed over him, distorting a moment before being blasted away. Meng Hao stepped onto the spell formation, reached out, and grabbed the half-transparent Han Bei. Almost as soon as his hand latched onto her, she laughed bitterly. "If you kill me, Chu Yuyan dies," she shrieked. Even as her words echoed out, and before she could speak another sentence, Meng Hao's face turned icy cold. Without the slightest hesitation, he snapped her neck. Han Bei couldn't believe what was happening as a boom rang out, and she exploded into a haze of blood and gore. She had been destroyed in body and mind. "This isn't your true self," Meng Hao said coolly, "only a tool to be discarded or perhaps a clone to be used as a seed for rebirth. Now that I've killed this body, I'm curious to see what other means you will use to try to evade my wrath." He closed his eyes as he followed the aura of Han Bei's flesh and blood to try to track her down yet again. Han Bei was crafty to the extreme and had prepared many life-saving backup plans. Strangely, even Meng Hao was having trouble detecting the signs of where exactly she had teleported away to. He had followed various clues to this place and found her clone. Han Bei was certainly clever. Clearly, her true self and her clone had fled in different directions. If Meng Hao ended up following her clone, then that would suit her plans nicely. If he followed her true self, then the clone could make its escape and be the seed for rebirth if he ended up killing her true self. "Gotcha," he said, eyes flickering as he looked off into the distance. There, his divine sense had spotted a figure who hadn't been there moments ago. It was the fleeing figure of Han Bei's true self. Her hair was in disarray and her face was ashen. She seemed shocked, in disbelief, as if she could never have imagined that Meng Hao would have the mental fortitude to survive and track her down from outside the vast expanse. It really seemed impossible to her. No one could survive the experience of going outside the vast expanse, especially not immortals who had transformed into demons. He wasn't assimilated and wasn't consumed. He's still himself. He didn't become the emissary of all heaven. How did he do it? Damn it. A tremor ran through Han Bei as she thought about Meng Hao's raging, murderous aura. She could well imagine that Meng Hao's heart was completely fixed on the notion of slaughtering her. Furthermore, she had no desire to test out whether Meng Hao had slipped into a state where he didn't care about Chu Yuyan's soul. If he had, Han Bei knew that he could kill her as easily as flipping over his hand. "There's no way he doesn't care about her," she thought, gritting her teeth. As she flew along, suddenly, one of the cities of the mortal world appeared in front of her. When Meng Hao realized what direction she was flying in, his pupils constricted. Beyond the mountains on the horizon was the city where his clone's ninth reincarnation was living. There, on the sprawling plains, was the enormous capital city of the mortal empire. Meng Hao had very little connection to this ninth reincarnation. He could sense him, but that was all. And yet, that sensation allowed him to pinpoint exactly where the clone was located. That didn't help him to check the clone's current situation, though. Not even divine sense revealed anything more than a blurry haze. However, he could sense a familiar aura brewing within his clone's ninth reincarnation. It was the complete aura of the ninth hex, an aura which could change all lives in unpredictable ways. It was an aura that could cover over all life, that twisted the air, making divine sense impossible to penetrate the area. How does Han Bei know where my clone's ninth reincarnation is? Could it be just random chance? His eyes glittered brightly. Of course, he had no idea that Yenner had become a part of his clone's ninth life. It was only because Han Bei was connected to Chu Yuyan's soul that she was going in that direction. She had no idea of knowing that his clone's reincarnation was obscuring the divine sense in Chu Yuyan's area. However, she was able to determine the general location, and therefore she was speeding there to try to track Chu Yuyan down. Even as Han Bei sped along, Meng Hao let out a cold harumph and blurred into motion as he gave chase. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Han Bei was moving so quickly that she was soon in the air above the capital city where the clone's reincarnation lived. This must be the place. she thought, face gleaming with delight. This was her final life-saving backup plan. She knew that even if she fled to the farthest corners of the vast expanse, Meng Hao would still be able to track her down. Furthermore, because of the injuries she had sustained, it was impossible for her to safely summon the will of all heaven upon her. Therefore, her final chance at survival lay with Chu Yuyan. She hoped that, in the case that Meng Hao had lost himself in his hatred, suddenly seeing Chu Yuyan in the flesh would awaken him. Unfortunately, even though she knew Chu Yuyan's general location, she couldn't pinpoint exactly where she was. She only knew that she was in this city, which was somehow covered with a blanket of obscurity. However, she had no way of knowing that the closer she got to her target, the stronger Meng Hao's killing intent grew. After all, how could he possibly allow anything bad to happen to his clone? Even as Han Bei arrived outside the mortal city, sounds like muffled thunder filled the air. Suddenly, the air seemed to rip apart and Meng Hao emerged to hover in front of Han Bei. His eyes were icy cold and his killing intent swirled madly. Han Bei suddenly shivered and began to pant. Apparently, Meng Hao's appearance provoked a reaction from the clouds up above. More thunder crackled, breaking the clouds open and causing rain to begin to fall. Moments later, the lands were soaked in rain. Countless mortal citizens in the city scurried about to get out of the rain. It was currently evening, and as the sky darkened, the rain began to fall even harder. In a narrow alley in one particular corner of the city was a carpenter's shop. Little Treasure sat there, carving a piece of wood, relying on his memory to sculpt the shape he remembered. Outside, thunder rumbled and the sound of rainfall could be heard. Normally speaking, those sounds would stir his imagination and make him think about what it might look like outside. But today he felt uneasy, as though something important were about to happen. Soon, he heard footfalls behind him. It was his wife, who sat down next to him and leaned on his shoulder. A smile broke out on his face, and suddenly the uneasy feeling in his heart gave way to calmness. His wife looked at him warmly and also smiled. Her belly appeared to be slightly swollen. A tiny little life was there inside, slowly growing. Because of the blanket of obscurity, Meng Hao's true self was unaware of what had occurred in his clone's ninth life. At the same time, the person who had accompanied that reincarnation through life had no way to detect the familiar aura which existed beyond that obscurity. "If you kill me, Chu Yuyan's dead," Han Bei said shrilly. She was nervous and very afraid. Thunder crashed, and the rain fell. Meng Hao didn't use his cultivation base to prevent the rain from touching him. He hovered there in the air, eyes swirling with killing intent, and as the rain landed on him, it turned into ice which fell down toward the ground. Meng Hao looked over at Han Bei, then said, "The first time we met was when we went into the Black Sivsek's ancient blessed land." His eyes flickered with memories. In the past, he would never intentionally take the time to indulge in nostalgia. But as the years went by, he grew more lonely, and then experienced the destruction of the mountain and sea realm. Eventually, he reached the point where he would reminisce. If it were possible, he would prefer that all of the people who had once been his friends not perish. That was especially true of those he killed himself. He felt that way about Chen Fan and also felt that way about Han Bei. Han Bei looked back at him quickly, eyes flickering with mixed emotions as she thought back to the past. Then Meng Hao's eyes shone with bright light. What he had said just now had been 70% sincere and 30% duplicitous. He truly had been sighing, but the intention had been to cause Han Bei to think about the past. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Karmic hexing appeared and the wave of a finger caused Han Bei to begin to tremble. All of her karma threads appeared above her head, from which Meng Hao extracted a single thread. It was none other than the karma thread which connected her to Chu Yuyan. At the same time, Meng Hao's hand slashed through the air. The pieces of ice which had fallen off of him moments ago suddenly flew through the air, transforming into countless sharp blades that flashed through the air toward Han Bei. More precisely, they shot toward the karma thread which connected her to Chu Yuyan. Han Bei's eyes widened, and she gasped. She immediately fell back, hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture. Then she shoved her hands out, unleashing the power of her cultivation base. However, she was not even close to being a match for Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the chunks of ice were directly in front of her and on the verge of slashing through her body. In that moment, she shrieked. Her black pupils rapidly extended outward until they had overtaken the whites of her eyes. A boundless will then began to emanate out from her. It was the will of all heaven, and as it exploded out, blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. She began to shake violently, and the sounds of breaking bones echoed out from inside of her. In order to send Meng Hao outside the vast expanse, Han Bei had paid the heaviest of prices. She had harmed herself on a fundamental level in order to summon the will of all heaven. As such, when she did so again, she could barely prevent herself from collapsing into pieces. However, even as her body began to fall apart, she was able to wield astonishing power. Blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth as her internal organs were destroyed. And yet, she raised her right hand toward the incoming ice fragments and pushed out. Rumbling could be heard as the ice lurched to a halt. Then, each and every one exploded, forming a mist. That mist then congealed into the form of an arrow. Han Bei's eyes glinted with a cruel light as she prepared to send the arrow flying back at Meng Hao. But then her face fell as she realized that Meng Hao had vanished. Before she could even spin around, Meng Hao had appeared behind her. She had no time to unleash any divine abilities or set up any defenses. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he waved his right hand, summoning the copper mirror. It had a huge crack running down the middle, but it was still the same precious treasure it had always been. The parrot materialized, letting out a fierce squawk. At the same time, the surface of the mirror floated out, and of the 9 pieces which comprised it, one shot out and stabbed into the middle of Han Bei's back. Even still, Han Bei's energy continued to rise, and the boundless will continued to pour into her. She performed an incantation gesture with her right hand, then pointed behind her, causing the air around Meng Hao to shatter. A blast of energy then separated them, whereupon Meng Hao vanished again. When he reappeared, he was in a different location, where he waved his hand, sending a second mirror shard stabbing into Han Bei's forehead. Blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth as she performed another incantation gesture. The lands below began to quake, and crevices snaked out. However, that was when the third mirror shard stabbed into her, and then the fourth. Han Bei's pupils constricted. She could already sense that the connection between her own soul and Chu Yuyan's was being destroyed. Backing up, she performed yet another incantation gesture. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, transforming into a blood-colored palm print that shot toward Meng Hao. She was now in full retreat, drawing upon all the speed she could muster to flee. She was filled with the intense premonition that these copper mirror shards had the capacity to completely end her life. However, even as she tried to escape, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with scorn. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing numerous mountains to appear, which fell down and completely blocked off her path of retreat. From a distance, it almost appeared as if those mountains were descending from the heavens. Han Bei let out a miserable shriek and then slammed into the mountains. The mountains shattered, and just when she appeared to be on the verge of making her escape, Meng Hao appeared next to her. He waved his right hand and the 5th, 6th, and 7th mirror shards stabbed into Han Bei. Han Bei's face was pale, and within her, the power of the will of all heaven had exploded out in full force. She even went so far as to use the same magical technique that Chun Fan had used, causing numerous battles to fill Meng Hao's memories. However, Meng Hao was prepared for that. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and massive power erupted out within him. It was karmic hexing, which instantly severed her karma. Then the 8th mirror shard stabbed into her chest. She chuckled bitterly. By this point, her connection to Chu Yuyan's soul was almost completely gone. Glaring at Meng Hao, she gritted her teeth and, unexpectedly, chose to detonate her own soul. "Maybe I'll vanish forever," she said, her eyes burning with madness. "But at least I can leave your heart in agony." A boom echoed out as the power of the detonation began to explode out. "Too late," Meng Hao said coolly. He waved his hand, and the 9th mirror shard whistled through the air at an impossible speed. Han Bei couldn't have blocked it even if she had tried. It stabbed directly into her Dantian region. "Soul-severing," Meng Hao said quietly. The parrot squawked, shooting toward Han Bei at top speed. Simultaneously, the mirror shards exploded. Meng Hao had set out completely intent on killing Han Bei. Even though her soul was linked with Chu Yuyan's, after acquiring the copper mirror, he knew that he could separate the two of them. The main danger would be if Han Bei chose to self-detonate, which was something he couldn't prevent. Therefore, he didn't immediately attack Han Bei with full force. Instead, he had intentionally talked about past times, all to provoke the flow of memories within Han Bei's eyes. In that moment when she recalled the past, he unleashed karmic hexing as a tactic to sever her soul. Severing karma wouldn't be enough to undo her fusion with Chu Yuyan's soul. Everything he had done before had been a feint. His true goal was to use the copper mirror and the parrot to completely separate their souls. The parrot's squawk echoed out at the same time that the 9 mirror shards began to explode. The parrot then pierced through Han Bei's body, which was a simple thing considering it wasn't using its corporeal form. As it passed through her, it latched its beak down onto a strand of soul, which was none other than the piece of Chu Yuyan's soul which was nestled inside of Han Bei's soul. The blurry soul fragment began to stretch out as it was pulled inexorably away from Han Bei's soul. It was in that moment that the full power of the detonation of the mirror shards surged out. 9 separate explosions ripped through Han Bei, slashing at the point where the two souls connected. Han Bei let out a blood-curdling scream as her soul was severed from Chu Yuyan's. A massive boom echoed out as the parrot soared through the air, circling back around to Meng Hao with Chu Yuyan's soul fragment. As for the mirror shards, they reformed and floated back to the copper mirror, where they once again became an intact mirror face. As of this moment, Meng Hao's desire to kill Han Bei had not lessened at all. He shot forward to appear directly in front of her, whereupon he unleashed a fist strike. A boom rang out as Han Bei's body exploded into a cloud of gore. Her soul flew out into the air, where she stared at Meng Hao, smiling bitterly. Meng Hao, you've really surprised me. You truly deserve to be the son of all heaven. The blood of the all heaven clans runs strong in you. However, your fate is sealed. The fate of all the starry sky of all heaven is sealed. It can't be changed. Nobody can alter it. She began to laugh bitterly. Her soul was so damaged because of calling upon the will of all heaven that Meng Hao didn't need to do anything to it now. She was like an oil lamp on the verge of sputtering out. Her soul trembled as cracks began to spread out across its surface. Soon, she was completely fragmented, and was apparently on the very brink of falling apart. Tell me, what are the All Heaven clans? Meng Hao suddenly asked. You already know. What need have you of further proof? Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. All Heaven clans are forged from the bloodline of the will of all heaven. They were scattered among the starry sky with the sole purpose of helping the will of all heaven to climb back to the pinnacle. In this life, I am the daughter of all heaven, and you are the son of all heaven. Things between us aren't over yet. Her laughter grew louder and louder until her soul couldn't sustain itself any longer. A boom like thunder echoed out as she exploded into ash. Meng Hao hovered there quietly. After returning from outside of the vast expanse, he had already come to many conclusions about certain matters. Sighing, he looked up into the heavens, his eyes glittering. Eventually, Jin Yunshan, the sect leader, and the others appeared. They hovered there quietly, hearts battered by waves of shock. The bizarre performance put on by Han Bei, the unexpected appearance of the will of all heaven, and Meng Hao's incredible power left them all panting. Eventually, they clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, then began to depart in beams of colorful light. The last to leave was the sect leader. He looked at Meng Hao with mixed emotions, then glanced thoughtfully at the spot where Han Bei had vanished. Finally, he clasped hands and left. After they were gone, Meng Hao looked down at Chu Yuyan's soul strand. The parrot was perched on his shoulder. After a long moment, Meng Hao murmured, Han Bei was right. I've known the truth for some time now. There is a will outside the vast expanse called All Heaven. In the past, All Heaven created the world, created life, and created cultivation. He is like the Lord of all things. But he grew weak and eventually reached the point of death. His body began to vanish, and in the end, all that remained were 5 fingers. Those fingers represent the immortal, the ghost, the god, the devil, and the demon. Every time one of them appears, it pushes all heaven closer to death. Those fingers represent his life, an entity which exists above the heavenly Tao and is the will of all things. As for why all heaven fears the immortal, perhaps there are many answers, but regardless, if the immortal appears, it will take the power of his life and become strong to an unimaginable degree. In fact, if the immortal appears, all heaven will die instantly. When the immortal is about to appear, worlds are destroyed. When Patriarch Vast Expanse was about to become the immortal, the will of all heaven intervened and destroyed the vast expanse land masses. From then on, Patriarch Vast Expanse was not the immortal, but instead the ghost. Back when I was fleeing with the mountain and sea butterfly, I encountered that old man, and he told me all of this. Way back then, in Patriarch Vast Expanse's grief, he transformed the land masses into his necropolis, then went outside the vast expanse to destroy all heaven's finger. That was all he could do, as he was not strong enough to kill all heaven himself. After that came the devil and the god. They also destroyed one of the all heaven's fingers each. I wonder if the three of them were working together to completely destroy all heaven, but just weren't able to pull it off. In any case, they were waiting for the demon to appear. I wonder where they got the idea that the demon could put an end to all heaven. All heaven was waiting too, though fearful of each person who approached the status of the immortal, waiting for demonic chi to appear inside of them. Then, just before they completed the process and became the true demon, he absorbed those quasi-demons, consumed them, used the multifariousness of the demon and their nirvanic rebirth to give himself new life. Perhaps the all-heaven clans really were created by the blood of all heaven, and yet they were also clans which could give birth to the demon. My fate is like that of a demon, and I am the true demon. Meng Hao sighed. Perhaps his understanding wasn't complete, but after everything he had experienced, he was sure that it was 70 to 80% true. That is the origin of Song Daozi and the other 97 faces. They were from different worlds of the past, and they all became quasi-demons. And I am the 99th. I was prepared by all heaven to be the last of the group. He shook his head and hovered there silently for a long moment. The rain ceased to fall, and the moon was now visible, hanging in the sky. As it cast its light down onto the lands below, the reflection cast within the puddles was the picture of beauty. Meng Hao eventually made his way through the night into the city of mortals down below. Following the tuggings of his senses, he walked through the streets until he found himself at a certain street corner, leading into a small alley. Deep within the alley was a small shop. The door was closed, but based on the sign and the woodpile outside, it was obvious that it was the shop of a carpenter. This was the home of his clone's 9th reincarnation. Meng Hao stood there for a long time. The obscuring mist which seemed to cover the area was strong here, as was the sensation that something was brewing that could shake the heavens. After a long moment passed, Meng Hao sent his divine sense out in an attempt to see what was in the shop. However, that was as effective as throwing a stone ox into the ocean. He could see nothing. A moment later, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was inside the carpenter's shop, looking around at the neatly arranged carpentry tools. There were also rows upon rows of little wooden sculptures which left Meng Hao a bit taken aback. There were birds, dogs, cats, all of them remarkably lifelike. They were so lifelike, in fact, that it seemed as if they might start walking around at any moment. They even seemed to glow with a faint light that no mortal would be able to detect. It was the light of life, and it was very strong. It was like a life force that wasn't present in the wood itself, but which had been imparted unto it by means of the act of sculpting. Meng Hao simply couldn't imagine what hands would be capable of sculpting such lifelike statues. It was at this point that his eyes came to rest on one particular little sculpture, which depicted a woman. A tremor ran through him, and his eyes went wide. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It felt as if lightning bolts were crashing in his mind. From the look in his eyes, it was as if he were looking at something so outlandishly preposterous that it defied imagination. How is this possible? Why would my clone's 9th reincarnation have sculpted her? His heart began to thump as he realized that certain shocking and irreversible developments must have occurred during this 9th life. It was in that very moment that he heard footsteps behind him. A middle-aged man emerged from the room in the back of the shop. He was blind, and yet was able to walk as confidently as if he still possessed his eyes. He seemed very familiar with the little shop, as if had been carved into his mind. He walked over to the middle of the shop and took a sculpting knife off of the shelf, then sat down and began to work on an unfinished sculpture. The sculpture wasn't even half complete, and although no one else would be able to see what it was, Meng Hao could tell at a glance that it was the 9th sealing mark of the 9th hex. Little Treasure couldn't see Meng Hao, and didn't know that he was there with him. If a picture could be painted of the scene, it would depict Meng Hao standing there in front of his clone's 9th reincarnation, looking down at him slowly carving away at the block of wood. A very strange feeling filled Meng Hao's heart as he watched his 9th reincarnation. This reincarnation was different from the others. From the 2nd life to the 8th, Meng Hao had been able to observe what was happening and even felt a sense of familiarity with the various reincarnations. He could sense that this was definitely his clone, his soul and his blood had both come from Meng Hao. But this 9th reincarnation felt very unfamiliar. Time passed in which Meng Hao simply watched the clone working with the sculpture. He had never seen the 9th sealing mark take shape in such a way, in such a clear and corporeal fashion. It had always appeared as an outline in his mind and heart, but this time, in the hands of Little Treasure, it was taking physical shape in the world, one knife stroke at a time. So this is my final, 9th life? Meng Hao murmured. He stood there for a long time, until a woman walked out of the room. She couldn't see Meng Hao any more than Little Treasure could, but as soon as Meng Hao saw her, he understood why Han Bei had been coming to this location. Yen'er, he murmured to himself with a sigh. After seeing Yen'er depicted in the wooden sculpture, he had begun to suspect the truth. But to see her here in the flesh caused complicated emotions to rise up within him. Now he understood that in this 9th life, an unexpected twist had occurred. His clone had ended up marrying Chu Yuyan. Her belly was swollen with child, and her expression was warm as she placed a thick coat onto her husband's shoulders. Then she sat next to him, watching him sculpt. From the way she watched him, it seemed she would never tire of sitting there like that, not for her entire life. Eventually she looked down at the sculpture, and when she couldn't tell exactly what it was, she quietly asked, "Is it almost finished?" "Not yet," Little Treasure replied, rubbing the wood gently. "It's about a third done." She looked at it a bit closer, and then asked, "What exactly is it?" "I can't tell." Little Treasure smiled and replied, "These are the heavens as I see them." "The heavens?" The woman looked a bit surprised. "Yeah, these are the heavens with their eyes closed, like me unable to see." Little Treasure sighed. Yen'er sat there quietly. Suddenly, Little Treasure looked up, and although he couldn't see Meng Hao, it was almost as if he were looking at him. "Yen'er, sometimes I have the feeling that this is my purpose in life. It was foreordained that I be blind, to live in a world of darkness. But I want the heavens to open their eyes. It's too bad that I can't reach up and touch them." Meng Hao looked at Little Treasure and Yen'er for a long moment. Finally, he sighed and turned to leave. Before walking out of the shop, he looked back at Yen'er and the little bump on her belly. He could sense the life inside, and although it was true that the child inside was the offspring of his clone's 9th reincarnation, it was also true that it was his own flesh and blood. This 9th reincarnation was unlike any of the other lives, and this child was also different. Meng Hao stood at the threshold of the door, his expression one of many mixed emotions. He did nothing to interfere with the lives of Yen'er and Little Treasure. There was no need. He had chosen to let both of them go, and therefore he would not break them apart now. Because of the matter of the 9th hex, this 9th reincarnation apparently had keen intuition, to the point where Meng Hao was left shocked. Not only was he actually carving out the 9th seal of the 9th hex, he had uttered words which were thought-provoking even to Meng Hao. "How can you seal the heavens without being able to see them?" he murmured, shaking his head. "No, there's more to it than that. People think that he can't see the heavens, but the truth is that in his world of blindness, he can see them. He is sculpting those heavens, one knife stroke at a time. The 9th seal represents those heavens. When that sculpture of his is complete, my clone's 9th reincarnation will close his eyes and pass away. The purpose of his life has been to sculpt that 9th sealing mark." Meng Hao walked quietly off into the distance. He didn't leave the city of mortals. He bought a house some distance away from Little Treasure and Yen'er's, where he waited for his clone's 9th reincarnation to finish his work. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye, and little Treasure became father to a baby girl. She wasn't blind. She could see the world in all its multitudinous colors. Her bright, cheerful laughter often filled the house. Her mother picked her name, a single character which meant perfection. From the time she was born, her parents called her Perfect. It was a bit of a strange-sounding name, but Little Treasure liked it, and so did Yenner. Little Treasure was extremely excited from the moment she was born. He often held his tiny daughter in his arms and laughed with joy. Later, he carved his daughter's likeness into wood, which he placed on the headboard of her bed. A few years later, Little Treasure's daughter was 8 years old, and the 9th sealing mark was about half finished. On that day, a white hair appeared on Little Treasure's head. Soon after, young Perfect snuck up behind him, then pounced on him, laughing with joy. Chuckling, Little Treasure scooped her up into his arms, and suddenly, Perfect spotted the white hair on her father's head. "Daddy, you have a white hair. Don't move. I'll pluck it out for you." She reached out with her little hand, found the white hair, and plucked it out. Little Treasure stroked his daughter's cheek and gave her a loving smile. He was happy, blessed even. The years continued to pass.